Hello, tankers! Today, we'll talk about what vehicles are in the game, which are best for new players to research, and how to accelerate the process. All vehicles in the game are divided into 5 types: heavy tanks, medium tanks, light tanks, tank destroyers, and artillery. Heavy tanks hold the line and push through enemy defenses. Medium tanks are versatile fighters. Light tanks are quick and stealthy. They're the eyes and ears of the team. Artillery is a support type that fires at a curved trajectory. Tank destroyers either provide fire support from afar or in the thick of the action, depending on their role. Roles are a more precise division than types. It's like a wizard can throw fireballs, or be a healer, or a necromancer. 3 mages play completely different roles in battle. The same goes for vehicles. Sniper and assault tank destroyers are designed for completely different actions on the battlefield. Don't rush to the front line in a sniper TD, and don't stand behind everyone in an assault TD, even though the vehicle type is the same. We won't cover every role here since their names speak for themselves. Just know that tanks within one vehicle type can play differently. What exactly should you research? What types, roles, and branches suit newcomers best of all? Generally speaking, any. But it's probably best to choose breakthrough heavy tanks or assault heavy tanks as your first branch. They forgive your mistakes and, most importantly, help you to get to grips with the gameplay basics. Heavy tanks are the skeleton that the teams and the whole battle are built around. That doesn't mean other types and roles are worse. You can always start with medium tanks or tank destroyers, but it'll be easier to learn the ropes playing in the IS-4, IS-7, E100, or 60 TP. To purchase a tank, you need to research it using XP accumulated in the previous vehicle in the branch. Then purchase it for credits and recruit a crew if you need to. Don't recruit a new crew for each tank. It's usually enough to retain your crew from the previous tank to the next one. The next step is module research. Players call vehicles stock and top. Pretty much any vehicle only reaches its full potential when it's top, meaning all its modules are researched. Players often research a new gun first of all, and then everything else. There are many ways to accelerate your research of a vehicle branch. Blueprints provide you a big discount on research. For free XP, you can research modules or even a new tank. Premium account and personal reserves will help you earn XP and credits faster. Joining a good clan that activates clan reserves often will also help. Missions and Battle Pass will allow you to earn a lot of useful resources. Sometimes you can also go to your depot and sell vehicles, modules, or shells you don't need. Premium vehicles will come in handy for earning credits for purchasing vehicles, equipment, and other things. You receive them in top state. You can assign any crew from a vehicle of the same nation and type to a premium vehicle without any penalties to perk efficiency. Premium vehicles are always available for purchase for gold or money, but there are several ways to get them for free. First, Battle Pass seasons sometimes feature an additional chapter. Secondly, the bond shop also offers premium vehicles, among other things. Bonds are a currency that you can't buy. You need to earn them. They are earned in random battles with Tier 10s and Tier 9 premium vehicles and as rewards from battle passes, special events, and more. Don't confuse premium vehicles with reward vehicles. The latter also don't require module research, and the crews can be reassigned to them without penalties, but they don't have an increased credit and XP earning rate either. So we've chosen a branch and purchased a tank. How do you equip it for battle? There are 2 classic consumable sets. The first is cheaper, small repair kit and first aid kit, and a fire extinguisher. The second set is for playing for result. large repair kit, first aid kit, and a food consumable for the crew. Most tanks are most effective with this set. If you're looking for an alternative to a food consumable, consider any type of fuel. It will improve engine power and traverse speed. Your equipment selection depends on the type and specific vehicle. Improved hardening is almost a must-have for heavy tanks. Turbocharger is useful for all vehicles, but especially for medium tanks. Coated optics helps light tanks the most. And almost all tanks with cyclic loading can't do without gun rammer. The optimal loadout can change from one vehicle to another. Crew perks also depend on one vehicle type, but to a lesser extent. For example, Brothers in Arms and Repairs are useful for all tanks in the game, while Concealment shouldn't be trained first for many vehicles. Field Modification is additional tuning for an elite vehicle that has all its modules and next vehicles in the branch researched. But the key isn't just equipping your vehicle correctly, it's mastering how to play it. Focus on your tank's type and role. In a heavy tank, position yourself on the front line. Learn how to absorb damage and trade shots efficiently. Be where your team needs you. Play your role, play smart, and watch how your skills naturally improve. That's it for today. See you soon.
那么我们恭喜黑太狼战队获得2023 W 赛坦克世界冠军赛国际决赛的总冠军。
So after we lost to Storm in qualification, yeah?
Struggled the day before. We nearly lost against Dopamine.
A lot of fans, especially the Polish fans.
The main reason of our downfall, let's like this, it was transfer of the mode.
We just, took the power, like we did it, so like no words. When we arrived here, everyone was like, okay, soon the games are closer and closer.
本场比赛由 Dopamine 对战 Hit and Run， 请双方做最后的赛前准备。
那么这一波开团，我感觉 Hit and Run 可能真的准备不足，主战场多人的情况下，还被对手打了一个大的战损比。
They were already warmed, so we had to. We needed time, extra time to adjust, yeah, to see how to play on stage.
恭喜到 Dopamine 0-3。
作为美服的冠军，展示出了他们的冠军实力。
So actually the player who always motivates us the most is Monster. He's always saying like the good words that we have to step up our game and just be focused, that we are better than them.
That's the right moment that we had to do the comeback.
要过来了，
但是伏羲还有握，直接被带走。
甩尾射击，一气呵成。
哇！
对方现在点位的优势巨大，
人头以及血量优势是非常大的。恭喜 Hit and Run 顶住压力
5-4拿下了第一场比赛的胜利。
我们接下来的所有比赛全部都是淘汰赛，只有一次机会。
他们的内战主要是看什么呢？就是针对与反针对，他们对彼此都非常的了解。
On the stage, we are the competitors, especially that we used to play in past together, like in the same teams.
恭喜 Storm 1-0拿下首局比赛 ，Rexer 这边没有办法了。恭喜 Storm 再下一城4-2。
że sam ten finał to raczej był taki spacerek i nawet ciężko mi się było cieszyć po tym finale, raczej nie czułem żadnych emocji, po prostu było tak.
是一个在青壁朴特25滴血，哎呦 ，Monster 63竟然是战神一样，战神下凡，但是朴特又水炮被战客们带走，恭喜 Storm 拿下赛点。
No more time left to make it.
战术上被对手克制，不得不出战。恭喜黑头让扳回一个赛点，个性非常的强啊！这 的同时在3线和7线同时前压，不是场防他也不放过对面。Jordan 顶住压力，5比5。身上，哎呦 ，Jordan 又被收走了 ，Zaki。Jordan 连扳3个赛点进入决赛。
Ale do samego końca wierzyłem, że uda nam się pokonać Stormy, bo to było dla mnie bardzo ciężkie widzieć ich w takiej sytuacji, ale ktoś musiał ten mecz wygrać.
经过层层的角逐，最终是来自欧洲赛区的 Hit and Run 战队与来自中国赛区的万万战队披荆斩棘，最终会师总决赛。
Karma, he played really well. I think he took a lot of MVPs in this tournament. The whole team, I think, yeah, they play really well as a team, play aggressive.
让我们看一看冰川之地将有怎样精彩的战斗吧。
开着自己的技能，倒也有点难了，是稳稳的陷入被动。
他有减伤，他有减伤。成功的收掉，7比0拿下海岸争霸。看到双方出现的血量上的差距，
也要被带走了。
一起到 Hero One 再次拿下1分。
但是队友已经给到了江山的武力币，漂亮。
I feel that the most important round for us was the El Halo, the longest game when there was a draw.
又一次来到了万万人头上的领先。
Okay, so when we were left 2 versus 3, we knew that we have to kill 1 tank.
So I just make a call to run, hide, and don't get any damage.
时间已经到了，
已经来到了平局。
现在就需要计算一下双方这个造成伤害的一个差距。
他的伤害就多一点点，900多。
Very proud of them. Like it was hard work, you know, but we all done it, so I'm really proud of them.
现在来到了一个 Hero One 5打1。
Hit and Run 即将拿下自己的又一个总冠军。
这是恭喜到 Hero One。
海盗尽头天作案，山登绝顶我为峰。双冠王 Hit and Run 仍然在山巅静候挑战者。
So I enjoyed the game. I enjoyed coming to China and winning tournaments here, obviously. I'm happy that I'm back-to-back champion. You know, I wanted to came back here and win again, and I think that's it.
We're gonna keep working, hard work, you know, play trainings, and I hope we're still gonna be a competitor to get the championship in the future. If you overcome all challenges, keep in mind that you have to, in the end, face me.
winners. Your Onslaught Legends Series champions will be Cashback.
Mafia are your Fragstore Winter Invitational champions. They take it
2024, and the old champion, it is the new champion. Hit and run. The trophy goes. They've done it. Are you united this
We're having some technical difficulties right off the bat, which is a tradition here on Water Tank's main feed. We are here for the playoffs, of course. Sorry, I've been thrown off my game completely by that. Wasn't expecting to talk, but it is what it is. Welcome to the playoffs. We've got some banger matches lined up for you today. Here is the main bracket. We've got Cashback versus Hit and Run. Hit and Run, of course, making it through to that upper bracket final after defeating their Polish brothers Mafia yesterday. Mafia, the shock upset, they actually got knocked out of the tournament altogether because W, the international roster, they made it through to the playoffs for the first time ever, and they actually won in tiebreaker there. So they will be waiting in the lower bracket final to see who they play against between Cashback and Hit and Run.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one altogether, Moff. Glad to be back. But yeah, that matchup there was a very close one between Mafia and W. W narrowly edging ahead. This, however, is
this 2016?
Yeah, we're back to 2016. We have a lot of Hellraisers in here, which
Apple apparently. Anyone?
Yeah, good memories. Good memories. But yeah, no, the OLF we have Stacked versus Dopamine, if I'm not mistaken. After Fumes had a unfortunate run-in with a wall yesterday. The wall was called Dopamine, which took 5 rounds from them, and they took 0, and then Stacked. Similar story for Fumes. They're still happy to be third, however, beating their own expectations. So we get a grand finals, Dopamine versus Stacked. One of the possibilities that would have been written up before the tournament starts is that Dopamine Stacked finals would be there. So it's going to be a very, very interesting one to see how that plays out. We have a few matches for you ready today, but we also have tokens ready. Today, the last day. Do not forget to spend your tokens after this stream. I think, from what Kihan told me, somewhere in Monday morning, I think, or however, the store will disappear. So don't forget to spend your tokens on consumables, reserves, premium days, styles, 3D styles, or a Churchill 3 if you opt to go for that main reward.
Yeah, all that juicy free stuff over there. I've been collecting those drops for one of my alt accounts, getting those premium consumables, which is all very well and good. Of course, if you don't manage to complete your collection of drops at the end of the stream, they will, of course, be raiding the Belgian man, De Killzor, once again, and you will be able to collect them, and they obviously go deep into the night.
Yeah, there's some extra possibilities here. That mystery, potentially, if you are lucky, you may be winning. But Kihan also confirmed that the prize pool of OLS and OLF has crossed the $100,000 mark, which is a very, very respectable amount, with 82, almost 83,000 of that going towards the winner of the finals of today. And if we do some quick maths, Moff, that means that 41,500 roughly is going towards the winners, right? So if you have 9 players on the team, nearly 5k. If you're Cashback, however, Moff, that becomes a lot more juicy, because if you only have 8 players, that's already 5.2. You know, that's why they only have 8.
Yeah. That's a very, very smart strategy. And, you know, the stakes have never been higher, at least monetarily, in the World of Tanks competitive scene. NA, of course, going to be contributing $15,000 to that prize pot, on Fumes for securing third place. yesterday, despite the dire performance, they will still be taking home a little bit of pocket money.
Yeah, I mean, pocket money, getting some cash to play your favorite video game is never a bad thing whatsoever. We're going to kick it off today already with an absolute banger. Cashback versus Hit and Run, the upper bracket finals. The winner of this will already lock in the finals and a lion's share of the prize pool as well, of course, for the winner of this.
Yeah, Cashback versus Hit and Run. This is a replay of the finals from last time out in the first season of the OLS. We know how that one went down. For those that don't remember, Cashback really dominated in that finals, and Hit and Run already had to play a marathon match yesterday, so they are going to be up to speed in the playoffs. They're match ready, that is for sure. And Cashback were actually just chilling yesterday. They didn't even have to play a match, such as the way the format goes.
They could be taking the easiest way into the grand finals, but Hit and Run is going to try and stop them from this, of course, Moff. They are hungry. Yesterday against Mafia, they didn't manage to edge themselves ahead. It wasn't an easy match for them whatsoever, though.
No, it wasn't, but I think in the end, the clash of styles between the two teams, both of them just playing this very chaotic, brawly nature, and Hit and Run just thrives in that kind of chaos. But if they bring this kind of style, if they bring that kind of fire that we saw from them yesterday, Cashback have, from time and time again, shown that they can deal with that. They can handle this hit and run aggression. So if they bring that same kind of, bring that same kind of play style as they saw yesterday, I just have a feeling that it's going to go the same way it went down last time in those finals.
I mean, this is going to be a repeat indeed of the finals from last time. Studs Yankee is going to be the first map to start it off on between Hit and Run and Cashback. And after Studs, we move into Morovanka. Let's take a quick look at the map bans as well. Airfield being banned from Hit and Run, Westfield by Cashback, then Cliff and Himmels gives us Pilsen as third map. What do we think of this so far?
The Westfield ban is a bit interesting from Cashback because, if my memory serves correctly, I believe Cashback actually have a 100% win rate on that map. So interesting that they would want to ban it out. Cashback also have a good win rate on Morovanka. Hit and Run likewise have a good win rate on Studyanki. So both teams picking maps that they are familiar with. But the Westfield ban is a curious one to me.
A Cliff is also banned out, you know? I would
Who banned that?
I think that was Cashback.
That's also interesting because I feel like they were. We've had a slight error there with the pick and bans being displayed, so we are actually going to be starting it off on Cliff.
See, that makes a lot more sense because I did expect these two to duke it out on Cliff because they always like to play it, both of them.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect either of these teams to be afraid or have a fear factor involved with playing the other on a map like Cliff. Cliff is one of the iconic brawling maps. All of our predictions going in favor of Cashback here, which is not really a surprise, and I think most of the viewers would be along the same lines of thinking, but I have a mental scar in my head from what happened last time in the finals.
Remind everybody, Domov. You can't say something like this without
It was
elaborating.
6-2, 6-1? I can't remember exactly what the score is, but it was just so dominant. Every round was close, but Cashback just managed to pull out the head in basically every single round of play. And as I was alluding to, if Hit and Run bring this kind of brawly clash to the center of every map, it just seems like Cashback have enough to stall it out.
Will either team go for that? That's a good question. Triple 50B, triple CS63, and an EBR for Cashback. Hit and Run in return. Triple 50B of their own, double bad, an E50, and a T100.
Yeah, so some slightly different lineups from both of the teams that we haven't seen before. E50M being brought by Hit and Run, EBR being brought by Cashback, which is also a curious pick. Actually, the only tank that gets planed by Mentos at the start, so total denial of information, but Mentos should have an idea of where he placed the plane, that there's going to be a lot of tanks on the lower side here. Monster now crossing over towards the radar at the start of the game. That's going to provide good crossfire, but Cashback are going in for the brawl. There's double Batchat out of the fight. Barbarian leading the charge for his team as they push in.
They're going straight around the corner. They smell blood in the water. They see the 50Bs. They're chasing the man down as well. Franak and T-Sec now coming from behind. Barbarian is dead, and so is Twilight already. Can they make this work? Eyesight now trying to play behind that rock, but that opens him up to the double Batshot. Liberty running away from Mentos, trying to not get stuck in that scenario. And the double CS now. The triple it was. Double remains. Now looking for Panzer Fury, who just came off of reload, and he's going to be able to make his clip just about come, and now Hit and Run hiding behind those rocks with Mentos in crossfire have a pretty good position to play from. Can they find, for example, Monster though in the E50M? That's what Little is going for right now. Gives him one, gives him the second. Now going to together with Liberty. Good shot there with an EBR. Always good to pen a frontal E50M. Now they're going towards Franak and Cashback. Mov, you talked about it. They were able to edge themselves ahead against Hit and Run last time around, and it seems that in this round, yet again, this story is repeating itself. A clash happening, but Cashback seems to slowly but surely edge themselves ahead. I mean, Mental still has a lot of HP, but T-Sec, he's on reload.
Yeah, T-Sec is on reload, of course. That Batchat does have a fast reload with the ability active, so Squeezy isn't going to be able to kill T-Sec before he gets off of reload. The problem for T-Sec is that there's two guns in front of him. Liberty peeks out, takes one shot, goes down to just 311 HP, and now Mentos joining in that T100. He has all the HP remaining. He needs to try and keep T-Sec alive, but he doesn't have a large enough profile of tank to shield his teammate there. Now he's in a 1 versus 3, and the T100 does have a quick reload, but it doesn't have the greatest DPM of all time. Is he going to be able to find the kill on Squeezy, or can Squeezy put one more shot in? Mentos takes one from Liberty, and Squeezy finds it, and with all three tanks being a one-shot at the end of the round, Cashback win it out.
Cashback do win it out. What a round. Again, not only edging themselves ahead, absolute cracker, but a similar story as the finals of Season 1. Cashback do find just a slight edge, and Mentos there, you know, if he takes one less shot from Aka, he could have won that, but even then it would still be very hard for him against the EBR, against the CS behind the rock. He would have to find kills. So good stuff there from Cashback. They smell the overmatch, they go for it, and they make it work in a scenario where you didn't think that it would be happening.
Yeah, it didn't look too good for the Monster. In particular, in that E50M, was in a great position to start the round in crossfire in the E50M. He wasn't able to get picked off by Cashback early on, so they kind of just had to ignore him. And in the end, Monster doesn't actually do that much damage, only 3.5. It's T-Sec top of the board with 4k, but you can see the 50Bs, two of them at the bottom, DJ and Ketsai, only really able to get one clip off respectively. IZ made a curious play. I don't think that was the play. No, it wasn't the play, but it kind of looked okay in the moment because you thought, oh, he's going to create crossfire, but then
in the moment it's like, ooh, 16, 16, 16, it's Squeezy, my man. I think he was MVP last time around, or elected MVP if I'm not mistaken.
He was.
So this makes
more
sense. Yeah, this makes a lot more sense. So Cliff is first map picked by Hit and Run, Airfield then by Cashback. Ghost Town makes a lot of sense in this scenario. And Pilsen, the only real curious thing here, Mov?
Ensk.
Yeah, I was going to ask the Ensk ban. Cashback has played Ensk an entire season and now bans it against Hit and Run.
It is definitely a bizarre choice that they would go for to ban that map out. They banned Studzianki, which is one of Hit and Run's good win rate maps, but banning Ensk is definitely an oddity there in that pick and ban, but the rest of them definitely make a lot more sense than what we were shown previously. But all of these rounds, the first round, very, very close. Will that continue for the remainder?
That is a very, very good question. In Phase 1, Hit and Run beat Cashback. I think they were one of two teams to do so, right?
Yes, and the only other team that did beat Cashback during regular season was Mafia, but it was the last match of the regular season, so Cashback had no no vested interest in whether they won or lost that round. So you can kind of take that one with a pinch of salt. But it does show good signs for Hit and Run that they were the only team to win a match against Cashback when it was in the early season, right? So it still mattered a lot more to both teams.
Yeah, it was very, very, very early on. Phase 1, whole different thing. The match against Mafia didn't really matter anymore. The score for either team. But round 1, edged ahead by Cashback. Mov on Hit and Run's mapping, they really wanted to play Cliffs, so losing this 2-0 would be a disaster. They're going to try and avoid that by playing against Cashback's lineup, which is 6 bad shots and an RHM.
Yeah, that is a very, very old school lineup, something akin to WGL from back in the day. Hit and Run, however, is they're playing some musical chairs with their lineup a bit, so I have to wait and see what the final form is going to be. But they look like they've settled now. It's going to be double 277, a CS, 1 E50M, an STB, and double TVP. So STB. Not a tank that we've seen at all, really, in the regular season. Oh, look at this. All of them reversing at the start to dodge a plane, but there is no light tank from Hit and Run. Not that they would be able to know that, of course.
There is a CS63 from the side of Hit and Run. That's just taking the 2-line. He's very confused by not meeting anything. Liberty now going on the hill is going to keep going up. The TVPs do get there for some shots. 963 taken on Liberty. And the bad shots are about to find Mentos, who is just unaware altogether. This is Mentos down and out. He was just so confused. He didn't know what was happening. And now Hit and Run starting to cross over. But it's this little too late. They're spotted out as well. Liberty sees them. The whole team is pushing across, and already you can see Cashback gathering up. They might go push the 277s. No, they're just holding the corner. The 277s pushing from behind now. Panzer Fury and T-Sec pushing in. Some of the Cashback tanks seem to be going for that. Somebody staying behind, which is Little, who's clipping out. I said there as well, but the big strike hits home on towards those tanks from Hit and Run, pushing around the corner, and I said wants to keep Little a little bit alive, but he's going to ditch him now as well, and only now will Hit and Run find their second kill. But if we look at the situation that we find ourselves in, these bad shots coming off of reload over and over again. Barbarian Baby already in their 3rd reload, I think, at this moment in time, and Fanak in the STB has nothing to say, nothing to do except for explode as Cashback with this strategy completely tomfoolery all over Hit and Run.
They take them completely by surprise. Mentos had absolutely no idea what was going on until it was way too late in the round, and the Batchat DPM, after they pick up that first kill, it just keeps going. They just keep the advantage rolling. Insta reloads for all of the team, and of course Liberty crossfiring the entire game from the top of the hill. He was able to get presumably some quite good shots from up there.
Yeah, it's so weird. I don't know what Hit and Run expected that was happening. Maybe they thought they were, I think they were also confused because they didn't see anybody middle, they didn't see anybody 1-2, so where are they?
I think part of the problem, I'd love to know what the timing was of them peeking ramp in the beginning, because it didn't look like they had vision on any part. They didn't know whether they were pushing top side or bottom side.
Maybe they thought they were taking slower tanks towards the mid because they wouldn't have spotted that immediately.
Perhaps.
But
are we thinking that Mentos should perhaps be a little bit more aware?
Mentos should have spotted them crossing, actually. So
yeah. So are we thinking he should be a bit more aware of the possibility?
I just think that they had a moment where they completely forgot that this is a possibility, and as a result of that, they got surprised, completely surprised.
Yeah, it's one of those kind of pocket strategies, right, where they all reverse at the start, but because they're Batchats, the fact that they reverse at the start doesn't really matter that much because they're so quick anyway that they're right on time. Whether Hit and Run had a light tank or not could have potentially changed something here. Nice pen rates there from the Batchats of Cashback, but even if Hit and Run did have a light tank, for example, even if the plane didn't hit anything at the start because Cashback so deliberately avoided it, the light tank, if he goes middle to like crest the ramp, they would get info that there's nothing going mid, maybe like 5-10 seconds sooner, perhaps.
Well, that is Cliff gone. 2-0 for Cashback. Airfield next, which is their pick as well. Hit and Run wanted to play Cliff, and as a result of that, they're down 2 rounds.
Yep, it goes by in a flash, and not a great start for them. But of course, the luxury of being in a best of 9, there's quite a long way to go as we check out some player profiles here. Got You Baby having a 3.3 KD ratio, which is pretty banging. 85% pen rate, which is not the highest that we've seen, but playing pretty much exclusively Bachat and Cent AX. He has a very important role if and when he does play those Inspire tanks.
And he was in the lineup now in the Bachelor as well, so they're still rotating even in the finals. And then Jacek Ketsai, also a standout player for Hit and Run, plays everything, to be honest.
Jack of all trades, one might say. He's he likes playing the light tanks as well, but I think the longer the season has gone on, I feel like the more Mentos has started playing the lights.
Now, coming into Airfield, Moff, so far, are we satisfied with what we've seen from either team?
Well, at the moment, I would say it's par for the course. Like, I would say it's kind of going as I would have expected. Close round in the first one. Hit and Run definitely could have and perhaps should have won that one. But ultimately, Cashback just ahead again.
Yeah, it's also like just the issue is that it's 2-0 and it could be 3-0 very quickly on Airfield, coming with Cashbacks, double mouse, double T57, Bad AX, and RHM Panzerwagen.
Hit and Run bringing 1 E100 and IS-7. Triple T57 heavy, that's quite a bold choice. Then we've got 1 CS and Mentos once again playing the RHM Panzerwagen. So Hit and Run, we've seen this already, not on this map in particular, but we've seen them bringing a lot more T57 heavies in their lineups across all kinds of different maps. I feel like it's becoming more of the natural counter to tanks like the Foch B or the super heavies in the E100s.
See Mentos there with the light moving over. Liberty is not going to be challenged. They're actually pushing an IS-7 there, Moff.
Yeah, and the plane didn't catch him at the start, so Liberty actually missing a critical plane, which is meaning he's not going to spot Ketsai in that IS-7 until quite late. He does spot him out now, puts in a shot of damage, but Ketsai, for very obvious reasons, picks an IS-7. He has a lot of HP to move into that part of the map. He's not going to fully commit though, not at the moment at least. And now Cashback start to unfurl their plan. They're going to go into the cap with double T57 heavy, which can provide a lot of firepower for any tank that is unfortunate enough to have to block the cap from the side of Hit and Run. Hit and Run now taking control of the strike, but that gets blocked temporarily, so Monster is going to be a bit delayed with catching this, and that might become a problem.
It might. 12 seconds left now. There will have to be a body blow. Oh, no, there's a reset there on ice side by one of the tanks.
Strike,
Monster
though.
Gets striked indeed from the middle, and now this T57 is just waiting. I said has gotten reset before. Monster will not be taking it in time. Little getting pressured in the middle. 6 seconds left. DJ might need to block. Aka gets a shot though. Isa needs to shield for DJ. DJ will now block the cap. He's going to take some shots of damage for this. The T57s find Tsek, who felt like he needed to reset. And now Barbarian and Squeezy are going hunting on towards DJ. Is this worth it? Or they opt not to go for it because Little and Liberty, the double L's, give a big W for Cashback, finding that very first target of Tsek. And look at DJ's HP, not faring much better. And Squeezy Barbarian, I think they see Panzer Fury and the T57, found their next target, and are moving towards that also with those T57s.
You want to take a look at the minimap for just a second and see where Ketsai is in the IS-7? He pushed all the way through the B line, and he's now in B9. And there was a Batchat there who's now run away. Now Cashback pushing in here in towards a crossfire. I'm not sure this is the best play for them to be making right now, because Hit and Run are here and they have Monster in that T57. Frantic now has a clip loaded up and ready to go. I think Cashback just overcommit, jumped the gun a little bit in this situation. That's given Hit and Run away back into this round. Now Little crossing over in the scent. AX doesn't want to get focused out, so crosses over. Now Barbarian trying to put in some shots, but Monster finishes off another tank there, and he still has 2 shells to put into Barbarian.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Cashback find themselves in a bad position. Many things happening at the same time, but those Mouses pushing forward, getting clipped out by the T57s. Hit and Run say thank you as they turn it around all together. And sure, Cashback gets the first kills, but then all of a sudden they hit like this mental block, this mental wall, and are unable to execute properly, just running into the guns. And Hit and Run says thank you very much. We'll take that and bring it back to a 2-1 deficit for them still, but this round could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, it was quite strange to watch Ketsai in the IS-7. Absolutely just... He's always doing something peculiar, and he's managed to zoom all the way across the map in his IS-7. Turbo definitely going to be on that tank there, but it was a curious choice that he made to push all the way out into B0. I'm not entirely sure whether that's the best play, because I suppose if he tries to flank around the heavies immediately and support his teammates, then he just gets crossfired by, I believe it was a Batchat in that part of the map. So it was definitely not something you see every day, but quite smart thinking.
Yeah, it was a great round from both teams actually at the beginning. Cashback found that success initially on that very first target, which was T-Sec, but then all of a sudden things really went against them rather quickly, and the T-57s from Hit and Run and DJ are probably the reason why this appeared to be. Monster Frantic both hitting around the 5k mark, one above, one slightly below.
Yeah, perfect for them. But from Cashback, it was quite strange, and you can see what ends up costing them the round. Barbarian only doing 800 damage there in the T-57 Heavy, which is not particularly a good sign. But it was quite strange when they commit. They took that kill on T-Sec in the CS, got the opening kill, and that was relatively a free trade that they picked up there. Then you've got to consider that Ketsai in the IS-7 was totally out of the fight. So considering all of those factors, you kind of wonder why Cashback felt like they needed to push at all, because their positions were pretty solid.
Yeah, but Airfield goes the way of Hit and Run, and it's exactly what they need to get back in this match, Moff. You know, being 2-0 after Cliff, coming into Airfield, no better way to pick it up. The best part is, you know, winning a round where arguably you shouldn't lose, but they win it 2-1. A great opportunity to just forget about Cliff altogether by winning this round.
Yeah, they can plant their flag and sort of try to get into this match now, because if it had gone to 3-0, then we would have been very concerned for the remainder of this match, how it was going to go down. But now they Hit and Run have put a score on the board, they can sink their teeth into it.
It was interesting that they pushed the IS-7 across the B line though, but at the same time, he didn't take any damage.
No, and what was more surprising to me was the fact that Liberty didn't actually plane both the CS and the IS-7 at the start, but I suppose he might have been trying to do something tricky with where he was putting his plane, but in my experience, if you put it in the default location, you want to angle it slightly, I say angle, you want to place it slightly more towards the north as you drive away from where the diagonal spawn shape is. And normally that catches anyone that's trying to rush through the B line at the start.
Now all they had was like one shot from the RHM, I think.
Yeah,
that was it.
There was no one else set up to shoot it because they weren't spotted, so they didn't know that it was coming.
Well, Round number 2 of Airfield and Hit and Run is cooking. E100, quad T57 heavy, and double bat chat.
That is a lot of firepower for sure. Cashback, meanwhile, bringing an M5Y, double mouse, double T57, a 121B, and a bat chat. So still a fair bit of firepower, just going for the single shooters instead, opting for the one Inspire tank of the 121B. So Hit and Run going to be looking for an early pick in the round with so much clip potential.
Those 57s, they will be very, very hard to use. No light tank for Cashback either, so they will not know that there's T57s against them until they meet all 4 of them off.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll be surprised a little bit.
That's very true. And the mouse, may have a lot of health, but if he gets surprised, get ambushed by T57s, you can melt through those hit points there. M5Y of Little in a strong hold-down position. Pan's Fury gets spotted in the T57 heavy, though, which kind of gives away the game a little bit here, because now Cashback know that something is up. They know that Pan's Fury is not going to be here all by himself. Ketsai now poking out, has taken control of the B line and starts to put in some shots into the mouse. Isa taking more damage in that mouse as he tries to push forwards, but Hit and Run still with this sort of trap here with the T57s. When is it going to get spotted out? Baby now peeking in the bat chat behind, got a brawl in that 1v1.
Yeah, he's just trying to face off, but here comes the repressure against Little, T-Sec and Panzer Fury. Little backing off, but Little will not be backing off too far. He gets absolutely fully clipped out. He does survive on about 600 HP and the heal is done. The cap is indeed going up and up, 6 seconds left, but they're not opting to play it out from that point on. They're going to push through, leading the charge is Barbarian, and I said round number 2 pushing through. Can they find it? Liberty from behind as well. Mentos dropped low already, but I said's the first one down. Now they try to find Mentos. He's on reload, so now they need to find something because Little is dead in the middle. Baby's getting chased down. They gotta find these kills and they gotta find them quickly, as Squeezy is Amarak. That is a disaster for him. He probably will not be reloading anymore. Barbarian should find Monster in return though, and now Aka in that mouse looks to be very, very lonely.
Yeah, the HP is even, but the guns in the game for the side of Hit and Run are superior, and now Ketsai has a beautiful crossfire with the rest of his team and is able to put in a clip essentially for free in that bat chat. Now Frantic is going to join him and finish off that meal of a mouse over there on that side of the map. T-Sec is isolated by himself at the moment, but they should still have the advantage as DJ comes back in to support him along with Pan's Fury, and Baby gets deleted and removed from the round. Just 2 guns left from the side of Cashback, and DJ has far too much health for them to kill immediately, and the Batchats will come in to support.
And Hit and Run wipe away the 2-0 deficit on Airfield with these T57s. With all of that DPM, they find initial success on the M5Y, forcing Cashback into a push, able to do the damage as well, and continuing on with their DPM train the whole time. Good stuff there from Hit and Run. 2-2 coming out of the second map. We like to see that.
Yeah, it's fantastic for the state of play, right? It's going to be a competitive match, and both these teams bringing 2 points on the scoreboard. I was a little bit worried at the start of that round when Pan's Fury got spotted in his T57 heavy, because I just felt as though Cashback was going to sense that there was something up with that, but in the end, they were still able to find that M5Y and catch him out in the open, and I think that really turned the tide in that match, being able to clip out onto him for free.
Top damage there for Liberty. We can see those mouses and Squeezy struggling in this one, getting Amarak, not able to get anything else out. Liberty doing a good job there, but across the board from Hit and Run, good performances.
Yeah, and it doesn't even matter that those T57s are at the bottom of the scoreboard, because they have so many T57 heavies to go around and so much damage to output. And in the end, it's kind of the dream scenario that you have Ketsai in that bat chat coming in clutch at the end to deal the final bit of damage. 2 maps down, we've got 3 to go. Ghost Town, next one up.
Ghost Town. I would say that this is a Cashback favorite map, in my opinion.
That's definitely the vibe we got from last year, right? It was one of the many stronghold maps that Cashback had a hold of, and things have changed though in terms of meta on this map a little bit. We're getting a little bit more funky in terms of the kind of lineups that we're bringing. We've seen teams bringing no lights, and then completely on the other end of the spectrum, we've seen teams bringing triple light. So there's a lot of possibilities for how teams can play this map.
I think it was Cashback that initially was the team to bring something like 3 CSs and YOLO them straight onto the cap.
Actually, I think that was Hit and Run.
Was it?
I think
I thought it was Cashback with the CSs first.
I could be mistaken, but I think it's my brain is going there because it's kind of a hit and run thing to do as well. I think it was triple CS onto the cap supported by double 50B, whichever team it is. That's the sort of thing that we could be expecting in this match.
How many lights do we see from either team?
I think I feel Hit and Run like playing the EBR a lot though, and Mentos has been performing well on that. So I feel like Hit and Run might go for an RHM EBR combo. Nope. Never mind.
Cashback coming in with 1 light, triple bad, and I7 W100. Very normal.
Yeah, very, very standard lineup that we see a lot. Hit and Run bringing triple E100, 1 T57 heavy, double Batchat, and Mentos in that RHM. So both lineups are fairly balanced compared to what we normally see on this lineup. Both teams bringing a light, so they still want the vision control, and then balancing out with a couple of Batchats and some super heavies.
Only 1 light for either team, so they seem to be respecting the possibility of like fast plays, cap plays, etc.
Mentos going for the strike early on, which has become a very common play, and because he wasn't spotted at the start, Hit and Run knows that they essentially have field control for free, which means they can take the radar. Full information now available for the side of Hit and Run.
Taking over 1-2 line for the side of Cashback. Hit and Run do have all the info. Currently, Moff, look at Hit and Run already pressuring onto that cap altogether with those double E100s. They're very fast about this.
They are very quick about making their moves here, and Little is going to start capturing that strike. But of course, Mentos has the strike available, so if he wants to prevent him from taking that, then he can definitely do so. At the moment, it's only a double cap though, so Cashback should be able to peek and get the resets in. The question is what happens after that. Strike does come in, and I think that actually hit Baby and Little there.
Yeah, I think so.
7 seconds.
5
seconds.
Needs to be reset. Aka's
They're
gonna
both
have
on
to
reload.
Peek. Well, is anybody going to get it? Katsai coming in with the shield. Is it going to be capped out? 1 second left. As I said, find it. No, it's over. It's over.
My.
Hit and Run, steal it. But even if they didn't, I mean, look at the HP already up 4K. All of a sudden, Hit and Run hit the momentum in this match. Find another round. This time by Cap. Well played to Hit and Run, I must say. Beautiful stuff. 3-2 for Hit and Run. Up and over.
This is very, very strange at the moment. We've seen cap outs many times before, but Cashback being on the receiving end is definitely not something that you see every single day. And we were kind of casual about it as well, because I think both of us just expected that they were going to be able to get those resets because they were collecting that strike on the 1 line. I'm not really sure what happened there, if they even used the strike on the cap. And there was a timing where both the E100s peaked out and they both decided to shoot Katsai, but Katsai was the guy who literally just drove into the cap, so he had no cap points available, and they were both on reload, and the side of Cashback ended up doing really bugger all damage between them, and Hit and Run kind of just sneak one under their nose.
Yeah, I mean, it was a beautiful play from Hit and Run, though. Even the shield at the end there with the E100 was well done to make sure that the gap goes through. So from them, it was absolutely great. So good job to Hit and Run, 3-2. They're now all of a sudden in position to take a match point, Moff.
Yeah, it's been a quick turnaround. We were all doom and gloom after the 2-0 on the first map. It was looking like another match that was going to start to go the way of Cashback, but Hit and Run, they've turned it around, and they're actually in the lead at the moment, which is, especially after the first map, it seems kind of surprising.
Very surprising, no? Coming from 2-0, all of a sudden they're 3-2 and looking good, looking fine. I mean, they've been playing well as well, and especially this round, it was very quick, coordinated. Even Heiners onto the cap, put the pressure, reset 1-2 line. Cashback realizes we're in a whole world of trouble right now. We can't take the strike on the 2 line. We cannot take the strike on the 4 line. We cannot take any strikes whatsoever.
Yeah, I think that was one of those rounds where you kind of just lose it tactically based off of your opening, and Hit and Run definitely, well, you press full advantage there and won the round as quick as possible. And I think more importantly, in this particular round, that's almost certainly going to be the fastest round win, perhaps. I mean, I'm trying to think. The Cliff games obviously are always quite fast, but that cap pretty much came in immediately, so it probably is the fastest round.
So, all of a sudden, Hit and Run is 3-2. They're now in position to take match point. After this, Cashback need to reset, and Hit and Run have shown up to play today, Moff. They are giving it all towards the side of Cashback, showing that, hey, we're here, we're ready, come play with us.
Yeah, and it's a big advantage if you can win this first match of the day, not just because you don't have to immediately go into that lower bracket game without any delay, really, but you also don't have to leak any more of your kind of pocket strats that you might have available. Cashback going to be switching it up quite dramatically in terms of lineup. They're ditching the E100s altogether. Squeezy in the 50B, 1 IS7, double T57 heavy, a Bliska, and double Foch B.
Hit and Run, double Nighttime though. Double E50M, a 277, and double E100. So now Cashback has to use that 2-tank advantage to somehow find, for example, DJ and T-Sec, right?
Yes, they really do. And Hit and Run, depending on how the light tank planes go at the start, they could get full information here, but they actually end up spotting only 2. Because Ketsai holds on to his plane, he doesn't use it at the start, so despite the fact that they have double light tank, they really don't have a whole lot of information available. Twilight is making a very strange play, driving through the middle of the open in an IS-7 at the start of the match, and the Foch Bs are now spotted out as they charge through the center of town. The cap has been started from the side of Cashback as well, and Hit and Run is not in position right now. Barbarian just committing forwards now activates his ability. He looks to have potentially found T-Sec, who's trying to back up in that E100. Triple cap has now been started from the side of Cashback. Can they hit back with one of their own? Monster now rounding the corner as he knows he's got to get a reset here. It does come in, and now they have a good crossfire on the cap.
Aka in that Bliskavica is the first one to take most of the damage. They're starting to put some shots into Little, who's pushing around together with Liberty, evacuating the cap area. Aka there body blocking Monster in that 277. He has nothing to save him. Liberty comes in, finds the first kill, and now they're going to turn back around on those tanks in the middle. I said in the Foch B, needs to realize now that he's in a little bit of trouble. Aka with the Bliskavica looking for a shot, finds it as well against Franek, and I said is holding his ground, standing his ground even in the Foch B. He says, you want a piece of me? Come get a piece of me. And all of a sudden, Cashback show that they're not quite dead just yet. Hit and Run may have taken 3, but Cashback's here to play. Now chasing down Panzer Fury is everything. DJ though, with the body block against the double T57. Really good job by him in that E100, but that just means that all of Cashback turn their turrets, turn their guns, and say, you're gonna block, you're gonna die. And that leaves just 4 standing from Hit and Run. And I have this feeling, this weird feeling, that Panzer Fury is not escaping what's coming to him in that E50M. He opts to push into Liberty, but Aka still finds the shot, and Liberty will come off of a reload zone. And Cashback absolutely utilize the 2-tank advantage to the supreme maximum.
Yeah, and look at Squeezy just chasing down Mentos while on reload in that 50B. He might even finish it off with the ram. No, he doesn't quite get it. Liberty gets the snipe from the other side of the map, and now just the light tanks. Oh, it's just Franek left in that E50M on a one-shot. I'm not really sure where he ended up in this game. Went on a bit of an expedition through different parts of the map here, but it really did come down to the fact that Hit and Run didn't have the information available at the start, and sometimes that's just how it goes, right? Ketsai obviously wants to save his plane for something in particular, but if they both use their plane at the start and they put it to the left and one to the right, they would have got full info, and that would have given them a huge advantage.
Little trying to blind clip will not find success. Barbarian is going to spot out Franek, who's going to disappear to Little and Cashback, make it all even. No surprise in this match, it's going to go the distance. Pilsen may or may not be the difference maker between these two, but it's going to be 3-3 heading into it.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking forward to the next map of Pilsen, but that double light tank, it just goes to show sometimes you don't always need the RHM, you don't always need that light tank to give you the info and the map control that comes with it, of course, and we can say that that very much played a role in Cashback winning this round so convincingly, because when you've got double light tank, as good as the RHM is, it's still not up to standard compared to your regular combat tanks and can't output the damage. And to go along with that, Hit and Run have the problem that they had to go close. They were forced to go into the fight when really what they would want to do is play back, to play safe and just play for the map control, slow the game down as much as possible. But when your opponent plays for the cap and forces you to go close, you can't really do anything about it.
Yeah, the lights are forced to fight in this regard. Pilsen will be what's coming up next. And we saw Pilsen yesterday also between Hit and Run and Mafia, right? And Mafia and then W as well, I think.
I don't remember whether W versus Mafia played on it, but it was the first two rounds between Mafia and Hit and Run, and both games were absolute content. Oh no, sorry, no, I'm thinking of Studzianki. I'm going crazy, but yeah, you are right. You're correct.
Moff is losing it. The last day, he's losing it.
Mm-hmm.
It's because he realized his predictions are going to hell.
Yeah, that may be so. I think all of our predictions. You're still in.
Kian, me, and Phil are still in, buddy.
Well, I'll do my best to just forget about that for the time being, because we've still got this banger matchup between these two teams to come to its conclusion. I don't think we've seen Cashback play Pilsen too much, if memory is there.
I couldn't tell you. My advice would be to have good memory.
That would definitely be good advice. And I've just checked the stat sheet. I don't think they've actually played Pilsen at all in the entire season.
Who? Cashback?
Yeah.
Have they not? Not once?
It doesn't look like it, but I know, I'm surprised by that as well. Maybe something's wrong. Who knows? Maybe I am losing it. But that's what it says. That's what it says.
That would be interesting. So they've never played it, if we're trusting Moff. They've never played this the whole season. And now they're playing against the upper bracket finals against Hit and Run.
Yeah, Hit and Run, they've played it 6 times. They have a 50% win rate. So there is at least something to read into there. We know that they have dabbled in quite a bit of Fosh B spam, and that has been to their detriment on a couple of occasions. They also like to do this play with Mentos. We've seen it multiple times, aggressive EBR spotting run, but he doesn't look to be bringing that out today.
No, he's just opting for the regular light tank, for Cashback, and no light tank for Hit and Run. There again, going with these T57s, 3 of them double DPM medium behind it with E50M and 43, and then double Forge B. Now, this is a dead ball if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, you're bringing all of the DPM tanks. Well, you can't really include Foch in that, but the damage output in such a short space of time is truly monstrous. And Cashback, on the other hand, are bringing the light tank once again, but as we've seen before in the previous round, bringing the light tank doesn't always give you the advantage that you want it to.
Liberty spots
one
tank.
Oof. Again, the light tank.
He planed towards the
field.
The field, though,
So Cashback should be aware that there's not going to be too much going towards the field side
Franek
of the map.
Franek.
Yeah, Franek does make it in beforehand, but Liberty is there in the RHM, so he'll be prepared to deny Franek from taking that strike. Hit and run, now moving up in the city. Monster's going to take the strike in E1. Cashback, despite not actually spotting anything at the start, they should be aware that Hit and Run is playing mostly towards the city now, especially with the strike being taken, and those T-57s, they look very ominous right now. Franek is getting pushed on by Aka, so Aka actually opting to trade out with the 430U before they arrive.
Now they all get spotted in the T-57s, and Aka realizes what kind of trouble he's in. He explodes to the T-57s coming out of nowhere. Cashback seem perplexed right now what has happened. Baby's taking the strike. He will push Getsai, so they will find a kill there. But I said in a lot of trouble himself in that mouse around trying to get some support. But who is there for I said? It's a 430U and a T-57 by the looks of things that are holding the angle right now. Getsai will fall, but not before he does a little bit more damage to Liberty. Ooh, he actually misses that one, so that keeps Liberty decently healthy. That's very good there for the side of Cashback, having that light with a little bit of HP. But is it gonna matter? The strike comes in, hits for quite a lot as well. And these T-57s move and this Forge B potentially trying to do a little bit too much. Mental's now trying as well. He has a better angle though.
He does have a better angle, but he does also bounce a couple of shots, and the longer that Little can stay alive in this mouse, it's going to be playing into Cashback's favor. But again, Hit and Run, they have all of the combat tanks alive, so they still need to be looking for the fights here. Little will go down eventually, but the Mentos now peeking out to try and finish off the kill. He bounces his first shot. He bounces his second shot as well. He needs to pen the next one. He bounces 3 out of 4. And he bounces a full clip on that mouse. Little is still alive. Major skill issue there by the T-57 heavy player. And now DJ is going to have to finish off the kill. They do get it done eventually, but that was embarrassing.
That was indeed not very good for the side of Hit and Run. Those 4 misses could come to cost him. Barbarian and Squeezy now trying to play together, staying alive. Squeezy spots out T-Sec, but I don't think he will find an angle. Mentos is now coming close towards that corner, though. DJ is as well. They're looking for the kill onto the side of Cashback. Maybe still flanking, and now the 57s are just coming around the corner to find the Barbarian, to find the kill as well. I said out of position. Squeezy is dead as well. Liberty will be taking the strike, but it's a 3-on-6 mob. That strike might do a lot of damage, though. I said tanking from the top of the hill without ability activated. Now pops it, finds one. Can he find the second? He does put Panzer Fury down as well, and all of a sudden this is more than playable again for Cashback with that 1-2 combination of kills between Liberty and I said.
Yeah, Hit and Run looking to go for the killing blow there, and what ends up happening is Cashback have worked a way back into this match. They now have the HP advantage, and they definitely have the preferable tanks to play with in the late game of a round. Liberty finally gets an opportunity to do something in that light tank in the RHM. He is going to be very, very annoying for the side of Hit and Run. Franek realizes that he probably needs to back off from this position as Baby looks to spot. It looked like he was DC'd for a moment there, but just poking up to see if he can spot anything as both teams retreat back into their respective halves of the map and start to capture the points of interest.
Now you can see T-Second DJ trying to retreat in the T-57 in the Forge B. I said is currently Woo, and Liberty finds it, finds DJ. It's holding a very neat little angle, and he finds the kill as well through that gap. Really good stuff there from Liberty in that LT. Realizing the possibilities, finds a little bit of a kill for this. and now ISET already closing the distance. And yeah, they're trying to triple cap, but I think ISET will always make it back.
He might. There is a strike on Monster, though, which means that he could reset the strike being captured. Liberty is probably going to have to be the one to peek and get a reset, or IZ in that Fosh B may be forced to suicide as he drives into the cap and now blocks it out. But of course, Hit and Run are going to push into him immediately, but they don't have a lot of HP to work with here. Monster down to just 500 points of health. IZ is going to fall here, but the HP and the damage, does the strike connect from Baby? Does he opt to use it? He does pick up the kill on Monster. Now we're into a 2 versus 2 situation, and they know where Liberty was, but can they find him? Franek, it's going to be difficult to find that RHM when he's got low noise exhaust. Liberty's going to retreat into the corner of the map, and Franek will have no idea.
Liberty with the perfect timing again in that light tank. It's all those little things that add up. He finds a shot as well against Franek, who's now pushing towards it. But Baby, look at your C5 coordinates, is closing the distance, will protect Liberty from getting pushed, might even find some shots, and he has the backside of Franek. Finds one, now looking for the second. Doesn't connect that, however, but Liberty will put Franek in the grave, and Cash back in a crazy Pilsen round will basically win a 6-on-7 MOV, because that's the real Aka's impact on this round. It wasn't 0, but it wasn't far from it.
He got deleted so early on in the round, and the longer that game got stalled out, the more in favor of Cashback it was going to go, because we know how powerful the Batchat, we know how powerful the RHM are in those late games.
I said just about reached back in time to that position, like a D8 where he peaked to clip those T57s. If he wasn't there, they would have kept more one-shots alive, and it would be near impossible to win the game, even with a light.
Yeah, and I might question as well. I'm trying to think how Hit and Run could play that differently when they wanted to peek into Barbarian and go and finish off those kills, right? Perhaps they could have committed to, you know, in the D6 square, perhaps they could have committed to the building further beyond, and that would have shielded them from the light tank, from the Fosh B, and they wouldn't have had to take this additional damage from the crossfire.
Well, T6 about to take a strike. Ooh,
HE.
It's about to take an HE shot from Liberty to decide who will put Cash back on match point in this series. So Cashback turn it back around after winning the first 2, then losing 3, now winning 2 in a row again. Match point for them on Pilsen.
Yeah, both teams seem to be having a momentum streak in this match. They win a couple of games, then they lose 3 to Hit and Run, and then we get 2 going back in favor of Cashback, and what was a favorable position for Hit and Run has completely turned around here, and it's not really a surprise that the 3 remaining tanks from the side of Cashback end up dealing the most damage on the team. That RHM, the pen rate from Mentos there, that was really painful to watch. That's like everyone's nightmare of your worst possible scenario of what you dream of when you play a T57.
Yeah, I mean, I got still the 2K though.
Yeah, because he was peeking into Franek in the 430U. He started clipping into him before they actually killed him. So his life, well, while he went down and it looked great for Hit and Run, he was still able to do a fair bit of damage.
But it was a really surprise. I don't think they expected the 57s to come out of there the way they did. I think even Aka was very confused. It was very good that he did push on Franek, because it enabled him to do 2K damage, which we can tell at the end of the day, those 2K is the difference there. If he doesn't do those 2K, probably they don't end up winning that round either.
Yeah, and I think he probably realized when they started driving into the cap and they took the strike on the 1 line, he probably realized that most of them are going to be in the city, right? So there isn't going to be anyone actually covering Franek. So whether or not he knew that he was going to get pushed on in the center of the map, he realized that he could essentially have a 1v1 with that 430U, at least for about 10-20 seconds maybe. So that was, although going down early in the round, it just goes to show that whether you're the last left alive in the clutch or the first one to fall, every bit of damage you do does matter in the end.
So, do we think Moff Cashback is able to close it out, or are we going to a tiebreaker?
Oh, who knows? I don't know what you want me to say to that. It's like, yes, technically that could happen, but it could also not happen. And
how are you feeling about it?
I feel like Cashback have regained control, and now they're going to close it out, but that's just a vibe, you know? It's just a vibe. Especially after, like, how frustrating that round would be to lose from Hit and Run's perspective.
Yeah, because you just pick up a push B for free.
Yeah, you were in such a strong position, and you're just unable to close it out.
Cashback will try to put themselves in the grand finals with a double E100, double Batshot, double Fortuitu, and an RHM Panzerwagen.
Hit and Run bringing one E100, one Mouse, triple T57 Heavy. It's kind of trademarked by them at this point. Then we got T-Sec in the Foch B and Mentos in the RHM. So this time both teams bringing the light. Hit and Run, as mentioned already, rocking the T57 Heavy meta once more, but there's a lot of mediums on the side of Cashback.
It's a very rotational kind of setup against those T57s. Again, Hit and Run showing really that they love those T57s.
They really do. And as we always say, if they pen their shots, they're amazing. And if they don't, like the exhibition we saw in the last round, unfortunately, it's not the greatest tank in the world. But early map control being taken here from the side of Cashback as they look to take control of the field and the zero line. Hit and Run just kind of hanging about on the outside of the city for the time being. Strike being taken in E1 by the Foch B, similar to what we saw in the first round. Look at Frantic though.
Yeah. He's making an interesting play with that mouse, Moff indeed. Even getting a shot against Barbarian, and the triple T57 has the cap now. And who's going to be resetting this one?
That is a very good question indeed. The closest person right now is going to be IZ in that E100, but of course the problem is once he goes in to block the cap,
he's going to block.
He's going to block him before he even gets to the cap. Does he make it on time? He gets tracked, he gets held, he does manage to block it, but now he is going to get blown up by the triple T57 Heavy squad who roll in. Pan's Fury says, "It's your job now, boys. I've done my part," as he drives on through there. IZ does fall. He is the sacrificial lamb for his team, but the cap is still a problem here. 10 seconds left, and Cashback do have a strike available.
They find that strike on the field. Liberty's behind him as well. It is within 3k HP. It's playable. Ketsai abandons the cap though. Doesn't feel the possibility is there anymore. And now you can see Franek is starting to be in some trouble in that mouse. Little and Baby behind him, squeezing through the gap as well. They will find this mouse. The T57 starting to clip out. Little though finds a lot of damage in return for this mouse falling, who has not yet done it. Finally, Baby puts him down, but now Baby in trouble because he's getting clipped out by a monster. DJ is coming as well, and all of a sudden that 4 to the U, surrounded by the angles, surrounded by the guns, those white with hit and run tanks coming in, putting him down. At 4 to the U deleted. Little evacuated the AO rather quickly, but look at this Moff. Somehow during all of this, Cashback has clawed back the HP deficit. They're ahead again somehow every round. Yet again, they find the shots, they find the angles, and these T57s, they may have found Baby, but now they're finding a lot of trouble in return as they're just getting absolutely dominated by angles, by people. Little finding a shot as well from God knows where at this point. Barbarian now in trouble against Panzer Fury, but he has Liberty in support. And all of a sudden, when we look at it, Cashback's up in HP, a gun ahead as well. God knows how they're continuously doing these kind of battles, Moff.
Certainly, and it feels very much like deja vu right now as Hit and Run takes the early advantage by picking up a kill, but then Cashback once again are able to stall it out. T-Sec does set Barbarian on fire and finds that kill. That's very important, and again, hit and run, have less HP. T-Sec looks to push in his Foch B because that's all he knows how to do in that tank, the torpedo machine. He does find another kill on towards Aka, so picking up 2 kills there in his Foch B, very good, but now he's going to be in a bit of a tight spot as he starts to get farmed by Liberty. Monster.
He took another shot there. Liberty has a plane that'll strike him out. He
spotted.
I don't know who gave him a shot, but it's such a crucial shot because he's about to explode as well.
There's no strike.
The strike.
Oh, there is a strike.
There was one. They just picked it up on the field, and they even find DJ as well. 400 more damage there, and the hit and run dreams are falling apart yet again. It's just, how do they even get back? I mean, they killed a full E100 for free.
Yeah, but after that, the positions are just not there for the side of hit and run. You kind of wonder whether maybe they could have fallen back into the cap circle and tried to hold that one out, but Liberty now spots out T-Sec, and T-Sec, he kind of has to make this sort of play, right, because he needs to do something ridiculous in order to claw his way back into the round. He lets off a couple of blind shots. Liberty fires another shot. The crossfire is there. Baby from the back lines. That combination is actually Little in the bat chat this time who finds the kill. And the HP for Cashback once again has just 2 guns left, and there is no hope for hit and run to win this round.
Somehow Cashback, round and round again, edge themselves ahead. They do what no other team is really able to do on this level, just come back in those rounds, even with a 1-tank deficit. Now 2 rounds in a row where they really lost 8 teammates, rather for free, but it does not matter. They still win it, and Cashback is going to be your first confirmed finalist of the Onslaught Legends Series Season 2, and they're going to be waiting quite a while to see who they're going to face off later tonight.
And it's a huge advantage, right, to be able to lock yourself in to those finals, not just because you don't have to leak more strats, but also you get a nice break. And hit and run will not have that luxury. They're going to have to immediately go into this next match against W, which is a young and hungry team, which is more than prepared to take the fight to them.
For sure, W wants to, and they're in a position now that hit and run just lost, so they need a mental reset. W has a opportunity here to get to that potential grand final, but so does hit and run, of course. They're a great team. They've shown that this match, but these 2 rounds of Pilsen, just too hard for hit and run to convert. And Cashback, phenomenal team at converting these rounds, like doing so much damage that all of a sudden you're like, they were a gun down 3000 HP. They're now even on guns and up on HP, and hit and run lost.
Yep, and I think it just goes to
they
show.
had a light?
They did have a light. Mentos got deleted.
Light?
He was deleted in the beginning.
I have short-term memory loss.
I noticed that he died. I didn't know where he died, but he must have been caught somewhere in the field.
Yeah, because like I don't even remember him dying. We didn't see it, no?
No, we didn't see it. It was
okay, so
off-screen death.
So they didn't, like, this whole round I worked off the basis that hit and run killed the tank for free, but it seemed like Cashback also just got one for free.
Yeah, that's true.
Having Mentos there would be...
It would be a game changer.
It would be a 100%. 100%. He would be so annoying, pesky. He would also keep Liberty in check, who now did 4k damage. So, I'm not entirely sure where he died. But yeah, that's huge.
It makes a world of difference when you have that light tank alive. Even if he's a one-shot, it's still very, very important. But as it is, Cashback will lock themselves in to that grand final. Hit and run need to pick themselves up, dust themselves off, and now go into this lower bracket match against W. And they certainly have the experience in order to come back into this. And W, this is kind of unfamiliar territory for them.
Then again, they're probably very happy to be at least third as well, but they're hungry for more, Moff. If you were them, you can smell a doubling of the prize money ahead of you. I think it's doubling, right?
It goes from...
It's 50, 25, and 12.5, and 12.5, no?
Yeah. Let's go with that.
Yeah, something along that level, I think. But, you know, getting into the finals is, let's put it this way, simple, a very large increase in prize money. And then if you would win that, it's an even bigger increase. So, you know, it's always nice to get rewarded for all the effort you put in, right? So if you're W, you're very hungry now to take down Hit and Run. And it wouldn't be the first time they've done it either.
No, it definitely wouldn't, and it is a possibility, but Hit and Run is always going to be, I think, the initial favourites going into that matchup, but we will find out afterwards. We're going to go to some replays now, and next match we will have W against Hit and Run.
Onslaught Legends Series Season 2 is here. And you can make it truly special for participants and yourself. Boost the prize pool by predicting with team bundles. If your team wins, you can upgrade the included style to a shiny golden version. Contribute now.
Hello everyone and welcome back. It's me. I'm here now joined by Phil, the overlord of competitive. He is looking mighty fine in that suit. This is the lower bracket final. This is going to be the appetizer before the main course, before the NA finals and that grand final.
Yeah, and we are very much excited for this match. W had a great performance yesterday. I mean, W came into the whole playoffs as a big underdog, I would say. They had the second last day where they won against LTP and kind of pre-secured their 4th position in the leaderboard, and then the standings didn't change after the last day as W secured their win, and now they're a bit on a streak here, having won the last 4 matches against the teams first in the regular season and now yesterday against Mafia. I think it was a great match. And getting into a tiebreaker was like an extra treat. But so far, I think both the upper bracket and the lower bracket have been giving us a lot of great content, and I expect this to not be a one-sided match either.
Yeah, pretty much every game so far in this playoffs has been a close affair, and W, with the upset yesterday, managing to beat out Mafia, who were one of the teams that you thought were in that kind of top 3 bracket between them, Hit and Run, and Cashback just ahead. But W making their first appearance in the playoffs. They won yesterday. Can they make the full Cinderella story run through that lower bracket? They're going to be up against a very fierce opponent in the Purple Dragon, Hit and Run, who they may be a little bit wounded. They just came off of a defeat against Cashback, which was kind of brutal, the way they lost it. 2 very close rounds that kind of spiraled out of control on Pilsen.
Yeah, but you know how it is with wounded animals that are pushed against the back. Now there's only one way for Hit and Run. And with all the confidence on the faces of Jackifer and his crew, we'll have to see if that's enough to, well, tame the dragon and make it to the final.
Yeah, certainly. And W, they've shown some great form in recent times. Like you said, they won probably their last 4 matches in a row, which is fantastic for them. Key said yesterday, which something I wanted to push back on, which was the mental aspect of W and whether they have the ability to go for it. And I think that's something that's kind of unfairly been tagged onto international lineups going through like years of World of Tanks history with the competitive scene. These guys are not, it's not all the same players that played in those international lineups that never managed to put a dent in the Polish domination. The only person who's really had the longevity in that is Jackifer. These are all young guns. These guys are new, they're fresh, they haven't experienced so much heartbreak in their World of Tanks careers. Hit and Run definitely going to be the firm favorites, at least the history would say so. They've got a lot of experience in their ranks, but can W cause the upset?
Yeah, you can see a mix of youngsters and veterans here in Hit and Run, but all of them will have to stand up against the one and only Jackifer. Nearly 2 kills per death. And yeah, he's known for his experience in the farming tanks. Centurion, Griller, we have seen him in the Udas furthermore at the, like I would say like more towards the beginning, but the 121B, which has become quite popular now, especially with all the E100 and Mouse, the 350 heat pen is definitely doing a good job. Definitely thanks to get a lot of damage in.
Yeah, for sure. I think the 1-to-1B has become far more popular on maps like Ensk just because of the lower profile nature of the tank, and the 350 heat is really amazing for penning those German super heavies, which have become a lot more popular since the Juggernaut TD ability nerf. And like I said, Jackifer is really, while not being that old, he's not a boomer, but he is really one of the old heads in this team, right? When you think about the relative experience that everyone else has got, they brought in guys like Eos, like Splatty. These guys have never really played that much competitive before until now, so we're kind of in uncharted waters. We don't really know what we're going to get. One thing I do want to say, though, is W, throughout the season, the regular season, they have brought a lot of innovative strategies to the table. They've brought a lot of cool ideas. What I find interesting is when those ideas don't go out exactly as planned, sometimes the game kind of falls apart for them. And Hit and Run, we know that they're very good at forcing you into these awkward situations where it's just a complete frenzy, a complete brawl. And I'm wondering if W's initial game plans don't go the way they want, can they hang it out with a team like Hit and Run?
Yeah, and it looks like we are ready to take a look at the map pick and bans. W starting off with a ban on Studzianki, followed up by Airfield, which was one of the maps where I felt Hit and Run was quite decent. But you mentioned the creativity of W, and I think they had this innovation with a double for 30U in the north, which punished any kind of repush onto the upper arty strike. And then Himmelsdorf, a map that we have not seen a lot in the second half of the season, so I'm very hyped to see that. We will follow up on Cliff. And the second half is more maps that we have seen quite a lot. Ensk is very popular, and Murovanka we have seen as well. Ghost Town, we saw it earlier as our tiebreaker. How do you judge the teams on the individual maps?
I think you're right, though, that Himmelsdorf has not actually been played as much as we might have expected. I think that could also just be due to the fact that the map is new, so no one really feels super comfortable on it. And we've seen a lot of cap plays, a lot of embarrassing rounds where teams end up getting capped out. But W picking into it today, that could play to their advantage because we know they like to cook up some creative ideas. And Himmelsdorf, having not seen too much action, they could look for an early surprise here in this match against Hit and Run. Cliff being picked by Hit and Run, that's no surprise. Like we said, they thrive in the chaos and the communication there, and they'll be looking to get an edge on that particular map. Similar story with Ensk, really. So I think both of the teams' map picks are kind of like leaning into their specific skill sets.
Yeah. But in the end, I think we have seen that often map pick doesn't necessarily favor the team that starts on that map. So we had Hit and Run losing 0-2 on their map pick in the Cashback game, and then Cashback following up with the same 0-2 on their map pick. 70-30 for Hit and Run, I think that is fairly fair. I think most of us voted for something like a 4 or 5-3 in favor of Hit and Run. I think Hit and Run has shown a lots of high highs, but especially this season, they dropped a bunch of matches or rounds on teams where, yeah, the community wouldn't have expected them to do so, especially against Darkside.
Yeah, certainly. We keep bringing it up. Darkside were really always their bogey team, but they are not here now. They can't hurt them. They can't hurt them anymore. But it's a similar vibe for both seasons. Both seasons of the OLS for Hit and Run, they're kind of a flaky team. They're very good, but they also have these bizarre games where they kind of just end up losing. I agree. I think the predictions from the community are pretty fair. There's a lot of credit in the bank from Hit and Run, from past wins, from past results. Phase 1 score on the board, though. W, all the way back a couple weeks ago, actually took the win.
Yeah, and Hit and Run overall having quite a mediocre, let's call it mediocre, first phase. They ended up dropping a bunch of rounds. I think they started like 2-2 or something like that, and then slowly got the ball rolling. But I have to say, in the end, with those Polish teams, Hit and Run and Invil always end up on top. So betting against the house is usually not recommended.
No, and you're definitely right when you say that. Hit and Run It's not how you start, it's how you finish. So that phase 1 score, no one's going to remember that if W doesn't manage to conquer them in this particular matchup here. It's an irrelevant score. Certainly now, you got to live in the present of the match that you're currently playing. Teams just about getting ready to go into this one. Of course, they had to do the pick and ban on the fly. Normally we have the pick and bans for every matchup pre-prepared before the stream goes live, but because they've immediately got to go into this lower bracket fight, the teams just had to get that one done, so they needed a little bit more time to get prepared.
Yeah, we just jumped into the battle, so people are switching their tanks now, getting ready. And I'm wondering, Himmelsdorf, we have seen yesterday Hit and Run playing like 3 E5s on Ghost Town. There we are. If Hit and Run will bring back those E5s, because sure, the, what is it called, Bounty Hunter
yes.
ability might be not very suitable for competitive, as you want to shoot the same target until it is out and focus your fire onto the same vehicle. But with an E5 that often takes like central position and maybe dishes out left, right, center, you can get your 3 or maybe even 4 stacks and boost your DPM significantly.
Yeah, I think that's actually a very good point that you bring up, and not something that we've thought about too much, is that in competitive matches you want to focus fire, and obviously the E5 ability needs to shoot different tanks to really get any kind of value out of it. But if the E5 is playing those anchor positions and sort of playing your head on a swivel, then you can shoot various different targets. Aggression here from Hit and Run, committing very heavily towards the 1-2 line, committing triple Foch B. They've got double E5 that's presumably going to go into the cap. Of course, W, we didn't mention, they're playing with a light tank here. They've got Klurf on top of the hill.
Yeah, the lineup, we can quickly take a look at it. Another tank that we have not seen a lot recently is the Bryskawice, the Polish tank destroyer with a nerf of the ability, and you no longer have those heavy push lineups. Tarksy taking a lot of damage. I thought he would maybe take like 2 or 3, but the Foch B made quick work of him. 2 shot now, 1 more shot needed. Mentos fluffs the shot from what it seems like, or maybe put it into someone else in the back. But very good initial trades here for Hit and Run. Hit and Run now up 2.5 KHP. They still have control over the cap circle. There's the E2-3 Foch B that takes the strike. So they will even out the control over the points of interest, and good start for the team in blue here.
It's a fantastic start for Hit and Run, albeit Tarks is somehow still alive. He's very lucky, in my opinion, to still be in this game just on 135 health, but there he goes. The strike comes in. Not really a surprise there, only being on 100 hit points. So W, it's not a great start for them. They're going to have to play with 1 gun down as they look to move in. Hit and Run are very much trenched up in this sort of northern corner of the map. Itox needs to be careful here that he doesn't overcommit, or Tsek will be chomping at the bit to clip him in that Foch B.
Now we can see the light tank replaning here, the small group of individual tanks. We have always like 3 or 4 of them getting spotted by the plane as they're fairly close to each other. But you mentioned it earlier, the gun advantage is on the side of Hit and Run, and if you have to accommodate for the light tank, that especially on this distance with only the, what is it, 270 pen? Or how much pen does the heat of the RHM have?
I believe it's either 270 or 280. I really should know this. I've played a lot of RHM, but...
So yeah, you have no drop, obviously, with heat ammunition, but it's not that great to penetrate, like, E5 turrets when they're moving and stuff like this. So we'll have to see how this turns out. W taking another strike, obviously the 6-7 line firmly under control of W. Mentos takes another shot here, maybe not 100% necessary, but he is important to provide information about the B line, so if any approach is coming from there, Hit and Run will be well informed. And you can see on A2 there's a Foch B as well for the crossfire, so they are definitely prepared for that angle.
Yeah, and I think something we should mention is from Hit and Run's point of view, they've just picked up a kill on towards Tarks, and technically the draw rules, if it is a stalemate, Hit and Run are winning the game right now. And when you consider the fact that W is playing with a light tank, Hit and Run not only have an HP lead, they also have a gun lead and firepower because the light tank can't really affect the game right now, especially with the position that he's occupying on top of the hill. Hit and Run, they aren't exposing themselves to that light tank. They're not giving him an opportunity to kind of work his way into the game. So if things stay as they are, Hit and Run doesn't really have any incentive or obligation to actually do anything.
I mean, in a way, they did their due for now, and you can see Clerf trying to get some additional information. So Pun's Fury on the rotation will definitely be spotted if they want to use the spotting tower. But yeah, Hit and Run retreated a tiny bit. You can see the V4 of Mentos now back on A2, where initially the Foch was, and the E5s would be kind of like the first point of impact for any incoming W forces. But I guess we will see a bit of a war of nutrition here. A couple of RT strikes have been picked up. You can see it on the bottom right or left side of the individual player panel. So Frugo has a strike, Jackifer has a strike, and Tsek will pick up one to be the second player in his roster alongside of Pun's Fury. And I think right now they're basically figuring out which way will W come, because as you mentioned, the ball is in their court and it's on them to make a move.
Yeah, and if you look at Hit and Run's position, DJ is spotting the banana right now, so he's going to see any approach that comes from there. They've got Tsek in the south in the Foch B. He's going to be spotting any push through the south. Mentos holding the north in that 268. And I think the Foch Bs of Tsek and Monster is actually Pan's Fury holding the south. Both of them are just going to be a rotational force, so they'll just react to wherever W puts pressure, and they will go to that and fight them. Franek takes a shot from Itox in the mouse, so that's a trade that's marginally in favor of W. Radar now again being taken. I think that's the one major advantage. The one advantage that W does have at the moment is that they have total information on what Hit and Run is doing and where they are sitting. But even if you know where they are, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be able to break this down.
No. I mean, you were mentioning that the trade went in favor of W. You can see that while the mouse took a shot, obviously Itox still very healthy. And if it comes to a couple of further trades, then Franek is very close to being the first one on the chopping board. Keep in mind the E5 put, I think, at least 2 different target shots already in when they initially pushed on Tarks, and now for sure one on Itox, so he'll be able to get a bit of additional HP, but he's already above the margin of 800, so the strikes are not necessarily...
And Frugo making a play.
Missing each other. But yeah, DJ Wheat now in a bit of trouble. He is the one being tagged by Frugo. Frugo has a big clip. 2 strikes, 3 strikes immediately coming in. Lots of damage there coming into Itox, who kind of blocks Frugo actually. Frugo now also activated his ability. He's healing up. One more shot. Now Monster drops him. Hit and Run now 3k HP up. Hit and Run picking up another kill. 4 against 6 guns. And in the meantime, Franek is being attacked by Ihos. Jackifer also dropping to a one-shot. Tries to track Pun's Fury around the corner. But Pun's Fury picks up the next kill. W down to 3k HP now. And Brainback and Ihos are in a heap of trouble.
They are more than in a bit of trouble. This game is done. You can forget about this first round because W, they will not have anything further to say in this one. Hit and Run have significantly more guns in the game and a much better HP lead. It's just Brainbreaker and Clerf left, and Clerf obviously still unable to really do anything, just sitting on top of that hill in the RHM. I think there was a point there where W were kind of rallying a bit because they did some good trades, they put some good targeted strikes on towards Franek, for example, but as soon as W started to close distance, Hit and Run knew there were gaps across the map because they didn't have the guns to cover all the positions, so they were able to get the flanks in, and they ended up killing DJ, but pretty much sacrificed the entire rest of their team to achieve that. Clerf now just gonna stall it out for a little bit of time, but
Yeah,
can't say
Glove
it
is
really.
actually even out of heat. Like I just checked, and he only has APCR and HE left, so maybe he was trying to get some shots on the distance. But with 10 seconds left now on the cap, Panzfury will provide another radio. Maybe they will be able to put another salvo of strikes in here. First one hits. And I guess that's it. That's the end of the game. Hit and Run take their first point. I would say maybe not looking very convincing, but a very controlled way of approach. They took their initial aggression directly into W's face, picked up a tank, even though with a bit of struggle. And then when they had the advantage, held their position and were able to transition that into a first victory.
Yeah, I'd say, you can't really ask for much more in terms of dominant display in the first round here. I think, like I said before the match, W, if their opening gambit or if their opening strategy idea doesn't really go to plan, then puts himself in a bit of trouble, and it definitely didn't go to plan at the start because Tarks was their main anchor tank in that E100, and he went down basically for free, and after that point becomes quite a big problem for W to get back into the match. Tarks did bounce 1600 damage as he fell back into position, but in the end that didn't make one bit of difference because he just fell to the strike, and Klurf actually did 4.8k in the RHM, so he was farming, but unfortunately his team was already a gun down. And
I mean, Klurf actually did all the damage without any strikes, so he was basically the whole game sitting there trying to put in damage. And yeah, in the end it wasn't enough, but good stuff for him.
Yeah, and try as he might, the whole time he's farming his team, he's kind of baiting his teammates, right? They're all just dying in the middle of the map, so while the damage individually looks good, it doesn't really make one bit of difference to the end result there. But the result is Hit and Run. They take the first round on Himmelsdorf, W's map pick, and that was a bit of a slow start, or a false start, one might say, to this lower bracket match. W not really able to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, we can kind of give Klurf the praise for the fact that he ended up dealing nearly 5k damage without having this like last STRV or Grille in the end situation where you get like a couple of shots for free when it doesn't matter. So he was not able to get anything in the end, but yeah, he contributed, I think, mostly towards the pushes onto DJ and maybe some shots to block when the rotations came in, but as you have said, like, he wasn't able to share a lot of HP, and the DPM was just not significant enough to survive this fighting without the additional vehicle to spare some HP, to maybe tank some or block some shots.
Oh, and our predictions here, the Killzor going for the 5-3 W. He is a believer right now. I think us three, the logic in our heads is kind of saying, no, surely Hit and Run will come out on top. I went with tiebreaker, so I gave W a couple more rounds there. I think it's going to be close in the end, but there's still a long way to go before we get there.
Didn't you go for a tiebreak in the first match as well?
No, I went 5-2 for cashback. You guys went 5-3 and ended up winning that.
No, so the standings and the caster predictions definitely something you will have to.
No, it's done.
Reconsider.
I don't think it's possible for me to catch you, sir. I think you're out of reach. I think I shot myself in the foot early on, and then in my hopes to claw it back, I wasn't able to do so. But enough of that. Round number 2, W looking to clap back if they can. They're going to bring quad T57 heavy, a Sente X, a Bliskowitzer, and Itox in a Foch B.
But those Foch Bs are pretty good against T57s, no? Because you basically have this 5-second time frame where the 4 Foch Bs and obviously 3 T57s on hit side as well will be able to kind of soak up some damage of the T57s and then retreat, because the T57 will not be able to eliminate a full Foch. And if it's not like two 257s that just completely annihilate one, there's definitely a lot of potential for Hit and Run to get some HP back.
Yeah, but look at W. Both teams actually both teams going aggressive towards the center of the map. The Foch Bees from Hit and Run are a little bit out of the game right now. They need to get into this fight because it's already kicked off, and W look to have found the early advantage here. The Foch Bees are now coming in. W's going to have to back off.
Yeah, good stuff here, and Hit and Run already down 3k HP, but now the Foch Bees are in the game. Itox has clipped out. He has one more shot left, and as I mentioned, like, the Foch Bees very effective against the T-57s. Now the wave of blue tanks has arrived, and a couple of extra T-57 pickups there. You can see W with 5 tanks in the game, and Hit and Run still with 4. Foch Bees are still fairly healthy, but the moment they have to reload, the T-57s will definitely let their DPM work against them.
Yeah, the T-57's going to be coming off of reload, and got to keep in mind as well, this whole time, Jakifa in the Sente X has been able to shoot and inspire his whole team, and that early advantage that W took in the round, the Foch Bees were just a little bit out of the game for the side of Hit and Run, and W were able to hammer home that early advantage that they took, and they can forget all about the horror show that was the first round.
Yeah, I mean, Mentor's padding his stats a little bit here still, trading it out, but he knows, and so does T-Sec, that this is a 1-1. And Himmelsdorf as our first map, yeah, going in favor of neither of the teams. Pretty good stuff, and I have to say, 2 very different rounds considering that we just played like a 9.5 minute Himmelsdorf game before.
Yeah, polar opposites really. We went from almost a 10-minute draw to probably one of the fastest rounds that we're going to see in the entire day. And that is key as well, because W winning that round, I think that was probably like a 2-minute round, maybe
1:57.
even... Yeah, 1 minute and 57. So that's going to be hard to beat for either team, really. So if this does end up going to tiebreaker, you can pretty much already say you've got that in your back pocket. Jakifa doing good pen rate, pretty much good pen rate across the board, as you would expect from the quality of players in the OLS, and with T-57s shooting heat against Foch Bees and other T-57s, they're not exactly tanks that have a lot of armor.
Yeah, and you can see multiple of the Foch Bees here, like Monster was able to give 1 clip, Franek was able to give 1 clip, and sure, like, you have the potential to heal back, but seems like that was not really working out for them. And I have to say, the focus fire was also very good. We saw DJ being separated immediately, then the flank coming in with a double Foch Bees. Himmelsdorf is done and dusted. You can see Cliff is next on the chopping board, and I'm very excited to have some tank-on-tank action here, because the second round of Himmelsdorf is definitely teasing us a bit on what is hopefully now to come on Cliff.
Yeah, it's not going to get much faster than that. That first round of Himmels just drives straight through the middle of the map. I'm curious to see if Hit and Run have learned their lesson from what we saw with the cashback backing off with all of those bad chats and dodging the plane at the start. They should be much wiser and more aware of the possibility of something like that happening, but we'll see what W have. See if you can actually read anything into what the previous match delivered.
Yeah, I mean, the initial excitement of both of the teams should hopefully have been settling now as well. You know, that's like getting into the game and like the initial nervousness. So now I hope that both teams are ready and prepared. You can see the phase 2 scores after Hit and Run had a bit of a tough first round. They won 4-2 against W. But I think both of the teams will not get impacted by previous results. They're here to play. This is a best of 9, so you can definitely convince everyone that you're the better team by taking a victory here.
Certainly, and you know, we always say the longer a series is, the more quality from the better team will shine through in the end. Like these best of 7s, these best of 5s, you can never read too much into them because the series just aren't as long. But best of 9s and of course best of 11 going to be in the grand final. Those really are where your heroes are made, right? You have to have a strong map pool throughout, and you can't really fluke your way to winning 6 rounds or 5 rounds.
Yeah, tell that to our friends from Storm, right? We had a couple of those situations during WCI where we thought the matches were already over. Like, I remember Dopamine being up 3-0 against Hit and Run and then losing in the tiebreaker. Dopamine being up, I think, 5-2 against... no, not Dopamine. Storm being up 5-2 against Hit and Run. And again, Hit and Run crawling it back 6-5 in the tiebreaker. Yeah, we are loading into the first round of Cliff, and I have to say, I hope we'll see some cool innovation. We have seen a ton of cool stuff. We have seen double griller, we have seen 6-7 Batchets, we have seen tanks like BZ55s through the middle, we have seen FVTDs. Looks like we'll have TVP E50M with the 13105 for W, double T57, a mouse, and a BZ. I mean, that's definitely innovation.
You could say that again. 13105 brings a lot of culture to this lineup, and you'd almost think that they weren't playing on Cliff. I'm almost shocked that they're not actually switching over to different tanks late in the game, but at the moment it looks like they genuinely are bringing a mouse double T57 to a map.
The
like
game has started.
Cliff.
I mean, very interesting.
It's very, very, very strange. Hit and Run, on the other hand, though, they're very, very light and mobile. They've got double 50B, double CS being pushed as well, double Fosh B, and then a TVP. They are spotted pushing through the one line at the start by Clerv's plane in that 13105, so they will know what is up. He gets a replane as well. That's a good job there. That's going to allow his team to put in a couple of shots. Mentos taking not an insignificant amount of damage.
Yeah, so now we could see, maybe for the viewers that haven't exactly seen what happened, the 13105 is able to reload a full clip of 3 shots and 390 alpha, obviously, by the time the tanks cross through. So you basically deal roughly 1.2k damage. Chikafar actually taking one from, I think, Ketsai. And maybe that's what they thought would be the advantage of having 13105 over other tanks like the T100 or the RHM.
Here comes the
now
push,
the
though.
re-push is coming, and there is definitely some crossfire. Pan's Fury a bit an awkward spot, and I guess he decides to not return. There's not a lot of hull on capacity, and I have to say T-Sec might have activated his ability a bit early because he's already healing without having any damage taken. The replane is coming in, and so far the trades are going pretty good in the favor of W.
Yeah, they certainly are. The problem for Hit and Run right now is their lineup is very, very squishy, so they don't have anyone to play hold down to farm those guys from W on the lower side of the map. And now Pan's Fury is caught in a complete crossfire as Frugo blocks him off. You are not running away from this situation. He even ignores him and elects to try and focus out Ketsai in that CS. Monster now flanking Brainbreaker. A bit of a surprise there as he comes back in from behind. He might pick up this kill before he goes down and pops his ability at a good time. Can he get back around the corner and start the healing cycle? It looks to be so, but again, the HP lead that W took in the early stages there, the trades were all in their favor, so they have a huge advantage right now. They can just back off and reset the playing field.
Yeah, it reminds me actually a bit on the round that Hit and Run played with a heavier setup. You remember LTP came in with, I think, double Gorilla 15, and then Hit and Run was playing with like a 60 TP and a much heavier setup. So sometimes those like quick brawl all-in tanks like a TVP will just not be able to have a great time if you have to face off against, you mentioned it, hull on capacities or tanks like the...
Oh, the strike.
Ooh, good stuff here.
They do find the kill, Franek.
Picked up a kill, so we are back to 5 versus 5 tanks. We don't have to forget the cap circle. There is no strike available. I think the Aya strike was already... No, he just picked up a new one, right? So I guess there's 1 strike available now. And... good dodge, I guess, by T-Sec on Monster, who drove around the corner at the same time that Itox arrived. But yeah, the kill was picked up. W now down again, but there's just not enough reinforcements here for the one-shot 50B of Mentos and the TVP without any armor having to face off against the T57.
Yeah, but we should mention a lot of the HP from W is on that mouse of Itox, which is not the greatest tank to have in these endgame situations. Can Eels get safe from this situation? He finds the kill on towards that TVP, but he needs to make sure that he stays alive here, because he is the most important tank for W. He's the only one that has any kind of mobility or flexibility here. A strike is on Mentos right now, which means that Hit and Run can reset the cap. Monster now pushing forwards, pops his ability. Tarks is there in his T-57. The shots start to come in, but they're not going to be able to kill him before he starts the healing process. So Monster is going to stay alive here and probably end up getting a full clip in his Foch B. The crossfire comes in, but Eos finds the kill on Mentos, which is very, very important. Crossfire now removed for Hit and Run. So W, it got a little bit scary there at one moment, especially when Curve fell. But in the end, this unique strategy by bringing a mouse to Cliff ends up working.
Yeah, and I have to say I'm a bit disappointed by the decision-making of Mentos there, because you remember he picked up the strike at E8 behind the lighthouse, and he was basically sitting in his 50B as a one-shot. And I understand that he was holding the strike because the cap was going on. 2 people in the cap, you can double the damage. But the moment that Monster provided the decaps, why didn't he just strike the E50M?
Potentially that
like
is
380 damage remaining, or HP in that case, from the E50M.
I could be mistaken, but I think Eos had 471 HP. I'm not 100% certain, but I think actually you might be right, because so the mini strike came in that made him a one-shot.
Exactly.
Yes, yeah. The mini strike came in, which made him a one-shot. Then he could have striked him instead of actually peeking to get the kill. I think from Mentos' point of view, he wants to pick up the kill on Eos without having to use the strike, so then he can use it on the middle of the map on the double heavy tank. But that was a very, very cool round to see there. The mouse, the way it all played out for W, it was like at least in the beginning, it was almost perfect. I mean, it was a little bit scuffed along the way. They lost a couple tanks that they probably shouldn't have, but in the end, it worked out. And Hit and Run, they kind of paid the price for having such a paper lineup, because if they had any kind of armor on their team, or any tanks that could actually play hold-down, they could have absolutely farmed in that situation when W were trying to repush.
Yeah, and I have to say I'm a bit like wondering why Hit and Run decided to contest this initial repush. I mean, you saw Mentos in the 50B took like 1,500 damage. Tisek came in even using the ability to get there in time, and then just not being able to really impact the mouse driving into it. And then they just ended up with like 4.5k HP deficit. If they just let them come, build up some crossfires, there's some decent positions that you can try to utilize your Foch Bs from. You don't necessarily have to get yourself forced into some hull down mouse versus E50 mouse and E50M against TVP and Foch B fight.
Yeah, you may be right, but I think what we should mention, or we could say, is a lot of the time when you make your decisions, you make it based off of experience and understanding. And because what W did is just it's so strange, it's so unlike anything that we've seen before to be played on Cliff. So it's kind of hard to know how to react to something that you've not ever really played against.
That's definitely something. I mean, Mouse is a new tank on the list of vehicles that we have seen on Cliff. And maybe we'll see some other stuff. We have definitely one of the more innovative teams with W here. And I'm happy that it's working out for them, because I know how much time all those guys are putting into it, how much training and work they're having in their pocket. So them finding success here, especially already yesterday with a big victory, is definitely something that that shows how much passion they have for the game.
Lineups for round number 2 on Cliff this time. W bringing double BZ, an M5Y, 1 CS, double TVP, and an RHM.
I mean, I guess they asked Brainbreaker how much hull-down he wanted, and he said yes, ending up in the M5Y. I think we had a couple of players, for instance, Got You Baby, who decided to play STB on the ramp, but it didn't really felt like it made a good impact. The alpha was just not strong enough. You can barely peek against the other tanks without like exposing your turret, which in the end can be penetrated by good players. Good spotting plane coming out by Clerf, finding a respot as well. Ketsai there now approaching the ramp. I don't think there's a lot of sniping onto him happening. He will not lose a lot of HP. Yep, one shot of HP taken. Good stuff there by Itox paying attention. And Clerf taking 1,000 damage there. Another salvo from the Batchets coming in, and Clerf ending up on a potential 2 shots here for Ketsai.
Yeah, Ketsai now realizes that he can just overpeak in this situation.
Good
There's
HE
no
penetration as well.
There's no one in the back lines for Clerf to cover him from this Ketsai. In the CS63, the plane comes out and he keeps him respotted, but, you know, he's going to have to drop here, and he realizes that he needs to in order to survive, but the brawl is occurring elsewhere on the map. They find the kill on Clerf, and Brainbreaker taking significant damage in crossfire. The Batchats from the Donut and Franek on top of the ramp in the BZ. The HP significantly in favor of the side of Hit and Run now, and Ketsai is providing amazing crossfire on these tanks in the middle of the map. This game is basically over already before it even begun. Itox now getting rammed by Franek, rocket boosting into him. He's unable to turn his tank because his boosters are still active, but it's not going to matter. He's got plenty of teammates to help him find that kill, and W find themselves in terrible positions. They have absolutely no map control, no guns, and no HP left in this round. They lost this one purely on opening.
Yeah, and you can see Ios being picked up by Mentos now. 6k HP left for W. They will be able to survive for a bit longer, but all those HPs are just situated on some fairly low DPM BZ heavies. You can see they're raising the gun. They know that this will be a 2-2 between the teams here. Very nice to see this fairly competitive match. I was holding my breath, seeing if the ram kill for Tarks onto T-Sec might actually happen. Good snapshot there, picking up another kill, but Franek closes the round, and with a 7-1 victory here, Hit and Run definitely showing that as well. They came to play. Cliff is a map where we shouldn't count them out.
Yeah, and I think what we saw there was an example of W's innovation kind of going too far in the wrong direction there. They overcooked the pooch a little bit with the strategies. The double TVP and the position that they take at the start of the round is just so strange. They're not aiming to shoot anyone going up the hill. They're aiming to shoot the crossing in towards Donut, which you're never ever going to get enough meaningful punish on, and even if you do, they're still going to take control of Donut. So W, that game was very, very strange, and from Hit and Run's point of view, to their credit, they played a nice, simple strategy that we've seen plenty of times before, combining BZs and Batchats and CSs, and they just rolled over them.
Yeah, and obviously good stuff there by the initial people shooting onto the cross. I think Clerf took initially 1,000 damage, and then he took 2 more shots by the Batchats, and then he just fell into this 2-shot range for Ketsai, who loaded HE, I think did like 530 damage or something. But either way, it is 2-2 now, and we are basically down to a best of 5. We have Ensk, Muravanka, and Ghost Town left, and I'm very excited to see Ensk, because we saw a lot of different interpretations of teams bringing a bunch of super heavies, dark side trying it with like mixed success, coming back with their Juggernaut meta. We have not really seen a lot of light tanks. I think Tessak as well, with the disappearing of the Juggernauts, kind of went with them. But yeah, 1-to-1Bs potentially. We might see even a bunch of T57s again that also gained a lot of popularity. So Ensk definitely a nice brawl map. My personal favorite tank obviously is the Jagdpanzer E100, and Vladislav brought that one a bunch of times as well, so I'm very hyped for Ensk.
Yeah, there is no Vladislav, unfortunately, so I doubt that the Jagdpanzer E100 will be brought by either of these two teams. I do wonder if there's any scope, any room for development in the meta, or whether we're going to see the familiar super heavy spam accompanied with Foshbs and T57s, because that seems to be the kind of default way that this map has gone.
Looks like Hit and Run decided to take a quick toilet break. Maybe the nervousness kicking in. But we should be ready anytime soon. And I have to say, if you're on the side of Cashback, you will get a lot of strategies drawn out now from the teams that are playing right now. You see W has played a full best of 9 with 9 matches yesterday. If this continues like it is right now, we'll see a lot of matches extra. So like nobody wants to or nobody will hopefully hide strategies thinking, I will make it to the final anyway, because this is a very close game. So you'll have to see if Cashback will not come with a bit of an advantage, having the time to look at what those teams are playing and potentially preparing a bit better. Not having to play a third or even a fourth match that the others have to play.
Yeah, and I think that's a big deal, right? Because at the end of the day, you only have a finite number of strategies, and you can do all the prep work that you want, but you don't have like 12 million strats for every single map. So the longer the game goes on for, the more the strat book is going to be emptied, and that does become problematic, especially when you consider whichever of these teams does end up winning, they're going to have to go into a best of 11 grand final against Cashback. And I think if you want to beat Cashback, you're probably going to have to push it all the way into tiebreaker.
Okay, we see 5 super heavies, a double E100 and a mouse on the side of W, and an E100 and a mouse on the side of Hit and Run. Both teams brought a 430U push B and an E4 together with a 121B on W's side, and the Juggernaut TDs are a bit back on the side of Hit and Run, an E3 together with 2 E4s. I think both lineups are fairly well-rounded up, and I think there's no immediate advantage for either side. Jekifar, definitely with a 121B, can make a difference, right?
He definitely can. He wasn't playing it yesterday, though, for the side of W, which was a bit of a curious choice. Tark's taking some early damage. In the mouse, taking a bit more damage in that mouse, down to 2.7k HP. Not the greatest start for him in that tank there. Obviously, got a lot of HP on that mouse. I think what's interesting is that Hit and Run are kind of taking a leaf out of Darkside's book and going back towards those Juggernaut TDs, playing on the rails with the WE4 and the E3, and actually both teams kind of abandoning the Fosh B meta, if you like. It's only Clurf. He's the only player in the entire match that's bringing a Fosh B, which is completely contrary to what we've seen.
Yeah, if you take a look, a lot of like small explosions there, where the teams destroyed all the destructible objects to get a better view, to get additional angles, and potentially like spotting a push a bit earlier. Clurf in a position that we have seen many times now. Seems like he missed his first shot and now is able to put a good shot into Franek. Franek decides to not attempt this cap circle. He is also not going for the arty strike from what it seems like. Brainbreaker taking 2 big hits by the American tank destroyer. As you can see, Monster and Panzfury more or less like reloading there at the same time, and now Franek decided with DJ next to him he can approach the point of interest. Hit and Run taking a bit of damage in return. T-Sex still healthy on nearly 3.2k HP, so 3.1 left for him. And the initial HP advantage that W had by bringing an additional super heavy has been equalized.
It has, and I think Franek was a bit confused initially there where he was actually getting shot from. He didn't realize what was happening because Clurf missed that first shot, but the trades, HP is even on the board, but Hit and Run have done a pretty good job of burning the HP and whittling it down, and Tarks takes another one, so those German super heavies for the side of W sustaining quite a lot of fire right now.
Now a push is coming. Itox there puts a good shot into the turret of the E100. Obviously 375 penetration. Not struggling with the recently improved tank. And yeah, Frugo now pincering T-Sec, and we'll have to see if the one tank only that has positioned itself at A9 will be able to help there at all. Jakiva taking a bit of damage, and you can see Hit and Run now has closed in on Tarks, who is dropping immediately. Brainbreaker also dangerously low. A good penetration coming in by Frugo, but Itox is missing his shot, so that might give the opportunity to Tsek here to put in another shot. No, he bounces as well, and Frugo picks up the kill. Now Clove in a good crossfire position in the Foch B, has a shot left. Now regenerating HP, drops to 800 HP, but Franek in the backshed is on reload, puts in the last shot. Mentos picks up the kill, and a lot of damage being lost here on both sides. Now the HP has stabilized 5 against 5 tanks. Mentos a bit in the open there. Ihos in the 430U might be able to put his DPM to the advantage here. Franek closing in now. Brainbreaker angles towards the bedshed, and I hope we don't have a Murovanker deja vu. No, we don't. Mentos picks up the kill, and small advantage for Hit and Run.
Yeah, now Frugo pushing in to find this kill on towards Ketsai. They need to make this one cleanly and do it quickly, because Hit and Run is circling on the other parts of the map. Itox does find that kill, and now the HP is all square and the guns in the game as well. The problem for W is that their most important tank, which is Jakiva in that 1-1B, is a one-shot for the strike. 30 seconds left on the cap, which has been started by Monster. They do also have relative control of the rails, although they're going to give that up, so they're not going to be able to shoot them as they push back in towards the cap. Right now, Itox closing distance. There's no one aiming at the moment. 16 seconds left on the cap. W don't have a spot right now, so they don't want to use the strike until it's guaranteed. And Itox does get that spot. The strike comes in, but there's no connection, and they might have capped just before the strike. No, it does get reset at the last second. It would have been so very close to whether that hit or not, and now they're going to have to play it out. Frugo pushing in, trying to ignore Panfury, focus out the gun of Monster in his T110E3, but Monster finds that kill. We're now into a 3 versus 4. Eos trying to do what he can, trying to pick up that kill towards Mentos, but Mentos is doing a good job of kiting as best he can in that slow German armor of the mouse. He pops his heal as well, which means he's going to survive at least one more shot. They find the kill on towards Jakiva in the 1-1B, and now Frugo caught in a crossfire. Franek doesn't get the kill. He's alive on 2 HP, and that means Panfury takes just one more shot. Eos now in the 1 versus 3. He's got a push though, so Monster puts in a good shot, and Panfury kiting round the corner as best he can. Eos now forced into an uncomfortable position. He's got a push, but he can't make it work. He takes a shot from the E4 of Panfury, and now Franek is there to finish the job.
Yeah, very back and forth here on this first round of Enskan, I have to say. The decision making definitely very aggressive, I would say, from both sides. We saw this push more or less without any significant like action or aggression happening there from W over the field, and at the same time we saw the spotting tower being activated. They understood now they need to sell I think it was Tsek in the E100 as expensive as possible, and they picked up Tarks, who had initially taken some bad trades in his super heavy on the other side, so Tarks ending up there with only 1.8k down. Actually 2k blocked as well, but I think those were snapshots at the very beginning. Good stuff here by Panfury, and very solid performance from the Batshats as well. It's not the easiest times to get into those flanks all the time. Ketsai selling himself very expensively for nearly 4k damage as well. So close game, even though a couple more tanks alive in the end on the side of Hit and Run. But this could have definitely gone either way.
Yeah, it was very close at the end, whether that strike even managed to connect on towards the cap circle. I think the HP that those super heavies took at the start of the game did end up mattering quite a bit, because it allowed Hit and Run to kill them so much faster. And if they have more HP, not only does it take them longer to die, but they can also put in more shots of damage. And given how close the HP was in the end, that ultimately could have made the difference in that game. So a good job by Hit and Run for putting the shots early into those super heavies.
Yeah, and I mean, with all our screaming and shouting here, we can definitely give a small shout out as well to the Onslaught mug. You can get it here in the Wargaming store. It's pretty cool. You can put anything you like into it, coffee, tea, or other beverages. And while we are waiting for the teams to ready up for the second round of Ensk, I'm definitely Very grateful for everyone that has tuned in today. I mean, this is the last stream that we are having for this season. Next week, you'll still be able to see the relegation, and we'll have a qualifier for the 3rd season. But yeah, Moff, thanks for joining as well. I mean, this will be my last streamed match here for this season, and I think we had a pretty cool 2nd season of the league. How do you like it so far?
Well, it's just great to see on the whole. The whole thing is a spectacle. You guys, you and Key, and the rest of the team behind the scenes, of course, are bringing back World of Tanks competitive in a big way. We've never seen so much spectacle around it, and of course, the big prize pool for all the players is going to provide them with so much extra incentive. And when you have more incentive, you get so much more interesting games and strategies and all of that goes with it. It is going to be mine and yours last game of this season, so hopefully these two teams, they make it close and they make it a good one.
Yeah, let's hope they will give us a couple of nice extra games. Definitely have delivered so far. We'll load in the 2nd round of Ensk right now, and I can already see there are some new additions to the teams. We'll load the rosters any moment, and yeah, you can see Mentos in the 268 version 4, double Foshb now on the side of Hit and Run, triple actually. Katsai just switched as well, and looks like T-Sec decided maybe they had a different spawn. And yeah, W coming in with triple Super Heavy, triple Foshb as well, and Ihas again in the 430U, so no Inspire tank. But I think it was you that mentioned it earlier, that the Foshbs don't really synergize too well with the Inspiration, because you don't really gain anything aside from like a tiny bit of gun handling and maybe like half a second of reload for the whole clip.
Yeah, I think that's a good point as well, is that the Inspire is really helping those tanks that have the single shooter DPM, because the Foshb it's only got 6 shells. It's not like you magically get more shells in the clip because the Inspire ability is popped, but this is a repeated strategy. This is a recycled strat from W. We've seen this in Phase 2. They played this against Mafia from the same spawn, and Ketsai doesn't look to have learned his lesson. He's falling for the bait. Eos peeking out, taking damage, and now Ketsai driving through the middle of the open. The Foshbs are not quite ready to deal the damage, but they're going to push on towards him now. Can Hit and Run react to this?
Yeah, Ketsai pops the ability fairly early, and you can see definitely the right decision. He is able to heal up at least a bit. He took 1 extra shot from Frugo to reload, and Frugo now healing up as well. The HPs are in favor of W, but you can see the wave of blue tanks is crawling in there. Monster has 4 shots left, decides to not put them into Jackifer because he will not be able to pick up that kill anyway. Ehos dropping in his 430U to only 700 HP, but Hit and Run has taken the initial brunt, and W definitely with an advantage, being 2 guns up by now.
Yeah, the recycled strategy, Hit and Run, did not do their homework or learn their lesson. Ketsai was completely caught out there, and W have managed to take that early advantage and run with it, but some kills go back in the other direction. They do find Eos, they do find Frugo, and now the guns are even. HP advantage still very much in W's favor. They find another kill on towards Monster. Jackifer is trading it out in the Foshb with Mentos in the 268, and that's kind of an awkward fight for a Foshb, because if you don't pen your shots, you will lose. As he does so, Mentos manages to stay alive, so Hit and Run with a gun advantage, but just look at how much HP W have left on all their guns. They're pretty much all full health. The German Super Heavies Brainbreaker finds a kill on towards DJ, and the rest of his teammates are coming in now to find these 2 remaining kills.
Yeah, I think also one thing that is not to be underestimated is all the HP that can be regenerated. W had 3 Foshbs and 3 Super Heavies. So the Super Heavies were fairly close to each other. Obviously, there is a circle. It's not an individual tank healing. So whenever you heal you and your 2 buddies, you triple basically the healing for your team. And you mentioned it before, if you have the ability activated roughly at the correct time, you'll be able to regenerate a majority of the incoming damage, especially as they put the initial brunt into Ketsai and loaded up their abilities to at least level 2, maybe even level 3. So W there with a very good approach and well-deserved 3-3 equalizer.
It was risky though, playing a strat that you've already used before, a recycled strategy. It was that pocket play. It actually didn't work the first time around they used it, which is kind of funny because with this kind of strategy, when you're playing such a bait, you'd almost imagine that it would work the first time around, and then every subsequent time you use it, it doesn't work out. But I think hit and run, you can't reasonably expect them to anticipate every single possibility, and I think it's almost reverse psychology, because it's more surprising that you would play a recycled strategy. And I think it just goes to show our point that we were talking about earlier, where the longer this match goes on for, the deeper the teams are going to have to go into their strat book, and W either have a lot of confidence in this one particular strategy, or they're running out of them.
Yeah, on the other hand, if there are some maps where you can recycle strategies, Ensk is definitely one of them, because taking one of the two spotting towers at the beginning is fairly risky, because you have to expose quite a lot into the open. There are like fairly long ways to approach it, and we haven't seen a lot of light tanks brought on this map, so you can fairly do a good job in hiding which tanks you have selected. Muravankar, actually more of the opposite side. Both sides have a spotting tower on their side. Most teams will bring at least one light tank. We saw a couple of EBRs on the side of Hit and Run. Mentos, usually their light tank player, but I think Katsai has also brought an EBR earlier. I'm very interested to see if we see some Force B and CS aggression again from W into the middle part, or if we will see some forest play again. I remember there was a game with LTP where like 7 or 8 tanks met each other in the forest. So definitely an open map, and I would be up for some cap strat as well. I think that is definitely something that can still surprise.
There's always a chance of the cap strat on Muravankar, that's for sure. Yesterday, W, I think from one of the sides, they played without any light tanks, and then on the other side, they brought double. They brought a Tasak, which a Tasak now, it's gone. It's out of the meta completely, thrown it in the bin, really, and he had one job yesterday, which was to blind spray the radar, and he didn't actually manage to do that. So
yeah, I remember.
Yeah, and that seems to happen like way more often than you would like to see as well. You bring the Tasak specifically for that purpose, and then it ends up not denying the radar altogether. But
I think they got the radar, and they got Kono with a CS in the middle, so they basically took 2 points of interest
for free
without anything.
Yeah, and that was kind of the beginning of the end in that particular round, if we remember correctly. So both these teams tied up. It's 3-3, and it very much is going the distance. But if one of the teams wins this map out 2-0, then that will be it. That will be the end of the match.
Yeah, and that would definitely be a big improvement for their prize pool as well, because for here on out, we'll increase by, I think, 8k and then 20k if you win the whole thing. So definitely, like, for playing another extra hour today, definitely something I would agree to do.
Yeah, the more you win, the richer you become. Paid by the game.
Exactly. Paid by the community as well.
Yeah, true. That's all of you guys out there buying the bundles, supporting your favorite teams, and contributing to that prize pot. It's really quite amazing that we have such a large prize pot for a World of Tanks competitive event.
Okay, looks like we are loading into our potentially last map of today. I mean, as it's 3-3, one of the teams will definitely go to a match point after this round, and I've already seen some light tanks being selected here, and interesting to see that the T100 is back on the side of W. The RHM, usually the go-to light tank. Looks like Hit and Run abandoned that and is now bringing double 277, a triple 277, a BC75, a T57, double Okay, they're switching too much. W is bringing a T57, Centurion, 430U, Bliska, double Force B, and a T100. Looks like we ended up on triple E50M, 1277, a T57, a BZ, and the Force B.
Yeah, I went through that experience last season. I learned my lesson not to call it too early on what the team's lineups
Good spotting
were.
plane coming out. Triple E50M spotted together with the 277 and the T57. And it looks like fairly passive approach of W, considering that they are having a light tank. So good stuff there for DJ, being able to pick up the radio. The jig is up, and Monster took quite some damage to get in there. The 57 was not able to put any shots into Franek, but it looks like they're immediately continuing because they have found, I guess, IOS? Who do they approach their aggression onto now?
Well, they are going to be looking on towards Eos. Mentos doing a great job of getting in a shot in the side there. There is a crossfire for W here. Eos now pops his ability, but I don't think he's going to live to start the heal cycle there. Franek is taking a lot of damage, actually falls before Eos in that trade. So opening trades between both of these teams. They've lost a gun early on. Klurf now providing crossfire in that T100. He's going to be picking up the strike, which could be crucial in the end game scenario. They have the light tank left alive. T-Sec gets picked up. He falls in that E50M, and now they're charging down on towards DJ, who starts healing, but you can't out-heal the 430U's DPM, not in this situation. And now Monster and Mentos are kind of left all alone here. Mentos cannot find the kill on towards that Foch B. He doesn't have the DPM nor the Alpha to do so, and W look to have lured Hit and Run into a false sense of security. They thought they were going to get a free pickup on towards Eos, but they end up sacrificing their whole team to do so.
Yeah, and that puts W, as I mentioned earlier, on a match point now. W has double the HP, triple the tanks. This is not a game to lose anymore. Panzeri picks up Rainbaker, but the reinforcements are coming. And with this 5-tank army here around Frugo, ram kill onto Ketzai and the T57, and I think Panzeri will not have a nice time either here.
Yeah, that's a unpleasant way to end the game, surrounded by 4 guns that you can do nothing about. But W put themselves on match point, and they are getting closer now, or as close as you possibly can be without another round win, to causing the upset and putting themselves in the grand final. And they're going to be very chuffed to bits with how this has gone so far. But this is where it all matters. This is the crunch time, and this is exactly where a team like Hit and Run thrives, right? They can deal with the pressure. They know what it's like. They've been in these situations before, and W, they may be on match point, but you can't rest up easy. You've still got to win the match.
I mean, talking about match points, W has done a good way of converting them in the last OLS season. But when it comes to like final matches, W in the recent LAN showdowns was never able to close their tiebreakers. So we'll have to see if they will even have to play a tiebreaker. Obviously now they're up a point. IHOS and Itox, they're both being able to kind of retaliate the initial aggression. And yeah, Franek, I'm not sure what happened to the 277 that he got completely obliterated like this. Because like he crossed in the open and then ended up, I guess, not finding a good shot onto the Foch, who was behind a building. And
I'll tell you what happened. He got Foch bead. That's what happened.
But do you feel like there was an actual reason for them that they had to immediately push? Because they didn't really, like I was saying, like where onto what are they pushing, right? Like, was it just the fact that they didn't have a light and they felt like they had to make a move?
I think that's definitely a reason or a contributing factor. When you're playing without the light tank, not only are you kind of playing against the clock, so to speak, you need to find a fight, you need to find a brawl that is positive for you, because the longer the game goes on for, the more effective the light tank can be at providing info. And I think the way their setup worked, bringing the Triple E50M, like it's got to go for the fight. You got to go for that DPM, and they just put themselves. They maybe overcommitted to trying to to make that work for them, trying to get that kill that they needed in order to spiral the round. But because W has such early info and they set themselves up in all these nice passive positions, they were able to trade really effectively off of any push.
Yeah, and on the other hand, you mentioned the Force Bs that were pushing their clips into the 277. They probably would have done the same if the commitment would have went from hit and run over the cap circle onto like the Centurion. So either way, the Force Bs were in a great position to punish. And yeah, Itox giving a full clip there at the very beginning definitely made a big difference.
For sure it does. And now hit and run with all the pressure on them. They need to win this round to keep it going and send us into that tiebreaker. But as reiterated many a time before, they know what this feels like. They know how to get this done. And if you're W, you're almost under more pressure.
And W bringing back their all-trusted E100, Jackifer in the 1-1B, Frugo picking a 60 TP. I mean, if to play a Polish tank, then now the 60 TP definitely the choice. And you can see only one tank of the same kind, 430U with a funny button, how our beloved Kian would call it. Then the Turbo Sponge, Itox in the Force B, and the plane of Klöv. Quite a different lineup towards what we have seen before.
Yeah, I think both teams have a variety of different tank types in their lineup to have more balanced control of the map. The planes come out at the start, 3 tanks spotted on the side of hit and run. I think 4 tanks were spotted on the side of W. Radar taken very early on by Ketsai in the bat chat. Full information once again available for hit and run. Now the radar being taken by W as well. We're going to have the 2 DPM tanks meeting in the middle. Jackifer doesn't want to go for that fight just yet. I think he realizes he's in a bit of an awkward spot and actually elects to run away from the middle of the map, sensing that there's a lot of presence here from the side of hit and run. Tark's now taking some damage, taking some more damage as he tries to get into position here, and he's actually bled down to 1/3 HP. This is not a good start for Team W as they look to try and close out this match right now. Hit and run fighting hard.
Yeah, but you can see the damage is coming back there. Frugo took a very essential position there, putting pressure onto the cap circle, putting pressure onto Pansphere. Itox with the first kill, but you can see Brainbreaker in a lot of trouble there, being sandwiched by the double bat chat, and the T100 not really able to give him good support. W now down again. Hit and run has only lost 1 tank so far. The HPs are fairly close still, and the Batchats will be reloading. The question is, will Franik make it out of the fight? He is the one-shot, but he can make a difference if he keeps a gun in the game.
Yeah, DJ now trying to stall for as long as possible, but he gets picked up. He can't back up around the corner. Frugo manages to find that kill. Klöv additionally finds the kill on towards Franik in that one-shot Batchat. Now Mentos is trying to do what he can, trying to harass Itox, pops his ability. Are they going to be able to kill him before he can heal out of it? I think so. They do find the kill, and now 4 versus 3 scenario for hit and run. They have the HP lead as well, and Frugo is not the tank for this situation. That 60 TP does not do well against that Foch B, and Tsek is going to start clipping out on towards him. He falls to Mentos, and now a 3 versus 2 scenario. Hit and run, they will indeed take us to tiebreaker.
Yeah, and what a way to end it. Now we can obviously see hit and run has more than double the HPs. They have very good tanks for this late game scenario. The Force B is not a tank you can face off against if you can't corner it, and on this kind of open map with 2 tanks supporting you, having a lot of mobility and being able to use the camo mechanics. Definitely good shot here by Klöv actually, putting Ketsai on a potential 2-shot, but the HP advantage is just too much. And hit and run crawling into the tiebreaker. It was a well-fought match. Both teams showed off. I think we didn't have any map that went in favor of either of the teams. So 4 maps, 4 times 1-1. And the tiebreaker will decide on how this match is gonna end. I'm very excited that we see such a close match in basically the second most important match, right? And W showing that they came to play. I think the 70-30 prediction, if we ask the community now again, they would probably be more towards 50-50 as well. I think you went initially with hit and run. Are you going to stay with your prediction?
I am, especially given that I feel like the way in which W gets match points first and then drops it, and then we're going to go to tiebreaker. I just feel like in that moment your heart is going to sink a little bit, and hit and run can kind of rally back against that. So I will stick with hit and run in tiebreaker. But to be fair, whichever team ends up winning this match, they thoroughly deserve it. They've both put on a great show. But if they do win, whichever team does win, they're going to be pretty mentally exhausted, especially if it is hit and run, because they've already played a best of 9 earlier today, and then you've got to pick yourself up and go into a best of 11.
Yeah, I mean, as we can see right now, Ghost Town is the map that we will fight out. Frugo's team had the fastest victory, so they picked the south side. We have seen that the south side has usually a good time hiding a tank behind the rubbles to decap there. I mean, we saw a lot of north side cap aggression just driving into the cap circle, but overall Ghost Town is a map that is fairly similar on both sides, so I don't think the site selection is a big advantage. I think we'll give the teams a tiny bit of extra time to make sure that they're well focused and well rested for the last match. And talking about rest, obviously, the winning team here will get a bit of rest because we still have a full best of 11 coming up between Dopamine and Stacked, the two teams from North America. And, I mean, both of them were very confident yesterday in their match against Fumes. So I hope we'll have a very exciting best of 11, which, fortunately, our voices can rest because Daki and Kian will take over for that one.
Yeah, we definitely get the easy job. We're giving them a bit of rest before they go into the absolute marathon that is 2 best of 11s back to back, and hopefully the NA finals will deliver significantly more so than yesterday's matches. And unfortunately for Fumes, they did a great job of getting into the live streamed games and securing third place, but in the end they were just outclassed a little bit, well, more than a little bit, in those 2 matches yesterday, and hopefully Stacked and Dopamine will put on a good show for the NA scene.
Yeah, exactly. So the teams seem to start getting ready. I think Ghost Town definitely again a map where the light tanks will play a very significant role. And remind me if I'm wrong, but Hit and Run yesterday played Ghost Town with triple light tank and won the match.
Yeah, that is.
It was the match where they were
won, but I know they
yeah,
played it.
That was the match where they were like in the end down a significant amount of HP, but I think Mafia had like Profuse and a 277.
It was the game where they had the double T57 on their spawn balcony. That was very bizarre. But predictions, I'm actually the only one who's in with a chance of taking the win here, which is a pretty rare position to be in if you're my prediction game throughout this season. So yeah, hit and run. If they can win this, that's fantastic for me, and we'll get a rematch. We would get a rematch of the upper bracket final and last season's grand final.
Yeah, but definitely W is not out of the game. You've talked about it. The mental side might be a tiny bit on hit and run, but I think after so many matches that have been played this season between the teams, and also obviously with all the other teams, you remember we started over a month ago by now, having actually teams that might have already been a bit forgotten, like the Bobas and Ping. Then later we had
the Bobas are iconic.
They will never be forgotten. And yeah, LTP having a really good season. Darkside, again, middle of the pack, struggling a bit at the end of the season. But I think we are now ready to show you the lineups, and I think both teams are very hyped to take this match for themselves. We might actually see the Can Opener again, obviously the most recent addition on tier 10. Seems like the E5 that we saw yesterday might make its reappearance, and W deciding to not bring any light tank. an IS-7, double T-57 Bliskewice, double Force B, and a 50B. So this lineup definitely came to fight.
They definitely did, and they're not bringing a light tank, so Hit and Run can have the info advantage, providing that Mentos places his plane perfectly. Triple E5, like you said, we saw that yesterday from Hit and Run. They went straight into the cap circle, and I don't remember if they ended up winning that particular round against Mafia, but it is going to be somewhat recycled. Hit and Run.
So
initial
3 tanks
info.
spotted only, is that correct? So
Yes.
he doesn't get a replane. That's important.
That is, it is kind of a big deal that he doesn't get a replane, but he does have it active now, and Jackifer is there in the 50B, but he can't actually peek this because there's double T-57 Heavy and Ketsai in a Batchat to cover. We've seen this before. He is peeking in towards Mentos here. He decides, yes, it is worth me sacrificing my life if I can kill this light tank, and he does manage to do so. Jackifer sacrificed himself for this team. He's going to have to watch.
Frugo is now in the middle of all of them.
He is in the middle of nowhere, but those T-57 Heavies are kind of on reload at the moment, so Frugo caught in a bit of no man's land. Meanwhile, Franek trying to bail out, but Eos does a fantastic job there of blocking the exit. He doesn't allow this E5 to escape to live another day, so they find the kills. And W, they look to be making it work. They look to be making it into the grand final. They have an advantage right now in guns and HP, and they look to keep pressing said advantage. The Foch Bs are both on reload. They may be overcommitting a little bit here. They both got their ability pops, so they're going to heal quite a bit of it back.
Yeah, you can see now Ketsai dropping Frugo to the Itox to the grave, but the double T-57 coming in. Monster surviving on 2 HP, but now IS picks him up, and the HPs are fairly in favor of W now. 3 tanks against 4 tanks on the side of Hit and Run, losing the HPs left, right, center. T-Sec trying his best to brawl it out against the Briskewice of Brainbreaker, but the ability that the tank has will definitely reduce the damage incoming. Frugo now, Klöv with a good shield. Now another shot coming into T-Sec. Ketsai drops Brainbreaker 2 against 3 tanks, but the HP is so far in favor of the team of W now.
It definitely is, and it's only going to be Ketsai left after all of that, but they don't seem to be looking to find a kill on T-Sec right now. We can't see where the W tanks are on the minimap. They look to have found an angle. There's Tarks in the back there in the T-57, but T-Sec has managed to tuck in. Klurf is looking to survive through his reload so that he can finish off the kill here, and the Batchat gun is delivering at range, hitting some shots but also missing some. It could be critical at the end. Does he find the kill? No, he misses the shot, and T-Sec falls just before, but it doesn't matter anyway because Tarks is now here and he is going to bully this Batchat who is on reload. He puts in a full clip, and T-Sec, he is not going to be able to, Ketsai is not going to be able to win this game as he looks to run away in his one-shot Batchat and try and stall it out as best he can, but Tarks is right there in hot pursuit, so there's nowhere for Ketsai to run.
Yeah, Ketsai might be able to pad his stats a tiny bit here. Bounces one. Missed shot by Tarksic, but that's the game. And W, after a very, very hard-fought match, manages to secure the victory, makes it to the grand final, and eliminates one of the title favorites in Hit and Run.
They certainly do, and that is twice that they have performed the shock upset. They've beaten out both of the Polish powerhouses, but now they will have to go on and face against the final boss of Cashback in that grand final.
Yeah, I mean, good stuff by W. Definitely well-deserved now. In the end, turned out to be the better team. But you mentioned that Cashback is a bit of a different number. They will get a break now. The next match that we will watch will be the North American clash between Dopamine and Stacked. We can take a quick look at the post-game stats in the end. I'm not sure if it really matters, but it tells the story because DJ and Franek, the 2 E5s that initially got picked up by the T-57s, a good block coming in as well, are not really able to contribute a lot in the damage department. And yeah, on the other hand, you can see Brainbreaker with the Briskewice, good damage, Tarks as well, surviving until the very end. Klöf in the 50, in the Foch B, doing a good job. And yeah, Ihos and him surviving, making sure this match goes in their favor. Good stuff coming here by W, and I think definitely something to be happy about for a team that put in so much effort and went under like a lot of reconstruction as well during the season.
they are reaping the rewards. The fruits of their labor are going to put them in that grand final against Cashback. But like I already said, Cashback is another level. They are the final boss. And if you want to be the champions, you've got to beat the best. And that's going to be a tough task for W to do. Hit and Run will end up losing out and going out in 3rd place. So still going to be compensated for that nicely. But that has pretty much gone against all expectation and the rewriting of history. It's not going to be a rematch between those two teams. Of course, tournament bracket for the NA scene, it's going to be Dopamine against Stacked in that grand final that's coming up next. But I want to talk about the poetry. I think it's just so funny. It's so funny to me that Gotcha Baby, the star hello, that's a nice LTP represent shirt. But what I want to talk about is it's so funny to me that Gotcha Baby was the standout player for W last season. He was their best player, their most performing player, and he takes a little trip over to Cashback. He wants to join a winning team, the Ukrainian super team, and it's so funny to me that he's actually going to end up meeting his old pals in that grand final.
I mean, that would be a lot of karma if he loses now after having switched teams, right?
Potentially, but we will find out. We got a little bit of a break until then, the NA grand final to come, so we will go and watch some replays.
Yeah, enjoy and see you later.
Onslaught Legends Series Season 2 is here, and you can make it truly special for participants and yourself. Boost the prize pool by predicting with team bundles. If your team wins, you can upgrade the included style to a shiny golden version. Contribute now. Hello there, and welcome back. You just saw some footage from Project CW, another vehicle-based shooter made by Wargaming. Feel free to check that one out, but for the moment, please stay here, because we have the finals of the Onslaught Legends finals. Well, that one came out weirdly anyway. The finals of the NA part of the tournament coming up. And we did have a lot of matches being played, Ducky, in that double elimination bracket. Yesterday, though, they weren't really that long. 2-5-0s knocking Fumes out of the tournament. And now we are left basically with a classic. It's going to be Dopamine versus Stacked.
Yeah, so Onslaught Legend finals key. I don't understand why it's that hard, but between these two North American teams, Stacked and Dopamine, and both of these teams have a lot of track record and good players. Dopamine went to WCI. Stacked has the players that went to WCI the year before, so a lot of experience going around these two teams. Of course, neither of the two teams really getting tested yesterday, but Stacked have had more troubles this tournament than Dopamine. Dopamine came, beat Burbology, or the Bears, pretty convincingly, and sent them to the lower bracket where they met Stacked, who then in return struggled a lot beating that team in a tiebreaker. So, if you look at the overall tournament, Stacked has had a far more difficult road here into the finals. Can they make it work? That's a different question altogether. They are now facing off against the Stacked lineup, and you can see a lot of jerseys there as well, so a lot of experience.
Yeah, indeed, a lot of experience on both teams, and, well, we do have External here who was casting the OLS with us on one of the Sundays where...
Yeah, that's an old picture, because he still had hair there. Jesus.
Exactly, I think he was
find
playing...
one of those for Kihan as well, with his hairline still intact.
What do you mean? My hairline is fine. Like, that is the one thing that I'm not worried about when growing older, is my hairline. But yeah, let's see, in between both of those, you said it, they've not really been tested yesterday against Fumes, but I think it's fair to say that both of them were taking the match extremely serious. Both of them not really giving an opening to Fumes, and at least in my opinion, Dopamine looked even a little bit stronger. Like, you have 2-5-0 scorelines, but I think Dopamine looked better doing it. And we also have those matches against Burbology earlier in the double elimination bracket where, you know, Dopamine just looked stronger, and that is, I think, also why the community predictions are favoring them. But now we are going to have our first best of 11. So basically Himmelsdorf and Airfield removed from the pool, and then we are going to see a whole bunch of maps. We're going to start on Ghost Town.
It's going to be the case that Ghost Town is the first one. And then, of course, since it's best of 11, there's a lot less bans and a lot more plays. After Ghost Town comes Studzianki, which is going to be our second map, so wide open. Then we're still going to be keeping it medium pace with Pilsen, where a quick aggressive plays are a possibility, but also slower and methodical can be opted for. But then this final segment of this match is going to be one that is going to be explosive and quick. Cliff into Westfield, into the possible tiebreaker of Ensk.
Exactly, and we are for sure going to see the first 3 maps fully. Best of 11 means first to 6. And if one team is able to pick up all rounds on those maps, then maybe we don't even get into that really explosive segment. However, I don't think we'll see a blowout today like we saw yesterday. I think these matches today, or this upcoming match, is going to happen on a lot more even footing.
What did you predict, Kihan? Let's get in it.
So I predicted a little bit under the impression of how the Onslaught Legends finals went last season as well, where, you know, we ended up having a match that went... it started on fairly even footing, but then one team just gained the advantage and ran away with it. So I went with a 6-2.
6-2, okay. I think I went somewhere in the same direction. Wow. So you and Mov 6-2, me and Phil 6-3. So we're all pretty convinced by Dopamine.
Yeah, I think they've just shown throughout this tournament that, at least so far, they were on quite another level than all the teams they met. That being said and done, though, a Dopamine versus Stacked, has that been a match yet? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. But round number 1, and already different styles coming out in the OLF. Dopamine, Triple E100, double bat in M60 and an RHM.
And for Stacked, we have the triple T57, the Batchat, the 430U, a Foch B, and an RHM as well. So both teams with the light tank, but there is kind of where the differences begin. Because, well, triple E100 suggests extended brawl or looking for one, and for Stacked, we just have that super explosive lineup with that triple T57 that recently really has come into the meta. And to be honest, when you're able to put those 4 shots in quick succession in towards the enemy tanks, and then reload, rinse, repeat, that can really hurt the enemy teams. Now, Stacked coming into this one with an immediate cap attempt. They're sending double T57 plus the 430 in there, but the triple E100 is already at the cap, although PM does take a lot of damage.
A lot of damage received initially. OP Hacker pushing up as well. Stacked here, very aggressive straight from the start, trying to find some angles, trying to find some shots, and they are able to do that so far on towards Paddy as well. OP Hacker with that. Foch B seems to have found an angle as well onto the back of that E100, who seems to be in a little bit of no man's land, trying to back away now because he knows that OP Hacker's on reload. He will be able to readjust. He doesn't have a repair kit by the looks of things though, so no engine repair for that E100. The strike being taken on the one line will buy them some time when it comes to being able to reset this base and forward, trying to get that strike. Probably will get pressured back by the T57, you would assume, but he's not going to do that. Sebastian instead will find some damage, and now Mr. 31X hockey goalie pushing up to try and reset. Will he get it? Yeah, he does, but what does it cost? It costs him everything. He's dead, so he's not longer participating. The strike comes out and does a lot of damage, but now Dopa playing 1 tank down, and that's going to be 2 in a second or 3 when OP Hacker finds Paddy in that E100.
Exactly, OP with the Foch B having slight penetration issues, but Fluky there to pick it up, and that makes 2 kills for none in return. Stacked also playing from an advantageous HP position, and now we'll have to see if Choppa is able to stay alive for much longer. Blur literally driving his tank in there to save Choppa, but OP with that Foch B doesn't need to reload yet. It's going to be Def to pick it up, who does get killed in return, but at this point in time, it's only 3 Dopa tanks remaining. Stacked still holding on to the HP advantage.
3 versus 6. Stacked come into this finals, showing that they're here to play quick aggression, using those T57. Very reminiscent of what we saw Hidden Man do as well with those T57s. Very aggressive, finding positions, finding angles, and now PM needs to go back into decap. I don't even think he's going to be able to do much. I mean, Fly is already peeking. He knows he's coming in that E100. The 57 goes right through it, and round number 1 will get locked in here by Stacked, who will be very happy to show that they are no slouches whatsoever and will participate in this finals.
Absolutely. Dopamine getting kind of surprised by this very aggressive opening from Stacked, and they do end up paying the ultimate price. The kill on the RHM is going to make sure that at least the battle goes on for a little bit longer, but I don't think that is going to be, you know, going to be making Dopamine very happy, because realistically, Stacked coming into this one completely outminding the supposed to be favorites, and yeah, this one absolutely wasn't close. The strategy that Stacked employed here completely beating whatever Dopamine was trying to do.
So really good stuff there from Stacked. Aggressive, finding success in the beginning, and you could see as well results into a very good spread across the team. Nobody really having a bad game there across the board. Lowers being 2.7, then Siba topping the charts with 4K. Very, very good spread between them. And in return, yeah, those E100s from Dopa and even that M60 not really working.
Not really working out. And I mean, it's always this kind of the story of if your light tank is top on damage, then either he's having an immense carry, or in this case, something went absolutely horribly wrong. And yeah, that is, I think, the kind of diagnose that we have to make with how a Dopamine played this one. I I think at the end of the day, if you think about it like rock, paper, scissors, Stacked just won the first round by just playing that game.
Of course, best of 11 is a marathon, not a sprint, but starting it off early, getting some points on the board, getting the ball rolling, and getting that confidence cranked up is just the way forward for either side. Dopa needs to retaliate now. 2-0, however, would not be the end of the world either.
No, best of 11 really is a marathon. I mean, we had some best of 13s in the past, and those obviously add some extra mileage. But, you know, if you think about it, best of 11, best of 13, realistically, there is not a huge difference between those. Both of them are really, really long sets to play. And I don't think Dopamine is going to be, like, terribly afraid now. Because especially in those rounds where realistically you get countered and you don't really have a say in the meta, you're like, all right, well, GG, go next. They just had the tactic that happens to beat ours.
So, what are we expecting for round number 2? We saw Stack take the very, very aggressive approach. It's not a bad one either, especially against those E100s. They're really strong, but at the same time, it's not too bad either to have those T57s. They chew through those pretty decently.
Yeah. I mean, let's see now. I want to see how Dopamine adjusts based on what they just saw, because like if they try this again and they run into another T57 hit squad, then obviously they would end up looking kind of foolish. So I do really expect an adjustment coming out from Dopamine. And that, of course, opens up the same question as well. Like, what is Stack going to do? Because they could pick kind of the same lineup, try to play the same style again. But if I was them, I wouldn't, you know, try to fool Dopa twice this way.
At the same time, though, you have to change a winning strategy.
If you're in this kind of mind game, I think if you won with that strategy once and then you completely switch it up and win with another strategy convincingly, I think at that point you're really in the head of the opposing team. And we do indeed see both teams switch it up here. Obviously, lineups not completely final yet, but it seems to me like Dopamine are going to indeed bring that double light tank, Chopper and Ferret with the RHM, together with a Leopard 1, an E50M, double Batchat, and an E100, so a lot lighter than last round.
Very, very light. Stacked in return, a bit heavier. W100, 277, T57 double bat, and an RHM Panzerwagen. So Koman has to face off against Choppa and Ferret, but Stacked, of course, has the possibility to still play aggressive if they want to.
Yeah, and then I'm going to be keeping my eyes especially on that 277, because what would you bring that tank for? Obviously, the mobility. So is he possibly going to book it towards the 7-8 line strike? Is he going to get sent towards the cap? I think that is one of the key questions for the lineup of Stacked, but instead, it doesn't really seem to be that way. Ferret is going to secure the first strike on that outside on the 7-8 line, as we mentioned, and there is nothing really that can contest him. Chopper, I believe, with the RHM was just checking if it's another fast cap tanked by Stacked, and obviously got the information that no, it is in fact not. Stacked are really putting a lot of tanks on that 1-2 line, though. The Batchats have just about arrived, and Deft really looks ready to go. And on the 4 line also, they're starting to push with the E100. That is a lot of information gained by Blur, though, who should now be booking it out of there.
He sees those bad shots, that 277 and RHM pushing up, but there's a load of green tanks waiting for this. They may even get baited if they spot Blur running away. Choppa there pushing up. That actually spoils the surprise a little bit. He's taking a lot of damage for that, though. 1.3 received in that RHM for this push up, and now he's getting peeked by OP Hacker, who wants to make this kill. He's just YOLOing in with that 277. Not sure where OP Hacker is going outside of the garage, because he's dead, and the rest of his team in a whole lot of trouble right now. These Batchas trying to escape, but they're getting shot from the back. Leo, RHM, damage coming in already. Sebastian dropped towards a one-shot. He will survive just on a slither of health. But now the repush coming back in, double bat and E50 pushing back up against these low HP targets.
Yeah, exactly. Blur and Vova are going to be on cleanup duty, but they are still facing off against triple Batchat, so maybe Sebastian will be able to get off some more shots. He's spotted, though. He's running. The same can be said for Koman in that RHM, and really the Batchats, they would even have the opportunity to stop right now and clip in towards the city. They're not opting for that, though. Instead, Sebastian still spotted, and Blur, with the second kill of the game, is going to put another shot in towards Deft, so that 1-2 line aggression by Stack completely blowing up in their faces, and the aggression in the city not working out either. Dopamine are very, very far ahead in that HP department. Now they just need to not throw.
I mean, it's quite hard to throw this one, Kihan, when you have double the HP and all positions, Fluky falling as well. And Stacked here in this round tried to cook as well, Key, but the dish got burned and OP kind of went in by himself to try and kill Choppa in that light tank.
Yeah, I mean, OP, that really looked like he wanted to go on a journey, even missing the ram on towards the RHM, and to be honest, like, it ended up looking a little bit stupid, but I don't really think it would have changed the outcome of the game, because Dopamine was just set up super well for receiving the 1-2 line aggression. They even had the DPM medium of the E50M in K1, where realistically they couldn't take him out of the game. And this means that Dopamine and Stacked are going to split Ghost Town in 2 pretty quick rounds, and you know, the victory by either team in their respective round, very, very convincing.
Yeah, they could have maybe backed off from 1-2, but we've seen this Ghost Town play quite a few times. Once you get stuck in those 1-2 lines, it's not the greatest of positions to be. Rotating from there is also not fantastic because you get pushed back on by the guys coming from the south, and then you lose map control. So it wouldn't be an easy game, but it would be better than just driving in with the 277.
Yeah, well, OP Hacker is going to, I guess, reward himself with a 100% pen rate this battle, but with only 1 shot of damage, that kind of isn't really that impressive. And yeah, top of the board is going to be Fly, who was able to do 2 clips worth of shots, and this time around the damage spread really, really nice for the team of Dopamine that just had more tanks in the battle always when it counted.
Yeah, and they had the setup as well for this push. You know, like, even if the push would come, there was a Leo, another RHM, 2 bats, 2 RHMs even in position. Stack would probably not have gotten away with that. But it would have done a little bit more if they all went.
Yeah.
It's either all or nothing at that point. So, it goes down 1-1, moving into Studzianki Kicky hand.
Mm-hmm. That one is going to be interesting to watch as well, because Studzianki, there is once again a lot of different ways, kind of similar to Ghost Town, that you can at least approach to play the map. So obviously fast cap always an option. However, those kind of strategies have died down a little bit after the nerf of the Juggernaut TDs. But still, like, trying to play around the cap, having the Gorilla in support, for example, that was introduced by other teams, that can always be a factor. And that Gorilla, it obviously has the reload to accommodate for 750 Alpha, but if it uses the ability, you all of a sudden have a lot of DPM because you start hitting for 1k.
The Gorilla is definitely a possibility on Studzianki, especially now with the more squishy meta coming in, with more squishy tanks. I think the Gorilla could be seeing some great results, especially less shooting onto those T57s. If they're going to opt for that, is a different question. It kind of depends on how you want to play the game, but I wouldn't say it's a bad choice from either side.
No, I think Studzianki is kind of mirrored in the end, so whatever kind of pick is viable on one side will not be terrible on the other side as well. Let's also see if we're going to see any MVYs. Those have been played quite a lot, and even before its buff, they have been played, so now all the better for that tank. Which Inspire medium would you personally go for on Studzianki? Sente X?
Yeah, Sente X. For sure. Sente X. I'm just thinking about it, and it's like, 1-1B might not be too bad in nowadays meta either, if you think about it, because there's a lot of even 100s. So either X or 1-1B.
I mean, given that we have Stack playing against Dopa, I wouldn't rule out the M60 entirely. Because, I mean, we saw it already on Ghost Town by Chopper. He seems to really enjoy that tank. And to be honest, the gun handling is fantastic. And you pair that up with 350 heat pen, you really start melting through those heavy tanks. The 350 pen doesn't really care that much about the E100 buff turret front. But for that to happen, obviously, there need to be E100s in the opposing team. But I think we're just about to see the lineups coming into game number 3 of the OLF finals. And as it does get revealed, this looks kind of interesting, especially by Dopamine bringing the Jagdpanzer together with an EBR RHM. Actually, alright, triple Jagdpanzer, RHM, Forschby, 430U, and the Batcher 25T. We have definitely arrived on an A.
Yeah, Stacked in return, T57 bad for 30U, double 268 V4 and E4 and an RHM Panzer Wagon.
Okay, so in the end it's going to be just, quote-unquote, 2 Jagdpanzer E100s being played by Chopper and PM, and to be honest, the tank itself is not a bad choice. The 420 pen just melt through anything, really. Especially whatever Stacked has brought here, like E4s, 268 V4s, those kind of tanks don't really stand a chance to bounce the heat shell from the Jagdpanzer, as Ferret takes a lot of map control immediately. However, I think he ended up getting spotted, has to drop down. Maybe he got a shot of damage in towards Sebastian, and that means that he's going to be playing with a stage 2 plane. The same, though, for Coman.
Just chill gaming so far by either team. Nobody playing too aggressively. OP starting to push up in his V4 though. Wants to take the cap, is doing that as well. Bova just sitting next to the information tower, opting to hold the position. And Ferret and Blur taking the south, and they will be allowed to go pretty far even.
Yeah, cap has been started by Stack though, and so far both teams kind of bleeding, as Vova does get hit by a barrage of shots, or rather probably one shell by the E4. That was, well, not the best result for him, but he's still going to be able to stay alive on 1700, and now we'll have to wait and see how Dopamine responds to what Stacked is doing here. We can see Chopper pulling around the corner and does end up taking 2 shots of damage for the one that he dealt towards Ethan, that also was able to reduce the incoming damage. So far, so okay for either team, though Ethan is starting to drop dangerously low. If he doesn't have ability, he might be a possible one-shot for the Jagdpanzer.
Paddy peeking out with that Forschby, finds Ethan as well, and that's as we said before, he's just kind of sitting in no man's land and will fall against PM in his Jagdpanzer, Chopper and OP Hacker just trading it out. But Ethan in that V4 Kihan, I'm not sure what they tried to achieve there.
I think they were just trying to put cap pressure, but Dopamine did have the answers to this particular push, at least. And now Stacked are going to be playing with a man down. It's a 6 versus 7. Good shot by OP in towards possibly the cupola of Marix there in the 430U. And now Fluky waiting with that Batchat, possibly hoping that John is going to get collapsed upon by the tanks of Dopamine, which might just be about to happen, because we can see on the red line, it's Volva with that Batchat. He is going to be dropping over, and smart play by him. He's going to go behind the stone to force John out of there as Ferret comes to contribute. But Ferret immediately takes a lot of damage, and John is going to be in facehug against the Batchat. This is not working out for Volva at all.
No, he just gets picked off by Stacked, who find that kill, find a way back into this battle even because of that. But OP Hacker now falling, Dopa trying to wrestle back the control that they lost with Vova dying. They still have that double Jagdpanzer threat alive at any given point, and they do have the cap, Kihan. No strikes available, so that will mean that Stacked has to peak one way or another to reset the base.
Exactly, double cap that is quickly ticking down, and that might be a problem for Stacked here that are also playing a man down. Commando with that RHM will be able to get a lot of positions. However, now he was spotted, so let's see how many shots he's actually going to take. So far, so good. Only one by Blur in the 430U, and now Stacked, they have been forced to come close, and they do actually find Paddy on the big reload, but that's going to be a big strike in towards Fluky and Fly. And Paddy, yes, he's still reloading, but he's a non-factor currently because the cap is what's actually the issue here. Sebastian with a pickup on towards Chopper, so one of those Yak Panzers is down. Kills left, right, and center, but so far Dopamine with the advantage.
4 on 4, and also look at Fly pinned against the wall by big old Yak Panzer. That's not where you want to be. He is gonna kill this Yak Panzer though, normally speaking before. Oof, John trying to save him but isn't unable, as Hockey will chase him and find him. Actually, Peter will reload first in that Yak Panzer, will find the kill as well against Fly, leaving Coleman as last one standing. And Sudzianki was an interesting affair between these two teams. But outside of Dopa giving a little bit of control back to Stacked at some point, it never really was too competitive in round number 1.
Yeah, no. I think Dopamine were doing their best to make it look competitive by suiciding Vova, but even that was not enough to put Stacked in towards a position where they could possibly have come back. So the double Yak Panzer here working out beautifully on Studzianki round number 1.
Good stuff from Dopa, back on track, now taking back the lead of the match, 0-1, 1-1, 2-1 now, in their favor. For Stacked, yeah, they're really trying, but mixed results so far. They have, the first round was a very good result. Round 2, they also tried something not quite as good. Round 3 here, also trying again. Not great. Poor Ethan.
Yeah, and I think really that's where the problems began for Stacked, is that they wanted to try something with the double V4, one of them capping, and they thought that they could basically outtrade any kind of reset attempt, but the fact that, Chopper was there in the big old Yak Panzer, that kind of ruined that. Also, I think there were a lot of angles being generated by the team of Dopamine on towards Ethan. So I guess he didn't really have a proper position to stay safe in. And so Dopa really, getting the jump on towards Stacked here. I mean, Vova not with a good result. He was ending up there with 0 damage, which for him is actually kind of surprising, because I think Vova was one of those players at WCI that absolutely had a monster of a tournament. Like every single round, he was just putting in the work for his team. Unable to show up here, but he has 6 teammates, and together they were able to pick him up and carry him.
I mean, everybody has bad games from time to time, Kihant, it happens. He was just letting his teammates shine a little bit more, giving them the ability to bring him across the finish line. But yeah, it seems like Stacked is the one trying to lead the pace of this match, Kihant. Will they continue that? That's a different story. Dopa's kind of okay with it right now, just letting it happen.
Yeah, I mean, so far we've seen 3 rounds where realistically Stacked was the more... the team that was trying to dictate the pace of the game more. But at least in rounds 2 and 3 of the match so far, Dopa were extremely comfortable with just receiving the plays by Stacked and just punishing, absolutely. So let's see if that keeps going. I mean, best of 11, once again, is a big match where you can adjust kind of how you play throughout the match to maybe kind of surprise the opponent, or, if something is going wrong, and clearly that is currently the case for Stacked, then you can try to fix it.
What do you think Stacked needs to change right now, Kihan, to get back in this?
I think for Stacked, they kind of need to let go of the gas pedal a little bit, because I think, especially Ghost Town second round, it looked like they were over-eager. And that is just where Dopamine then was like, all right, you're going to drive in? Well, let's just kill you. As we do see the lineups coming in for Studzianki round number 2, and Dopamine are going to bring a fairly well-rounded lineup, in my opinion. E100, T57, E50M, M60, 430U, Foch B, and RHM. So actually, it's going to be 2 funny button mediums.
Stacked bringing 3 funny button mediums, 1 E50 double 430U, an RHM, and T57, and double E100. So again, Stacked with this heavier lineup, but they also have to utilize that heavier lineup. And good playing there from either side. Lots of tanks spotted. 5 from both teams, if I can count correctly. No, 4 for Dopa and 5 for Stacked.
Yeah, so that means that Stacked are going to be unaware of the Inspire medium as of now, most importantly. And big info tower coming out for Dopamine now. They are playing with the full information available to them. Ferret also has the level 2 plane still up and running for him. So all in all, I think Dopamine kind of winning the early game here.
But it's going to be a controlled battle, though. So, like, they had this info from the side of Dopa, but after, like, how long do we say that info is no longer too credible? 1 minute, 30 seconds, 45 seconds?
Yeah, I think between 30 and 45 seconds would probably be right for that. Now, though, we do see a shift coming out from the team of Stack. They're sending a lot of those mediums, actually, towards the south, and here there is only 2 by Dopamine. They could be onto something.
Can they find a push, though? It looks like Hockey is indeed just sitting there in the C50M spotting, but that can be avoided if you go wide and also 430U. Naturally, very stealthy.
Yeah, absolutely. The 430U, surprising to some, is actually blessed with an extreme amount of camera rating for such a medium. That's why in the past we even saw some people play low noise exhaust on airfield. So good for them for now. And I think Hockey Goalie or Mrix in that E50M might be in a heap of trouble. I think he might be evacuating just about in the nick of time. I mean, he kind of has to go behind the house now. He doesn't want to take more damage, but Stack, they do have more forces available.
But can they push? More tanks, but can they really push this, though? PM has a strike, so that's going to be a lot of damage. There's, of course, also Choppa relatively close, and Stack bailing from this scenario. I think they were, like, rightfully afraid, Kihant, of this push, because, you know, you have to cross through the open first and go into the dip, and then from that point on, you have to continue forward. It's not an easy push whatsoever.
Yeah, and I think here we kind of see an adjustment coming out of Stacked. They realized the mistakes they made in the previous rounds, and now they're trying to not be this over-eager team, just suiciding guns in towards the enemy fire. And I think Dopamine are realizing that, hey, you know, the push this time around is actually not really gonna come. So now readjustment by the tanks are Stacked. We do have the E100s, sorry, close towards the cap, but with Vova being spotted, I'm not entirely sure if John and Sebastian want to commit in at this point in time.
Rotation going fully across. Koman, you know, does have the info, so he will be able to reveal a lot. But right now it feels like Stacked is able to find some rotations, but the rotations are getting countered at every point.
Yeah, and I think this is the first time, actually, where we do really see the callers going up against each other, calling rotations and really trying to play the longer game. This is not something we've seen so far in between Dopamine and Stacked in the first 3 rounds. So it is an entirely different level of play that we are seeing at this point in time, as the E100 of John is going to be the first one sent to the cap. So Stacked, once again, with the cap on Studzianki, are trying to force a reaction out of Dopamine.
So double cap pressure now, starting, and finding success as well. They are able to, with this, force Dopa close at some point, and they are actually opting not to do it. Going back off and Stack rotating once more across the map, Keyhand. I mean, all these rotations, they can cause a hole in the defenses. Good shot there against the side of PM. Good double shot even from the T57 and Stout. John peeking as well. Takes one immediately. And the M60 now reaching back towards the south. But it's, I will say, Keyhand, as much as Stacked is rotating, it looks like Dopa really keeping track of whatever is happening here as well.
I mean, John is now going to aggress on towards the E100 of PM, but that is a very, very juicy tank that he's driving on towards. And he has Marix and Chopper in support, so both of the funny button mediums really able to provide DPM, as Hockey has to turn around to face whatever Stacked is sending through the south of the map. But at this point in time, the W100 that pushed in by Stacked have not found success. Actually, it might be John who falls first, because Vova in that T57 is coming in to clean it up. And now Dopamine, they think that they have found the jump on towards the mediums of Stacked in the south of the map, as well as Paddy pulls around the corner. The first tank by Stacked is already down, and now the Forshby is going to start opening up.
Yeah, these mediums stuck behind a building, getting pincered from two sides, left and right, sandwich coming out from Dopamine. The push seemed a little bit disjointed, Kihan, if we're thinking about it. That first T100 off John a little bit too far ahead of his second, and even too far ahead of the mediums that were not in position yet to retaliate to the guys shooting from the south. So I would say that I feel like the coordination wasn't there from Stack. The idea was there, but the pure execution would have been a lot better. And then who knows what would have happened if they were able to get that one right and had some real synergy going there between those mediums and heavies pushing in.
Yeah, now we do see Fly and Coleman, you know, in G2 currently. They weren't really able to participate in the fight, and those rotations that we were talking about, I think Stacked was doing more of them, and now they got caught doing them. Like the T57 of Fly, he wasn't really able to bring in his HP in towards the fight, whereas, for example, Vova, I mean, yes, he's dead now, but he definitely was able to have a say in the matter of what was going on in the DE56 ditch. So at the end of the day, I think Dopamine, you know, just keeping their calm, and they were like, well, you know, I mean, Stacked is probably doing a lot of rotations right now. They can rotate all they want. If we just stick together, and then when the fight erupts, we have everyone there, that's completely fine. We don't need to match the kilometers driven by the opposing team.
I mean, you know, Stacked was making a lot of rotations, and that can pull a team apart, rotating left, rotating right. But Stacked, Dopa in return was in position most of the time to receive.
Yes, absolutely. And this is possibly where, you know, Stacked might be at a loss what to do now, because they were really trying to play this one tactical, but Dopa seemingly completely unfazed by all of those rotations, and they were just like, well, our positions actually are kind of good, so let's Stack do what they want. At the end of the day, they will probably make some mistake, and if we remember, like, the timing of the initial engagements with those E100, it was decided by Stacked. It was the E100 of John driving in first, so it was them who instigated this initial clash here. But Dopa, they hadn't put any tanks out of the fight anywhere. Like, they were able to recommit with, for example, the T57, and the double funny button medium were able to help as well with that. So I think Stacked kind of catching themselves with their pants down, sort of. But the good news for them is that at least Studzianki is now over.
The bad news is that they lost it 2-0, though.
Yeah, I guess depending on how you look at it. But yes, also it was actually their first pick. So Dopa kind of styling on Stacked on their map pick, which is, I mean, I don't want to read too much into it, but it is not a good sign in my opinion.
I mean, they're trying, but it's not working. So maybe it's time to let them try to let Dopa make a move. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
They're always trying to lead the you know, the battle here. Maybe it's just time to not do that.
Absolutely. I think Stacked need to kind of reset a little bit and try to play calmer. For Dopa, I don't think they really need to adjust anything as to what they have done right now. It's just, you know, well-trained reactions to and capitalizing on mistakes by Stacked. So for them, all is good right now. They are also on 3 consecutive back-to-back rounds at this point in time. That is half of what they need to win it all. So if I was on Dopa right now, I'd be very happy.
I would not blame them. You know, like they're chilling right now, which is very, very, very good. And they're in the driving seat as well. At this point, Kian, 1-1 on every map is fine, but like I still think Stack needs to change the gun to a different shoulder. Go from very aggressive to maybe something else.
Exactly, although Pilsen, the map that is up and coming, definitely opens itself up for something aggressive by either team. And looking at the lineup that Dopamine is bringing this time around, it seems like they are definitely trying to switch it up. Double T57, one Batchat, double 430U, a Foch B, and an RHM.
In return, they're also facing off against an RHM, another Foch B as well. Triple 430U, a T57, and a mouse. So very similar kind of lineups, Kian.
Very similar lineups indeed, although Stacked do bring that anchor tank with the mouse of Sebastian that really does provide a hold against those T57s. Even if two of them clip out and completely do all of their shots, which we earlier saw with Mentos, is sometimes not a given. Then the mouse should be able to hold on at least for some time. Though Dopamine do now send the double 430U in towards the cap, so they immediately want to open up with aggression. But Stacked is kind of matching that by sending Ethan in towards the arty strike. He does take a shot of damage for his troubles, but now he should be able to stay safe. And this artillery strike normally does disable the cap as an option, as they're also taking the one on the field. Vova with the Batchat and his strike, he can only reset one.
Now, with only one reset, he does opt to reset the one on the field, I think. That's where the strike went, from what I hear. I'm not sure if that's true.
Yeah.
But I hear the ringing sound, you know. Double cap pressure, however, but look at Sebastian. He's already reaching the position in his mouse. There's no danger here of Stacked losing to the cap. There comes the reset, and now John is pushing towards Vova, and he's a little bit by himself. He takes a full clip as well. Vova backing off. John will be healing a lot of that back, and Choppa trying to clip out against Sebastian. Does have 6 shells available. He popped his ability, but Ethan from behind already will continue to peek, and Sebastian is simply just going to put Choppa in the grave in that Foch B. He's healing, but it doesn't matter. First kill goes the way of Stacked.
Indeed, first kill goes the way of Stacked, and arguably they also hold the better positions now. However, Blur coming and trying to retaliate with a fully loaded T57 heavy tank. Fly has, in the meanwhile, clipped out. Probably didn't find the whole clip of success, but now the 430Us of Dopa are starting to open up. Finally, Sebastian, down and out, has fallen to the grave, and now the 430Us that didn't have to extend past the cap are gonna go and reset themselves, but Vova, meanwhile, in the Batchat off screen, has fallen.
Yeah, Blur is about to get clipped by Fly as well, who is not going to be missing.
Oh, Blur in turn though does miss the first of his shots, so only 3 available as he goes down towards one shot. Coman with the possibility to pick up the T57 at this point in time, but he does bounce his shot, so PM also for the point, or at this point in time, staying alive as Marix has to come in and try to save what there is to save, but turns out that is not a possibility for them. Quick double kill coming in for Stack, and indeed we do see Dopamine for the first time in the match trying to dictate the pace, but really, realistically, they have the same fate now that Stacked had in rounds 2 to 4.
Yeah, and you know, Choppa there in the Foch B on the strike, you can see the downside of having a Foch B there. Not really a great tank for that position whatsoever. Ends up taking a lot of damage for that and getting simply picked up by the mouse. Vova having a run-in with a Foch B. A lot of problems.
Yeah, and for me, kind of the weird thing to see was that they did commit Choppa into this position where realistically he doesn't really do well, and then still the strike that Vova had picked up, it was being used on the other strike, so at the end of the day, they didn't even end up doing anything with putting the Foch there. It felt like maybe a miscommunication, because if you send a tank there to essentially snatch the strike from, you know, the other team, then you need to reset whoever is capping the strike, but that didn't happen, so in the end, I guess Choppa really did get sold out by his team, like, probably...
Capping is also really hard, no? Like,
yeah,
capping with 2, like if you have 3, you put so much pressure, then it might work. But with 2, even with Vova, like, you know, resetting the strike on the east, I think the strike on the east was still taking in time to reset with. So like that doesn't really do much.
Yep. As it stands, however, Stacked do pick up their second round, and the 430 is really working out for them. They were continuously in the fight, so good for them. OP not having the best of rounds, but then again, he was probably busy calling, so if he goes out with a little bit less damage, but the team wins the round, he's still going to be very happy. And yeah, for the team of Dopa, the 430 is also kind of working out, but it was really this commitment of Chopa with that Force B on towards the middle of the map, where it's started falling apart for Dopamine a little bit.
There was no recovery point for them either, because the only recovery, I think, is if John somehow dies. And let's be realistic, he's not going to die, in my opinion, in that Forge B. Not on like 1.6k HP, and the Batchat really struggles against Forge B. You know, the armor of the Forge B is not amazing against the Batchat. It's very ideal from the front, and you know, trading with a Bat against the Forge B, believe it or not, it doesn't go that well in general. I don't think the Bat can really win a 1v. No, actually, a Bat can win a 1v1 against the Forge B, but it's like such a cursed scenario. To win it most efficiently, I think you have to accept the full clip from the Forge B and force him to use his ability, wait for it to run out, then shoot him when he's off ability, use your ability, and then clip him out again and kill him.
Yeah, but at that point, I mean, if you take the full Forge B clip, you took like 2,400 damage, and even if no one else in this kind of prolonged engagement was shooting you and you win it and you survive, it's kind of a Pyrrhic victory because, well, you're not a healthy Batchat after that one.
So. It is stacked. Bring him back around. That's good. That's what they needed, Kihan, to be honest.
Yeah, indeed. I think they needed something to lift their spirits, and now I really want to see how Dopamine are going to react to this one, because realistically, as I said, it was a Dopamine trying to dictate the pace of the game in this round number 5, and it completely ended up falling apart. Bad communication, in my opinion, and also bad calls with that Force B once again to the middle of the map. But now they will have the opportunity to do better, Dopamine that is, as we have yet another Pilsen round coming up. All right, Dopamine, double mouse, E50M 430U, double Force B, and an RHM. Okay, for stack.
Losing out. I'm just saying, I feel like every team going aggressive right now is just losing out for some reason.
Yeah. Dopamine starting off with the initial HP advantage as well, even though they have the light tank and Stack do not. But let's see, as Stacked this time around are going to commit 3 tanks in towards the cap. That is the Force B and the double 430U. Coman is going to try to take the middle strike. Ferret has arrived on the strike on the field, however. And now, Hockey Goalie driving in, taking 2.5. He's a one-shot. He didn't have his ability active. That one hurts.
He's gonna die to the strike in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No strike on Hockey Goalie. The strike will reset everybody from Stack, and it's weird, Okihan. He doesn't even pop his ability for that.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he used his at least now he healed up to not a 1 strike, but maybe he used his ability earlier to get somewhere else in towards position.
No, he had it. He had it.
Then, honestly, then that's misplay. Like, I'm sorry. But yeah, Blur now getting engaged upon by Coman, or rather maybe it's the other way around, because Coman actually ammo-racked. The engine is down as well, down to 662 HP. He takes another shot, down towards 1 shot, is able to do 1 more before he falls, but that is the first kill in the bag for Dopamine, that are still playing from kind of an advantageous position, because, well, the Force B is now dead, but he was always going to die.
I mean, that was a story that was already written. The end was known that he was going to die at the very end. Now, when we take a look at the overall battle, though, Kihan, Blur also dying in the mouse. So 1 thing down for Stack, and 2 for Dopamine, who have found some positions to play from. They're now trying to push back onto this 4-3 of John, who seems in a little bit of a predicament. He has a bit of a hold-on position to play from, but he's getting just absolutely YOLO'd at by these times. Paddy goes wide, should keep him pretty safe. John, however, runs it around the corner back into the mouse. Intelligent decision, but there's more people waiting there now. Paddy getting clipped out by Fluky, who is not missing any of those shots. Choppa trying to shield, but the 57 has already clipped. That's a little bit too late. Ethan will find the kill, however, and now stacked with 6. Tanks have a prime opportunity to make it 3-3, but Peter missing the shot there, fluffing it in the mouse, and look at the damage received in return for that. Vova now coming in to pick up the pieces. Ferret is going to kill Sebastian on the offside. Is he though? Because Sebastian's shooting HE.
Indeed, and now Fluky once again fully loaded in that T-57, but doesn't find an opening for his tank as Vova is starting to drive in. Kills going left, right, and center. Chopper taking a big one to the back of his tank, and now Ethan is going to be the focus for the team of Dopamine that somehow have made it back into the battle. 3 versus 2. Ferret is on 100 HP, but he is going to be oh so important for the remainder of the battle.
It's Fly pushing forward and giving a good shot, utilizing that HP. And now OP Hacker coming from the side finds Fova out in the open. He will find the kill as well. He's down towards the one shot, but it does not matter. He will heal most of that back. Good play there from OP. Not a one shot, utilizing his tank. And now Choppa trying to back away. Fly will find him, finds the kill as well. It's Ferret in a 1-on-2. However, we'll say this is a playable 1-on-2.
It is indeed a playable.
He needs that strike really quickly, though.
Yeah. So currently, OP Hacker obviously one strikeable. Ferret also doesn't have the plane available, so he would be striking kind of blind if he doesn't pick up an informational tower. But first of all, the most important thing for him is going to be picking up the strike, and Cap actually does get abandoned by Stacked. And to be honest, they don't need to really cap. They still have 2 tanks alive. Meanwhile, Dopa has only 1. And the thing is, Dopamine started with a lot more HP, and they also had the group heals on the super heavies. So even though the Fosh Bees didn't like heal a lot, probably still Stacked should have done more damage.
Yeah, of course Stacked will have done more damage. Of course. That's a given. But this is really not that easy as we think for Stack to actually win out from. This is prime light tank territory, Keyhunt. You know it, I know it.
Everybody knows it.
You'd be surprised.
I mean, Ferret is now also playing with the strike. So if he outspots the Fosh B, could immediately just kill him. And obviously, if you get killed by the strike, you don't get an indication of where, you know, the damage was coming from. So that would be the perfect scenario here for Ferret, because he would be essentially making it a 1-on-1 against an E4. But then still the fact remains that Fly is extremely healthy.
Oh my god, Fly and Ferret are just about to miss each other. Fly will go through the thing. Ferret will be picking up the info, and Fly knows now it's over. Fly finds it. The absolute timing of Fly to absolute perfection. I don't think he knew. But yeah, that was perfect for Stack to clean it up. This could have gone a lot different if Ferret was able to take the info point almost immediately. I think the mistake, again, is a small mistake, is not trying to take the info point before taking the strike.
I think there were bigger mistakes in this round
as
than
well
that.
in double cap. I mean, sure, but we're talking about purely endgame.
Yeah, okay. As soon as, I guess, the cap gets abandoned, then you really want to take the information tower first and then the strike, because then realistically you can kill the Fosh immediately. So, yeah, as it stands, though, it's going to be a Dopamine 3 Stacked 3, with Stacked now responding on Pilsen, getting all the possible rounds there, and Fly really putting the team on his back in this one. 5.7k. That is a lot of damage, and, you know, the spread actually kind of still okay. Even Coman with that 277 that ended up being stranded in the middle was doing 2.4, but yeah, I'm not sure what that play was by Hockey.
Yeah, especially not pressing the ability when you see a lot of people aiming. I mean, sure, it's only level 1, so you only heal partially back, but it would still be like 1 KHP roughly, you know? Then it's playable.
All right. So at the end of the day, 6 rounds have been played. That means we're down to a best of 5, essentially. And that best of 5, as we outlined at the start of the match, is going to be quick, is going to be definitely very explosive, because what we have remaining are possibly the quickest maps in the pool. Cliff, Westfield, Ensk.
Oh, this match, we talked about it in the beginning, Kihan. It's about to spiral into somebody's winning in the next 15 minutes, IMO.
Probably.
I'm not I'm serious, because just it's such fast maps that are coming up now that it's hard to say how it's going to go. But there's no more middle ground now. It's speed into speed into speed.
And the other interesting thing that I want to get to still is that for 5 rounds in this match, actually, it was the team that tried to do the plays that ended up suffering from doing that. But now in this 6th round, I think Stacked was once again trying to push the pace of the game. And this time around, Dopamine actually not able to handle the pressure.
No, it comes off the initial mistake as well. But yeah, Cliff, however, is the kind of map, Kihan, where you have to make an initial play. You don't have a choice but to make a play.
Yeah, absolutely. If you don't make a play at the beginning of the battle, then you kind of auto-lose. So let's see if we are going to get yet another mouse or 13105, possibly on Cliff. That was some cooking by W. And I am pretty sure everyone that is playing here right now was watching that match as well.
Yeah, I am very, very... That mouse, I was watching it, Kihan, and I was like, this works beautiful for what they're doing, because they can't clip the mouse, you know? They can try, but he won't die. So it's like, I liked it, though. There's a lot of strats that it loses against, though, as well. So we'll see about that one later. Talking about strats, teams are picking ones that they believe are going to win. Dopamine, BZAX, 4-U, TVP, double first B, and an RHM Panzerwagen.
Actually, double TVP. Not sure I'm a fan. And for Stacked, we have triple 50B, triple CS63, and an E50M. So both teams bringing fairly quick lineup with a lot of mediums, with a lot of firepower as well. Stacked are obviously at the start of the engagement going to have a lot of burst with those 50Bs, but those tend to run out of steam kind of quickly. So then they will have to go safe and reload, because obviously all of those tanks on the Dopamine lineup, especially the single shooters, could be loading HE to really turn that DPM that they have up to 11. Now, however, Stacked are going to send those 50Bs in towards the 1-2 line. They are going to kind of miss Ferret. That does make it through, and Paddy comes in with that Fosh B. The 50B is now starting to activate their abilities, and Ferret really caught out in between a lot of enemy tanks, and he's going to be the first one to be biting the dust. Paddy and PM kind of second-guessing themselves. Should we stay or should we go? I guess they're now deciding that they have to go in, because that pain train of Stacked on towards Choppa is not going to stop rolling.
The good thing is, though, and believe it or not, the good thing here is that Ferret ate a lot of those shells already. Like, it's really weird to say that, but because of him eating all of those shells in the beginning, it allowed Choppa to actually live in the BZ, and having the light is, of course, important, but having an extra combat tank is a little more important. And now, though, we see Hockey down towards a one-shot. Take it back, he's dead because the strike was picked up by Koman. Some less superior trades there from the side of Dopamine on that corner. And of course, there's still the AX, but like, look at his HP, he's very low.
Exactly, and he is probably about to get chased down by realistically anyone on the Stacked lineup. He is now spotted as well. Blur must be the focus for the team of Stacked at this point in time. They really need to remove that crossfire possibility, and we can see Sebastian in the CS is really booking it towards that Centurion. as Fluky is having some trades against the Foch B, and now the time of Blur has been numbered. It is 6 tanks of stacked still remaining, double cap ongoing against Dopamine's 4.
And now the CS in crossfire position as well. Vova finding a lot of success though from the flank, but who's going to reset this base? It's actually going to be stacked, pushing off. Look at them go forward. Choppa wanted to boost around the corner, finds the kill though on Ethan. Quick flick, but now OP, Goman, and Sebastian coming against Paddy in that Forge B. He has nothing to say and nothing to do, because reload is all that is left to do for that man. He falls. PM picking up the strike, trying with 6 shells reloaded, but he's getting pushed by double CS63. He pops the ability. One of the CSs bounces though. Boba coming in, starting to clip out OP. Will find the kill against him, but I don't think PM can survive in that singular Forge B. If he could, who knows what would be possible if he had, but he didn't.
Yeah, and now the strike trying to predict where Vova was going, but instead he just stopped, and now he's going to start clipping off. He does have 2 more shots, and both of those are going to find the mark, but Vova at this point in time is down towards a 2-shot. So yes, the TVP does have absolutely brutal DPM. You can see he's reloaded already, but is it gonna help? No, because there are actually 2 tanks remaining for the team of Stacked, and you know, one of those, Sebastian, is extremely healthy. Those are more shots than, you know, Vova realistically has in the clip. He does 1 out of the 2 that he has remaining here, and I'm not sure what's going on here at this point in time. Another miss coming out by Vova, but now he is down towards a 1-shot. Sebastian there with another miss, but the strike should not confirm it. It was a level 2.
It was a level 2 strike. It looks like Fluky's DC'd in the middle of the map.
Oh, that might be...
Sebastian bounces. That gives Vova the opportunity to give him some shots, but like, I don't understand why Sebastian's running around the rock here instead of just killing the TVP at this point. Looks like he's finally... Oh my god, another miss there. Finally turns around. He should be able to get the kill. I mean, okay, finally, thank god. I mean, this got a lot closer than it should ever have been.
What was that?
Look, bro, he's playing from South America, right? Like, you gotta give him... I gotta cut him a little bit of slack. Right? Gotta cut him a little slack.
Well, at the end of the day, it doesn't really end up mattering, and for the second time actually in the match, Stacked, the team that was not really favored by a lot of people, are going to be putting themselves ahead in the match for the second time, and I think now is probably a better time than at the start, because now is where those rounds really end up mattering. It's 2 more for Stacked to be winning this one. For Dopamine, it's 3 still.
For about 6.5k though. But yeah, that RHM hitting the rock, not getting out. And then there was some unfortunate trades later as well that weren't the greatest for, like, the Fortryu shouldn't die there.
Yeah, no. But I guess the good news for Dopamine is they will have the opportunity to do better now, because there is another round of Cliff up and coming.
Yeah, there's another Cliff, and then there's another 2 Westfields coming. Like we said, there's going to be a lot of action coming in a very short time span. There's nothing they can do to avoid it. The second Cliff is coming right up, and once that's over, there's double Westfield coming. So there's not a lot of time to temper yourself into like everything's going to be fine when there's rounds coming over and over again.
Yeah, and indeed I can confirm that Fluky seems to have a disconnect, but there are more than 7 people on the roster, so he's probably going to get replaced by Deft. And this means that Dopamine now, I mean, I think they kind of need this round, Turkey.
I would agree with you. 5-3 for Stacked. If they win this, best of 11 means that would be match point. If you're Dopa, I mean, it's unexpected for Stacked to put up that much resistance.
Yeah, absolutely. But then again, I mean, Stacked, they did play more rounds throughout the entirety of the double elimination bracket, probably able to rack up a lot more experience as well as to Onslaught tournaments. I mean, obviously, both of those teams have played past OLF, have played past OLCs, etc. But, you know, the experience of playing in this one, there has been a meta shift since then. So maybe a little bit of that coming in clutch for the team of Stacked as well. Who knows? Dopamine definitely will not be happy about how this round went. And in my opinion, they kind of need to adjust once again now, because what has been working before, where they were able to get their 3 rounds, is realistically just let Stacked make mistakes. It seems like that tactic kind of has run out of merit.
So you think Stacked's going to run away with it?
If they get this round now, then yes.
I mean, that's we're including this round.
Well, let's see, because we do see Dopamine. They had the mouse only for the start of the battle, so instead it's going to be double 50B. My excitement for the mouse kind of getting crushed a little bit, together with one BC75, double Batchat, an E50M, and an RHM.
Stacked in return, quad BZ, double batch at 25T, and a T100. The downside of those BZs is, of course, the
DPM.
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest fan of that tank in Onslaught, simply because, like, yeah, you are pretty mobile and you're a big moving blob of HP, but that is kind of where the upsides end, right? Good plane coming out as well from Dopamine. They're going to be playing with full information, and they're going to be playing with almost the full team on the donut, as only the BZ75 of Dopamine is driving towards the middle. Is probably going to halt. He doesn't want to make himself pushable, and the RHM, because of the full spot, is immediately going to start driving around. Vova does indeed go to the middle. Not sure I'm a fan of this decision.
Well, he will potentially try to just take the hill in front of the Stacked guys. If he does that, then Coman's in a lot of trouble, because who's going to stop Vova from doing this, Kian?
Well, one shot in towards the back of the BZ75 isn't really enough to do that, as it makes its way on top of the hill. So Vova, for the time being, is going to stay safe. Although some shots are starting to be traded. Fly has made it back in towards his own spawn with that BZ, but ended up paying a hefty price, as Hockey is going to be picking up the strike. And so Dopamine will have what is needed to be able to provide the resets.
But with Vova on the hill, Dopa actually has a very decent position right now, Ki, if you take a look at it, right? I mean, they have 1-2 line, they have the top of the hill, the BZ cannot really be challenged. So finds a really good shot into Sebastian there as well. And
on the other side, though, Ferret just took a lot of damage. He's down towards 1400 in the Batchat as well, and Reichs also not with the best trades here, and Deft, I think, is playing a beautiful game of World of Tanks in that very, very annoying D4 position, where he is able to stay unspotted and just pop in, pop out, and just pop some shots in towards the enemy tanks, and there's nothing really they can do to react in time.
Now, when we look at it, they do have a strike to reset with, and Vova is going to peek from above, but of course that gives Koman a little bit of opportunity to be cheeky, and Vova takes one from Deft there. And you talked about that position. It's a very powerful position, but look at what they're doing right now, Kihan. Will this be spotted crossing over? It will be. The RHM, I think, of Chopa actually finds the spot on those BZs crossing over. That gives Dopamine an opportunity to set up. This strike is going to hurt, though. That is a 1.6k damage strike. Can those 50Bs do the damage? Because the BZs are just peeking. That's what they're good at. But they are receiving a lot of damage for this as well. Of course, Thrag being retaken now by Dopamine. They're focusing out Sebastian. He's kind of just crossing over into no man's land. Not sure what Siba is trying to do there. He's down towards a one-shot, but he will survive. There's still a Batchat on the lower side, however, which misses the shot against him, and now Stacked starting to bully their way into the lower ground, Key.
Indeed, and now OP is going to be in a hold-down position against those 50Bs that are still reloading. Blur, in the meantime, has dropped down towards a one-shot as well, and Stacked are still playing from an advantageous position. They still have 7 guns in the game for themselves. Make that 6 as Fly falls in the BZ, but that is not an important tank at this point in time. It doesn't have DPM, OP to pick up PM, and now Paddy is going to find himself in a predicament because so many enemy tanks are around him. All of them are loaded. He does go down. down. It is 3 versus 5. Stacked, about to go to match point.
Dopamine only left wondering, how did Cliff turn against them in such a successful fashion? That push across, very good from Stack. Dopamine not close enough to fight. After all, they were fighting from the back corner. They're almost forced to fight from the close corner key if they want to negate the fact that the BZs are just peeking and doing a shot of damage and falling back. And as a result of this, Stacked will be taking it. Now going on to Westfield, and this is worrying times from Dopa, who, just like their respective WCI friends of Hit and Run, may be going out and not winning the tournament.
Absolutely. Stacked are coming out swinging on Cliff. They are going to secure both of the rounds of the map. And yeah, as you said, that means not only match point, but also I think we have to kind of question the approach that Dopamine has towards the game here. I think a lot of the decisions that are being done in the battle itself are, I mean, obviously done under time pressure and with incomplete, so not ideal information, but it seems at this point in time that Stacked really got Dopamine's number down.
That was actually a really good call from Stacked, and the reason why I mentioned the fighting close on the corner is because you saw that they're fighting on the back corner, but once Stacked bullies away those 50Bs, all of a sudden you're getting shot from the middle as well.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, when those BZs then are in the hole down, then you don't really stand a chance anymore. Also, one of those BZs actually wasn't in the corner, but in the lower ground. So that was another crossfire angle on towards the tanks of Dopamine. But yeah, at the end of the day, it is going to be a clean victory on Cliff for the team of Stacked. And we might be in for a little upset here, Ducky.
I mean, they still need to win one more, but right now Stacked has done a great job at turning this match around in their favor.
Yes, and for the longest time it looked like, you know, Dopamine was kind of getting the jump on towards Stacked, but ever since the 3-1, I mean, Stacked have put 4 consecutive rounds on the board now. Pilsen and Cliff completely going their way. So if Dopamine somehow wants to still have a say in the meta, Westfield is the name of the game for them. They need both rounds here. And they're probably not going to care how they get them. If it's pretty, if it's close, I don't think that Dopamine, you know, care at all. They just need to win the rounds.
Well, Westfield, of course, Gihand, the flip side, it's very fast. The downside is very fast. The good side is very fast. This could be good for either team. Dopa could return this match to a 5-5 before, you know, anything else happens. But Stack could also just run away with it. It's they can play very risky now.
Yes. And, I mean, you can play kind of those 50-50 all-ins that, you know, half the time work. And they have 2 opportunities on Westfield to do that. So if I was Dopamine, I would probably have to play very, very carefully just because of the looming threat of one of those all-ins where if you get caught with your pants down, then all of a sudden, you know, Stacked is on 6 points, you lose the match, and all of that stuff with going through the upper bracket looking really good. I think before this match, Dopamine only dropped 2 rounds in the entire playoffs. It all won't matter.
So, do we... Yeah, well, you already said you think that Stacked is pulling it across the finish line now, which is something nobody really expected from us, but well-deserved. They were struggling in the beginning, second half for them, however, very strong. It's not over just yet, Gihan. The last round is sometimes the very, very, very hardest one to get.
Yeah, indeed. We've seen in the past that some teams seem to have kind of a mental block when it comes to getting that last round on the board. Like, they play pretty good for an entire match, then they go on match point, and all of a sudden it's like, just one more, uno mas, but they're not able to do that. And especially W has been one of those teams that has been very, very good at, you know, starting to play when they're up against match point, and then they force tiebreaker, and more often than not, at least in Season 1, they were able to win it, and they were also able to win today against Hit and Run. That's why we are going to see them after this match in the European Grand Finals. First of all, though, we are in for what might possibly be the last round for the Onslaught Legends finals. It might all end here on Westfield with a better end, or stacked, crazily enough.
It's going surprisingly well for Stacked, and can they close it out? That's the big question. They're going to try and do so with a 50B. No, they switched that away. Double BZ, Mivi, triple BZ, Mivi, Bad, AX, and a Fush B.
And for the team of Dopamine, we actually have a tank that I don't think we've seen at all yet. It's, oh, never mind. Okay, the VZ gets switched out, but now it's going to be quadruple MVY together with a Centurion AX and double Fush B. That is a lot of hold-down firepower coming out from Dopamine, and we've seen it work before, but with those low alpha guns, it's kind of difficult to pull off sometimes.
Yeah, but DPM though, Kihan, in this scenario might be ideal for them because it will be a full up fight from both teams. The Mivi is an annoying tank to shoot at for the BZ, by the way, simply because it has still those annoying angles, even the upper plate where you can bounce. So composition for composition, I would give Dopa the advantage, but you gotta remember, of course, that it's not that simple, right? You also have to remember that the BZs do rock a lot of alpha, and they are able to punish this Mivi crossing over of Hockey, who takes 3 shots, 4 shots, 5 shots, 6. He's dead on the crossing. He doesn't make it. They try to do something. Immediately they're pushing over to try and retaliate. They realize now that they gotta do something. This was a quick move from Dopamine. Choppa will heal a lot of this back. He will survive as well, and now they're trying to bully themselves back in with these Mivis. Have they gone too far though? That's the big question. Can they focus out these BZs? They're trying to kill Choppa. They're not able to do it yet. He's gonna make his clip in that Forge B on towards the AX of Death, but now Choppa will fall. Dopamine now forced to try and make a play off of this. They're trying to focus out the EX. They haven't been able to do it just yet. You can see with their tanks moving in, the Ram not gonna finish him. It's gonna be Body to pick it up. So the Inspire gone from the side of Stack, and now they're going to try and kill off the DPM of that bad shot. Maybe a little Ram as well from PM, but it's going to be the shot to put him down. Now they find OP Hacker as well. It's a 3v3 Kihan, but double BZ versus double Mivi and a Forge B. There should be Dopa's opportunity back into this match.
Well, hold that thought, as John still has 2 shots remaining. Paddy actually able to heal above those 400 points of damage. John now going to be on the long reload. Ethan, is he going to roll it? Yes, so we go to a 2v2. But actually, Ferret is now going to be on the long reload himself. So it's going to be a Fosh B on either side. So MVY against BZ, you talked about it. The MVY can be extremely annoying to shoot when it's hold down. He does see John with that Fosh B, who is about to be reloaded. John now popping the ability, and I think they want to blow up the Fosh B first here of Ferret. Both Foshs with the ability. PM trying to shield Ferret as Ethan does start boosting in. Ferret is on the heel of his ability down towards a one-shot. Is John going to be able to pick it up? So far, the answer seems like no. Ethan still has the shot loaded, and now John is going to be the focus for PM, who takes one into the back of his tank, but Ethan with the heal is able to save John.
Ethan is actually going to be able to fight Peter as well in that Mivi. Can PM body block? He is actually able to body block the shot, and we know that BZ has an incredibly long reload, Kihan, for what it is. John's about to come off reload though, and he gets spotted out by the Mivi, who misses the shot actually. Peter, they're missing the shot against the Forge B. That could be so crucial. John misses the first. Now the body block. He's not connecting on the second either. Peter bouncing another one. And John should find the kill and will secure the OLF victory for Stacked. And what an absolute nail-biter of a game there. That could have really gone either way. And a few bounces there, potentially deciding the whole game.
Absolutely. Stacked are going to secure and claim victory in the Onslaught Legends Finals Season 2. And really, this last game here, you could see how tense it was for the players as well. Actually, not a few, but a lot of bounces, but on either team. So I think it's fair to say, like, knees weak, hands are heavy, and a lot of sweat in Mom's spaghetti. But yeah, Stacked with the better end, so we do have an upset. It is going to be 6-3 Dopamine, losing their rounds 3 to 8 actually in the entire tournament. As I said, so far only 2 losses, but it all doesn't matter in the end, because the team of Stacked come in here. And yes, Fly does completely get blown up with 0 damage. But when you have John coming in with a 7.6k damage and Ethan also pulling through with 5.4, it all ends up not mattering. And you can see PM, like, yeah, there were some bounces at the end, but throughout the battle, he actually had a great performance himself, as we do see. But it wasn't enough. Stacked managed to secure it.
Yeah, and they find themselves winning this with a 63 scoreline. Unexpected whatsoever. Second half of this match went amazingly for them. And this last match, the nail biter here. And the real difference maker is that John went on reload first, you know?
Yeah.
Arguably, Ferret needed to reload earlier, which we can say now, looking back at it. When Disrespect John goes on reload, he needs to go on reload as well. And then if they play that 2v2 out, they have a very, very good chance of winning.
Exactly. Maybe pressing C, going on the reload first, then all of a sudden it's you dictating the pace of the game. But yeah, John really with a carry at the end of the day. And this means that Stacked are going to be your OLF champions. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, congratulations, Stacked. They will be the OLF winner for this season. And as a result of that, taking away the lion's share of the money, gold, bonds, badges, everything.
Absolutely everything. And, you know, props to them. They had not the cleanest of playoff bracket runs, and they were almost out, actually, against the team of Burbology, where they had to go to tiebreaker. But now they really reward themselves because, as we said, at some point in time, it was 3-1 in the score department, and they all of a sudden make it a 3-6, so 5 consecutive rounds. But, Ducky, the action is not yet over today. We have one more best of 11 coming up, and I think one of those names in the matchup is no surprise. The other one is kind of one, and you can see W actually playing the most amount of rounds possible, going to tiebreaker against the two Polish teams of Mafia and Hit and Run, knocking them both out of the tournament.
And Kihant, I think this is the first time in a very, very, very long time that I cannot even remember, and that I haven't done my research on it, but you tell me when the last 7v7 finals was where there is not a Polish team playing in the finals. You tell me this, I have no idea when the last time was.
Years and years ago, possibly. Like, we're talking OLC, they're always
no, but like
Polish teams.
Somebody fact check me, but like I don't remember it in Onslaught whatsoever. There was Mafia, there was Hit and Run in finals. Last time was Hit and Run in finals. OLC 3 was Storm, Mafia, I think, in finals as well. So, you know, I can't remember one.
No, for me, we would probably have to go back to one of the VOD 7s if we're talking 7v7 here. And we just have production telling us that all VOD 7s had Polish teams in the finals as well. So you would probably have to go back to, like, I don't know, WGL times, something like that. So really, basically a decade back. This is absolutely, I think, unprecedented, at least for Onslaught completely. But yeah, we are going to catch our breath a little bit. We're going to take a look at the replays from the OLF. And after that, we are back with a, surprisingly enough, non-Polish participation grand finals for the Onslaught Legends Series. Stay tuned.
winners. Your Onslaught Legends Series champions will be Cashback.
Mafia are your Fragstar Winter Invitational champions. They take it
2024, and the old champion, it is the new champion. Hit and run, the trophy goes. They've done it. Are you united this
Well, hello there, and a welcome back for one last final time in the Onslaught Legends Series Season 2. We have had a lot of streams over the past weeks, 12 to be exact, including this one, and it's all gonna boil down to one best of 11 in between Cashback and W.
If you asked anybody at the beginning of the season, is this the finals you imagine? They would say no. They would probably guess that Cashback would be in it, but the secondary team, most people would not predict. The likes of Hit and Run, Mafia, for example, not making it here. But who have made it is W. It's their first time in the Onslaught Legends Series playoff after narrowly missing out last season. But now they have managed to reach the playoffs. And even that, they've done even better. They've managed to beat Hit and Run, the defending WCI champion, knocked out, and they're going to be taking it off to Cashback as a team. Sure, Frugo may have won the OLF last season, but that is still a whole different ball game, in my opinion.
Yeah, it is a different ball game altogether to be playing against Cashback, who arguably, as the reigning champions, should still be considered to be the single strongest Onslaught team in the world at this point in time. Best of 11 means a lot of maps that are going to be played, so strap in, get cozy, grab a beverage, and then feel free to enjoy the action that is going to unfold. We are going to start on Pilsen, so I would say medium-paced map, but then immediately Cashback with their absolute signature pick at this point, is fair to say. Ensk is going to be map number 2. Then we are going to see 2 rounds on Himmelsdorf that W selected against Hit and Run, but that one was split, I believe. Then we're going to go in towards Airfield. So a very, very technical map there in the mix. And then Cashback immediately, once again, with a Super Brawl heavy map, Cliff. And if we get there, if we make it all the way, if we are going to go towards yet another tiebreaker, that one would be played on Ghost Town. Although, Daki, I believe looking at our predictions, I don't really think that anyone does believe we're going to see Ghost Town.
No, I don't think so either. You know, I've been the only believer in W so far out of everybody here, but that ends here.
Absolutely. As we do see, I think one of the very iconic players, the man that doesn't have fans, the man that has an army behind him, and really, it's like in Dragon Ball with the Genki Dama, every single goat emoji that you post is gonna give that man a little bit more strength. KD of 1.4, average damage almost 3.2k, but the pen rate is really the crazy thing here, 92% over the entirety of OLS Season 2.
Yeah, Barbarian has been clutching for his team. Recently, he didn't need to, which is a good thing because it means other people are stepping up. But he was in a few matches clutching. Can he clutch here? Hopefully for his team, he doesn't need to. And prediction-wise, yeah, as expected, right?
Yeah, I think so, too. Both you and me agreeing it's going to be 6-2. Moff and Phil saying, well, one more round to W, but Cashback is going to take it all. And the reason why I personally went with the kind of brutal 6-2 scoreline is that I'm kind of wondering at this point about W, because they played the maximum possible rounds against Mafia. 9 to be exact, beat them in tiebreaker. They played the maximum possible amount of rounds as well against Hit and Run, went to tiebreaker, ended up winning there as well. But how much is left in the tank?
That is a very, very good question. Can they do it once more in this regard? That is a very, very, very good question. I don't think so, Key. I think their Cinderella story ends here, but, you know, sometimes you want the Cinderella story to continue, but they're going to need to start strong in this one. They cannot let Cashback run away with it.
Yeah, no, I think that is the looming threat for W here, is that Cashback goes into this one, gets like a quick 1, 2, 3 rounds, and then, I mean, best of 11 is a long series, but if you let Cashback get those rounds, you will have to get them against Cashback as well, and that has been proving difficult for essentially any team that Cashback have played against. There are no weaknesses like, for example, Hit and Run had with Darkside. Cashback have been performing against absolutely everyone, and with all of that, the introduction is concluded, and we're going to go into the first game of the OLS Season 2 Finals. Cashback, the reigning champions, are going to come in with a mouse, a T57, 1 Batchat, triple Fosh B, and an RHM.
W in return, an E100, an IS-4, a mouse, a T57 heavy, double for 2DU, and an RHM Panzerwagen.
So both teams are going to be bringing an RHM, but obviously Liberty is one of those players that we really will have to watch out for. The double Fosh B from Cashback does drive back, but ends up getting spotted, so really a very good plane from Klurf that will give all of the information necessary towards the team of W. What are they going to do with it is the question, because on their team, also a lot of people spotted only Jakifa in the T57, remaining a question mark at this point in time. And Aka with the Fosh B immediately drives towards the strike in the middle. Does take 1 shot, but not more.
Yeah, Aka starting to clip out, pops the ability, trying to find a few shots on Brainbreaker there, finds only 1. Turks is just going to Giga Shot peek out, but Aka ready and waiting for that. He does a decent trade in that Fosh B, actually getting a decent amount of shots as well, now taking the strike, and on the field, not too much is happening.
No, kind of a stalemate on the field here as Itox takes some shots that are being fired from the field. Liberty with another good one in towards Tarks. That is going to secure that he has a plane available. He just used it to gain more information on towards the 430 use of W, and so far the bleed on towards both sides has been pretty substantial. Tarksic not able to stay safe. Liberty finding some illegal connections here.
Yeah, Liberty in that RHM has good penetration as well. Is able to find the IS-4 a few times in a row now. Darks looks to be in trouble. Baby has a strike. Aka has a strike. It wouldn't be a surprise to watch him explode in the middle of the map. Little now pushing up with his Fosh B together with Baby. He'll take 1 more from Frugo coming around this corner. No, Frugo's actually not in position for that. And Cashback is pushing up here. They're trying to make this play. They're trying to make this happen as well. Little pops his ability. The strikes are coming in. That's a lot of damage immediately. And they're not looking to shy away from some aggression as IELTS feels the pain that is Cashback. They take this opportunity, even with the guns covering, to just delete those 4 to the use. It's clean, it's beautiful, and it's -2 times for W.
Absolutely. Cashback find the engagement that they wanted. They don't even lose any kind of tank. Yes, Liberty and Little were bleeding a lot, but that is a trade that you would take any day of the week and twice on the Sundays where you're in the OLS playoffs finals. Aka also clipping out on towards Itox in that mouse. Is already in the healing part of his ability, goes down towards a 2-shot now, but I said in the mouse does indeed have something to say about this, is going to drive in, is going to heal up the Fosh a little bit more even, does tank it out, and Cashback, still with 7 tanks available, are in the driver's seat against 4 remaining of W.
Yeah, round number 1 not going the way W would have wanted, but, you know, it's a best of 11. The sad thing is that starting strong would put some spanner in the works for Cashback's initial, but no, Cashback, no mercy whatsoever.
No, I think this was clean, cold, efficient. All of those attributes that you want to see out of a top team being put on display by Cashback. Another kill coming through here on towards Brainbreaker. And now it's only going to be Jakifa and Clerf remaining. Jakifa on the long reload. This gives the Batchat of Cashback time to engage on towards the light tank of Clerf that is probably about to go down. Baby might be on long reload, but it's not going to change anything. Cashback are going to come into the match and open strong with a 1-0.
Good stuff there from Cashback. It looks a bit like, oh, they're pushing into W's prepared setup, but then all of a sudden, man, they peek, they clean up the first one, they clean up the second, and there's just not enough damage from W's side to really stop this from happening.
Yeah. Also, the double strike coming in pretty clutch, I think, for the side of Cashback. They were holding on to those and just waiting to use them at the right time. And the double 430U certainly was that. That is going to be 1600 HP on, both of those tanks combined. And they were, even after putting the strikes, they were first focusing out the first one and then, only then, going on towards the second one. So overall, a perfect execution by Cashback, and you can see Frugo and Ios in those 430Us didn't really have a lot to say about the engagement. They were just getting farmed.
Yeah, it's those 430Us, they need time, and that's the trade-off Fosh B versus 430U is that Fosh B is able to delete tanks, and 430U is able to consistently kill them. In that scenario, the 430U never gonna beat a Fosh B.
Yeah, no, especially since Cashback had also pulled like another Batchat and the RHM in towards the fight. So the firepower of those double Fosh Bs engaging the 430Us only got amplified by the fact that more tanks were available and around to provide firepower as well, and to also provide HP, because Liberty was realistically tanking in the light tank, so good focus fire by W, but he didn't die. So I think, all in all, Cashback were very much in control of the engagement. And when their push started with the Fosh over the open field and the Batchat, I was like, all right, are they really going to do this? Is this such a good idea? But when all the tanks of Cashback all of a sudden had arrived, I was like, yeah, this is kind of a great idea.
For sure. And as a result of that, they found those double 430U and the game is over. Now, second round of Pilsen, maybe W needs to take a little bit more initiative already, though.
Yeah, I think what we saw just now here was a team of Cashback that were, I think, at the start trying to find out what W was doing. And when they had figured that out, they were like, okay, well, your strategy has a weak point. It's a double 430U. We're going to remove them. And after that, the game is over. So for W to be a bit more proactive, I think would be called for. Because a team like Cashback, if you just let them do whatever they want, they will put themselves in the most advantageous position possible, and they will not give you a way back.
No, and like I said, I think it's important for W to stop this Cashback aggression early on key hand and make sure to put them back into, into respect modus. And W will try that. They do seem to change the pace with an E100, a mouse, quad T57, and a Batchat 25T.
And for Cashback, it's going to be the double mouse anchor together with double Batchat, double 430U, and the RHM. So where Cashback are relying on versatility and mobility, W is just relying on plain old firepower.
Can they make those 57s work, and how much is the plane going to spot in the beginning? These are the big questions.
Yeah, I think the plane at the start of the battle will be crucially important for Cashback here. If they're able to see those quadruple T57s, then as they do, they only miss Clerf, so they know already 3 T57s are on the map. They can entirely play around this. They don't have to commit so close anymore, or at least they shouldn't, because that is where the T57 really starts shining. Instead, they can take control and they can start working the angle. Squeezy is going to take the information tower now. That is going to give all the information advantage that W may have had by picking it up. You can see it gets used. 7 tanks spotted on the side of W. And now Cashback, it will be up to them to respond. They already have Barbarian and Baby in the hold-down positions in the H2 position to basically wait for those T7 heavies to start driving onto the cap. But now, with both teams accumulating strikes, I think it's once again kind of safety that both teams are going for. But in this scenario, Cashback did bleed earlier on, but W, they don't really find the close range engagements that they were looking for.
Yeah, but think of it this way. I mean, Itox is pushed up in the mouse, again in the same position we saw earlier already from, I think, hit and run. The cap will get boosted now. There's only one strike available for Cashback. There's double available for W. So that if they can bait out the strike and then reset again after, this may be something to play off from them in that regard. And now Jakefa boosting the cap. That puts it down to 25 seconds. They will have... Oof, that was very close. Ooh, good reset there from Klurf. Good shooting, actually, from Klurf. Finds a connection. And is he going to do it one more time? To Little respots Klurf, though. Gets spotted out in return. So good trades there between the two. But it's going to be no real winner here, except for maybe Little doing a little bit more damage to Klurf than vice versa. The strike comes out. Reset the wrong person, by the way. It reset Jakefa. It didn't reset Frugo, who still has the cap. And now you can see a result of that is Cashback pushing up. Klurf is actually just going to delete Little from this battle. And potentially Frugo hiding behind that little cap spot there. You don't see that too often in the past, but you see it a lot nowadays, just hiding away. Itox showing up as well. Little will make it around the corner. Cashback pushing back up on the 1-2 line. Little hits the building there, but will escape for a second. And I said, blocking that cap will now start getting clipped from multiple angles. And Little going back in for another party against Klurf, but Klurf is reloaded already. He pops the ability as well. Little is dead! He tries something there, but that was far too big for a man so little.
Exactly. Tarxic with the retaliation on towards that pesky Batchat, as I said, now trying to drive in with that mouse. He takes another one in towards the back from Tarxic. Now the strike is going to come in, and it's going to not hit that much as it should. Only Baby taking one here. Ayos getting removed in that T57 as well, but still W playing from an advantageous position. They do have 2-gun advantage right now, and they also have the HP to boot.
W is going to come into this grand final and say, just like Cashback did, we're here to play. You will not be taking it away from us without a fight. We're going to be splitting Pilsen down the middle. It will be not a map where a difference is made, but a 1-1 coming out of it.
Yeah, and seeing this, I think kind of even Steven, kind of fair trades going on. Jakefa with another perfect clip before getting killed by Baby, but now we still have those super heavies remaining for the team of W. And also Frugo, the team captain himself, is extremely healthy in that T57 Brainbreaker to pick up Baby. Only Squeezy remaining, but his whereabouts are obviously known since he's taking the strike. And yes, Brainbreaker is one strikeable, but I don't think he'll make the mistake of going where Squeezy can find him.
No, I don't think so either. And the cap has been started. Brainbreaker is chasing as well. They might spot each other out, but it doesn't matter. What matters is that W is going to pick up this round. Squeezy spotted out. So Brainbreaker finished. He will find the kill as well. Good stuff from him. 1-1 after Pilsen.
It's going to be all even, and W manage, I think, the most important thing for them right now, and that is to stop Cashback in their tracks when it comes to just accumulating easy rounds at the start of the match. This means that, you know, good for us. The content is going to be extended. First of all, though, let's take a look at the damage numbers. Personally, I'm really curious how effective those T57s actually were in the battle. And turns out, well, you know, the single shooters were pulling most of the damage.
Yeah, it's the E100s. The E100, the mouse, and then Jakefa coming in as well with 4K. He's had a very good season as well, for however much we meme on him. He's had a very, very good season after being benched almost the entirety of the last one.
Yep. Turns out he was able to, well, maybe accumulate the motivation and also accumulate a lot of fire that he now has in him. And to be honest, like, he's been absolutely instrumental for W. I think that team kind of after last season was at a breaking point where it wasn't clear if they were even going to continue with, you know, some players leaving and W struggling to even keep a roster that was able to play. But at the end of the day, they make it. And so for them to come in towards 4th seed and then make the Cinderella story happen in the grand finals, it just comes to show how big the development of the team of W has been throughout Season 2. It is already a great story, but if you ask them, they probably don't want to stop here. They want to take it all. The next step would be winning rounds on the coming map, but Ducky, that one is Ensk.
We finally get it, huh, Guy? Ensk?
Yeah, community predictions coming in here from Twitch chat, I believe, 76%.
A bit too much, no? I think that's a bit much. In this regard.
W?
No, for cashback.
Oh.
Okay. It's a grand finals, Key. All right, magic always happens in grand finals, to be honest. Most of the time, the team where you're like, okay, they're going to get rolled. I should have taken that into account for Stacked as well. More often than not, you get some sort of a competitive affair. So I would say it's like 60-40 for cashback.
And that is crazy. I mean, looking at phase 1 scores as well, a W just ended up getting smoked. It was like Elbozo, cashback 3-0.
That was phase 1. What did they do in phase 2? I don't remember.
I think we'll probably have the phase 2 results in the intro video for the next round. So we'll be able to talk more about this. But now with Ensk, I think this will be the next test for the team of W. I mean, it's kind of their story arc, but at the same time, we cannot remember that, you know, cashback, we have talked very little about them the past 2 days, and that is because they haven't played a whole lot. They were in the luxurious position of starting 1 round further in the upper bracket. They managed to win their engagement with Hit and Run, putting themselves directly into the finals. So realistically for them, they should still have a lot to show on a lot of maps, the tactics that they've been cooking up. And Ensk being the map now, I'm extremely curious what they have prepared, because it's kind of their signature pick. So they are bringing a mouse, double T57, a 1-2-1B, a Batchat, and double Fosh B.
Huh. No Fosh Bs for W, but a light tank coming back into the mix, an E4, an E3, triple T57, and a mouse. So Klurf will have to play a very good game of World of Tanks.
Yeah, this light tank on Ensk was in Season 1 initially introduced by Cashback that were playing from the north and then basically spotting the rotation. We do see the light tank now only finding Squeezy and Iset, but that is going to give information to W that probably a lot of Cashback tanks are going to be on the field, which is kind of good and bad at the same time for W, because they are putting a kind of spin on their Fosh B trap that we saw before. This time they're using the T57s, but Ios already getting spotted out on the field. Takes 1 shot of damage, but he does importantly make it through. But Little might be in for kind of a rude awakening here. He does go back at this point in time, and Brainbreaker and Toxic, they're using the walls here as spotting protection. Now they're going to spring into action. Aka completely vanishing. The strike is going to come down on Brainbreaker and Toxic, and I think, Ducky, they might have bitten off more than they can chew as Brainbreaker goes down. Barbarian is still clipping out.
They need to get another kill here for the side of W if they want to make this work, because Darkseid is on very low HP and probably going to die to the 1-1B, if I had to guess, of Baby, who actually does a non-connection into the side there. And now it's going to be Darkseid to start clipping out, and the ram from Liberty will not finish him. It's going to be Little from behind that finds the kill. W now down HP. They will, however, find a kill on Iset rather soon. They find one on Little as well, and it's not looking all that bad. Klurf trying to get the kill there on Iset. You know that RHM Panzerwagen, it struggles in an engagement like this. He's not the one to be able to get it, and he's full HP as well. Take that back. He's on 1k now. He gets absolutely clapped on the crossing. W has the tank advantage, but the HP is not there. Baby, however, in that 1-1B, currently driving a little bit through the open, potentially making a mistake. Eos making a good job at hiding. Baby, he's dead. He's done. He was full HP. He no longer is the case in that regard. Barbarian and Squeezy now looking to pick up the pieces from this failed engagement from the 1-1B, but it doesn't look like, oh, they might be able to kill the mouse. Barbarian with one more shot. Does he find it? Does he connect it? He does. Barbarian clutching yet again. When they need him most, he steps up and deletes the mouse. Can they get Liberty in return? It's looking rather unlikely.
Yeah, indeed, the Force B still very healthy. Liberty holding
13 seconds on reload.
2000. I mean, yeah, but Jakifar, he's going to put a big shot into this one. Clerv providing firepower as well, so Jakifar all of a sudden might be able to kill Liberty, but now Squeezy does find Frugo. Frugo with the activated ability. Jakifar has to draw back because he does see that Barbarian is just about up and running. Frugo with the kill on towards Liberty. Barbarian should have enough shots for Jakifar, but still, Frugo, he needs to find damage in towards Squeezy. Jakifar getting clipped out in the meantime. Barbarian.
One more shot for Barbarian.
Two more shots. He has two more. He needs to connect one of them.
He does, but at what cost? He's reloading now. Frugo already with HE into Squeezy. It's over this round, normally speaking, because Squeezy cannot go anywhere. I said the wreck blocking. Squeezy reloads now, but he's starting to get shot under the rails. It should be over for the side of Cashback. I mean, Squeezy, there's 2 one-shots against him. He has an opportunity here. He is looking for it, but he's playing against a light and a T57 heavy. There is a pretty potent combination of tanks to pick him up. Okay, maybe it's not over just yet. Squeezy could win this.
Squeezy could indeed win this. The airstrike does get taken now by the T57, and Clerv is even going to take the spotting tower. So with the tiebreaker rules in place as they are currently, W is winning this first round of Ensk, but Squeezy, he does just about have enough HP to survive a couple shots, but obviously the T57 is going to have 4 of those available, and if Ios activates the ability, actually I'm not sure, no, Ios doesn't have a charge right now, so it's just going to be the regular 2-second intra clip, and now Squeezy is going to drive in. He's going to take 1 shot of HE by the RHM. The second one does go into the rails here, so that one not connecting. Clerv wants to get unspotted again, and Squeezy, now his whereabouts are known. He needs to look left, he needs to look right. He does see the RHM kind of leaving, and he does miss the shot, crucially. Squeezy down towards a 1-shot now, and this should be W's.
It will be W's as well. You can see us here will find the angle, misses on the first, and it's going to be Clerv to pick it up. The kill gets secured. It's going to be W locking in the second round, and what a round it was. Cashback there giving it away at the very end. I mean, the bad shot getting body blocked by the E3, Liberty dying, Barbarian not being able to kill the E4 properly because, you know, with extra shots, Kihan, he can make extra kills. In fact, he misses like 3 against Jakefa, means he cannot kill the 57 heavy or the RHM Panzerwagen.
Yeah, indeed. W managed to clutch the round on Ensk here against Cashback, and with it, they are going to be putting themselves up in this grand final here. Frugo, team captain, stepping up for his team, is going to be top of the board, but also Clerv with 4,000 damage. That is quite a lot on Ensk in a light tank. And yes, Tarxic and Brainbreaker, they were starting off this engagement, and it looked like they had bitten off more than they could chew, but they did have a lot of tanks to support them. And realistically, Baby, he has 3.5k damage, but in my opinion, if you ask me, he died too early.
Yeah, he did die too early. It's like hard to say because I don't know what the call was, but he kind of drove out by himself while I think Liberty was putting some shots into the building because they knew the 57 was there. Maybe he lost focus for a second because normally he has to go kill the 57 first, and that didn't happen. So that was unfortunate because they had like almost double their HP at some point. I find it was like 3.5k versus like 6.5k or something like this, and then the 1-1B dies, and that's the beginning of the downfall. I wouldn't even be surprised if they swap him out after that. I'm not joking. That's like the kind of moment where potentially rotations happen. Not that he needed to be swapped out, but this is one of those moments normally.
So your prediction is absolutely entirely correct. I took a look into the training room chat, and yeah, Twilight is going to be replacing Baby.
Can you confirm that I didn't have any info on this whatsoever?
Yes. So you were just reading their minds, I guess.
No, it's just like when fingers need to be pointed, you assume that they're pointed that direction. That's just the way it goes.
Yeah, But anyway, so far, as we do now see the Phase 2 scores, W was not able to best Cashback in Best of 5s, where it was 3-0, or in Best of 7s, where at least they took 2 rounds, but still Cashback winning cleanly in terms of points 4-2. But all of that might not matter. What matters is the here and now in the Best of 11 of the Grand Finals. And Cashback on the back foot here need to win this second round on Ensk to equalize the score. And for W, obviously, they want to extend the lead. They want to go to that 3-1. W coming into this one with triple mouse, triple Foshby, and a 1-1B.
W, well, no. Cashback, mouse, double T57, bat, and triple Foshby. So different philosophy altogether. Cashback, very, very burst heavy. Double bat, very, very burst heavy.
Yeah, indeed. I think W is relying more on the survivability and sustainability of the mouses, whereas Cashback, I mean, they just saw what happens when all of a sudden, out of nowhere, double T57 comes into your face, jumps at you, and starts firing with the ability. So, yeah, let's see how this one goes. Jackifa is going to be taking a pretty aggressive route in the 1-1B. He does spot out the Batchet of Little, and now we understand why he was sent here. Essentially, he's supposed to get the information on towards the city. His shot missing on towards Little, but now he sees Barbarian Liberty. He doesn't stick around to see Akka. Actually, he does, so pretty good information coming out.
So everything's spotted. Cashback's moving in the city. Through the city, but Triple Mouse arriving on the cap, and W is just waiting in the far distance for this team of Cashback to drive through. Klurf, Eos, and Frugo just waiting there in the positions. Can Cashback just roll over this? That's a big question. Liberty pops his ability a little bit early. Little gets spotted out now. Takes the first one from Klurf. Won't be taking the second. Now they need to start finding the angles. The second first be getting spotted out now as well. Akka and Liberty already clipping towards the outside. Eos speaks out, but immediately gets a face full of lead. Pushed back around that building. Minus 2k on him. He's going to heal a decent amount of that back. But so far, W still driving with those triple mouses to try and get into position. Little's going to be the first one to bite the dust, though. Klurf on a one-shot. He will fall against Barbarian. He will close out the kill. Liberty pops the ability, but he's probably going to die against a double mouse here. Itox to pick it up, and now Eos running away with that Forge B. Akka has him dead to rights, will pick it up as well, and Cashback will eliminate 2, but they've taken so much damage, and the mouses, they have arrived.
Indeed, the mouse is marching across the streets of Ensk, and Tarxic with the ram kill is going to secure yet another man down for Cashback, as W still have a lot of HP to play with. Frugo with the fully loaded Foshby doesn't even care that ability of Twilight that it's going to heal back. No, he's just going to clip out, and we find ourselves in a 4 versus 3 situation with Twilight now pulling the no U. He is reloaded, but if everything goes according to Frugo's plan, then he shouldn't be dying here against this last remaining shot of Twilight. And once again, reinforcements have arrived. Brainbreaker and Itox, the mouses, the Rohirrim, are there.
Yeah, Gondor has come to, the Rohan has come to aid of Gondor. Twilight will not live either. There was some small potential there if they were able to kill the low HPs, but the triple mouse from W arrives right when it's needed the most. There was no better time, and Cashback will actually be looking against a deficit in this one. 3-1 coming out of Ensk. W taking the lead in this series, and I'm telling you, Kihan, finals, they have that little spark of magic to them.
Exactly. I mean, W, they still need to confirm the victory here as Toxic goes down towards a one-shot, but surely with the amount of HP that Brainbreaker has remaining, it shouldn't be an issue for too long. Iset with yet another kill on towards Tarks, but that probably is going to be all she wrote as W, the underdogs, storm in towards the finals, and they crack open the fortress of Cashback that so far was Ensk.
Ensk Cashback played a lot throughout the entire season and played it very well as well, we may add to it. So they pick it up, they win it. They do a very good job here at converting that. And Cashback maybe did not expect the extra push piece behind that building. And that was the doom there. They're already clipping to the left, and then Little explodes. And W, the Mouses, man, they were just driving the whole time. I think Iset was probably just farming away as well in that game because he was the only mouse for cashback and just shooting them in the side probably the whole time. But even that's not enough.
Yeah, and as we do see the damage numbers, I mean, Iset was really trying to do what he could, but realistically little in that push in towards the Fosh Bs. Didn't find any success whatsoever, and we really talked about this engagement already, like Batchat against Fosh B. Normally, the Batchat loves any kind of one-on-one engagement, but that one is probably the least favorite one for the Batchat. And for the team of W, we also have a mouse on top. Brainbreaker really laying down the hurt.
So, as a result, we have now W coming out of this with a 3-1 score line in their favor. Unbelievable. Moving into Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, Himmelsdorf is also going to be interesting because if we think back to the lower bracket finals in between W and Hit and Run, W actually first picked Himmelsdorf, so that seems to indicate that they are not completely against playing the map. Cashback, though, opting for it, and as with Ensk, it's kind of the same story. You are going to have some engagements between some pretty heavy tanks, although Himmelsdorf obviously has that caveat of the holddowns at the cap, where some teams have pushed 430Us or even IS-7s, although I'm not the biggest fan of that one personally, in towards the cap to then force the reaction out of the opponent.
It's weird to see W up 3-1. I don't know. But good for them. The downside is best of 11, so they still have a long time to go. They cannot run out of steam either, Kihan. They have to keep gaming away. Cashback, probably very angry at this point, knowing that probably they should have come out of Ensk, but at worst, the 2-2 scoreline are going to be looking at a deficit and now need to wipe it off the board to get back in it. And it's not going to be that simple.
Yes, realistically, I think both rounds of Ensk were winnable for Cashback, but W really clutching it out. Some outstanding individual performance. I mean, also Klurf with that light tank on Ensk 1 really was the ruin of Cashback. He was the one that put the final nails in towards the coffin. And here in the second round, I think W kind of reading what Cashback was trying to achieve, right? Jackifar with that 1-to-1B immediately getting the information on towards the crossing tanks, and you could see that was just a counter strategy by W coming out with the Mouses transitioning, arriving right in time for when the Fosh Bs would be out of steam. That was a good read.
So, Himmels, we already saw W on Himmels against Hit and Run. It was pretty good as well. Remember the quality 57, I think it was towards the Zeppelin?
Yeah.
But that's not a strategy you can repeat, though.
I mean, you can try, but obviously, like with the Ensk, where W essentially just had the read on Cashback, Cashback might have the read here on W, because with the amount of rounds that W have played here in the playoffs, that is obviously a lot of information for Cashback that they can try and utilize. However, they can also say, break off and play my own game, and that is indeed what they seem to want to do here. E100, triple T57, double V4, and an RHM for Cashback.
So no light tank for W. Instead, they're bringing the triple T57, the 430U, the double Force B, and the mouse. Interesting. So the light tank from W, the light tank from Cashback. Sorry, last time we saw W with a light tank Kihan, it didn't go that well. Remember, he was on the hill.
Yeah.
And
realistically, he was trying to do what he could. He was doing, I think, more than 4,000 damage, but the light tank in itself is kind of limited in the amount of damage that it can put out, obviously. As Ios with the 430U is going to be the first one close to the cap. He's going to exchange spots with Little. Does he opt to go into the cap? Yes. And he takes a shot, but he doesn't take damage. So great result for him so far, as Liberty claims the hill for himself, climbs on the rubble, probably trying to spot down the zero line if anything's coming, but we as the all-knowing observers are obviously aware that that is not the case. Instead, hit squad by the T-57s coming in towards the 8 line, but immediately they find Barbarian and Twilight. They exchange some shots, but I think at the better end of the trade still for Cashback.
Yeah, the better end of the trade for Cashback, and they have the hill as well. But there's Triple T57 starting to make their way on top of the hill. Liberty will use the plane, will spot 2 of them, and Little is starting to aggress EOS here a little bit, but he cannot do much with that T57 heavy. Aka now pushing up, Squeezy Barbarian coming as well, and W will now be forced into an 8-line repush. But look at Aka, already taken quite a lot of damage. He's pushing on towards EOS, but EOS has that 4 to the U, just farming away. He needs Little to help him out rather soon as well. I said missing the shot, fluffing it. Itox now pulling up with his Forge B. Little is basically dead. He's on 2 HP, barely alive. He's trying to clip out towards these Forge Bs before he goes down, and Cashback now scrambling to pick up the pieces. They're getting outplayed from left to right now by W and IOS all this time, just happily farming away from the cap. And Liberty from that hill trying to do what he can as well. But Twilight in this position is also just going to get repushed by double T57 heavy. I said probably losing against Klurf. Where are they winning, Kihan?
Well, they winning, that's a good question, because right now the answers to that one are nowhere to be found. Klurf, you can see it in the bottom left, trying to engage ISET. That is very annoying with the Fosh B against the B4, but so far so good, and Twilight does count the shots that were coming out from Jackifar and Tarxic. Frugo in that T57 needs to be very careful, though. The HP are still not outlandish for either team here, but Bounce coming out from Twilight. Frugo still has 2 shots here. Squeezy from the backlines with the pickup. Jackifar has reloaded at this point in time, but once again, Tarxic is going to be the point of contention for Cashback as they push on towards him. The HP dead even at this point. Jackifar able to clip out, but he doesn't have the full clip. He actually does. He manages to get the kill. It is 3 versus 2.
There was a lot of bounces there from Twilight at that moment in time, and Jakefa has this T57 dead to right, and Squeezy is probably going to end up clipping out or transition into clipping out Itox. Squeezy, does he start clipping Itox? He will start clipping Itox. Will he kill him? No, he won't. Jakefa comes off reload. It's a 3-on-1 with Liberty. Last one standing. It's going to be 4-1 for W.
4-1 for W. In these grand finals here, where, you know, Cashback picked up the first round and it looked to be business as usual, but after that, W really starting to pick up the pace, and for them, it's going great.
For them, it's going amazing. Liberty will now try to extend the game a little bit, but W somehow 4-1 Kihan. The remontada is growing for Cashback if they want to have some potential in this, because right now, they're just getting outplayed.
Mm-hmm.
The question is,
the craziest thing here is how much of a read W seems to have on towards Cashback, like what they're doing. Because going into this one, my biggest concern for W was going to be that they essentially spent all that they had on blowing through Mafia and blowing through Hit and Run, but if anything, it seems to have strengthened them.
it's crazy, no, if you think about it.
Absolutely.
I mean, the journey that W has taken towards this finals is an absolutely very, very hard one. Their fate wasn't secured until the last one, and now they're in position, prime position even, to win this match. I mean, sure, they still need 2 rounds after this, but at the same time, Key, 2 rounds. I mean, 2 rounds doesn't even get Cashback on even footings right now.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, let's consider this round to be already over. Good shots by Liberty. I mean, he's doing a good job of extending the game, but, you know, Brainbreaker, I think at this point he's just driving towards the cap, and as well he can afford to do so because, well, he's a mouse at the end of the day. He also does end up healing up the tanks for W, so the Fosh B of Itox now is on a possible 3-shot. But it doesn't end up mattering. W are going to cap it through here, and this means that Cashback still are left with only 1 round. W, 4 to their name. This is absolutely crazy.
That's 2-0 on Ensk and 2-0 on Himmelsdorf, and really didn't steal more than one of those rounds. So at worst case, it should be 4-2 here for Cashback. Okay, not 2-0 on the Himmels. I can't count. But they only really stole one of these rounds so far, Kihand, out of the 3 that they won between Ensk and Himmels, right? They stole that one Ensk round. But the other two,
the first one.
Yeah,
but the other
two?
ones they
Oh.
won just
yeah,
fair
for
and
sure,
square.
for sure. So at worst, it should be 3-2 right now.
Yep. So that means W is actually the better team.
Yeah,
at
so
this
far,
point in time.
for sure, they are the better team. In this part of the match, they are the better team.
But it's not a best of 11 for nothing. This 4-1 scoreline would have been enough in the phase 1. Would have been enough in the phase 2 even. But as of right now, W still has a way to go. Although this way is currently getting shorter and shorter and shorter. Time for cashback is kind of running out. And I mean, if nothing super crazy happens, then cashback need this next round here. They cannot afford to only have a single point on the board while W goes to match point, and then all of a sudden cashback needs to win 5 rounds in a row. I'm not saying that's completely impossible, but obviously it is extremely hard to pull off. You just cannot afford any kinds of mistakes at that point in time, and mistakes is something that we have seen from the cashback players, which is kind of unusual for them.
We could assume that they're a little bit tilted at this point. I mean, they also swapped in Twilight, and I saw him bounce 4 shots in a row with the V4, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
I mean, maybe they're going to switch in Baby again?
I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. My first prediction, sure. My second one, I don't think they're going to swap from this again anytime soon.
I mean, we will see soon, because I think the next game is about to start. And I mean, Cashback, the only team with only 8 players. So they locked themselves into this situation where, you know, they have one roster change that they can do. Do you think it's kind of hurting them a little bit right now?
No. I don't think so. I mean, what do you think? You shouldn't really be swapping that often normally anyways.
Yeah, true. And it just means that every single one of those 8 players also gets more training. But yeah, Cashback now really scrambling for rounds. And they are coming into this second Himmelsdorf with an IS-7, a Maus, a Batchat, a Bluska, a WV4, and an E3. So I guess, well, Baby isn't back, but the Juggernaut TDs are back, baby.
That is for sure. But the Juggernaut is back. W sticking to those T57 heavies, Keyhand. 4 of them. 1-1B. Oh, wait. Hold up. That was a quick change. Did you just see that? 3 T57s turned into Mivis.
Yeah.
Last second adjustment?
I mean, I know that... no, actually, there seems to be a disconnect. So... there
Maybe
will be a
that
restart. Yeah. I guess they just switched the tanks to not let Cashback know what exactly was.
You can't see it anyway. Can you see it in the post battle results?
Yes.
Tactical.
Mm-hmm. I mean.
Oh no! My internet just disconnected. Oh no! The good old pulling the LAN cable out of your computer. You ever did that, Kiant?
No.
Because I know, actually, wasn't it you? There was some fame members that have been accused of every time they make a mistake, they pulled out the LAN cable. Honestly, I could really see this be you, to be honest.
No, it wasn't me. It was 2 other Germans, actually, and I'm going to completely throw them under the bus here. I think it was Menairo, and I'm sure it was Katja.
Huh. I feel like this is the kind of behavior you could expect from you as well. How to not get yelled at by an angry Belgian. User has... timed out.
No. I never did that. Although, at that time, I was still living in Germany, so my internet did that for me without even asking me enough times. So, yeah. Anyway, kind of staying in line with what we've said already. The scoreline, I think, is something that not a lot of people realistically would have seen coming. 4-1 for W, and also for W to be the better team in the match right now. When Cashback, for the longest times, I mean, in Onslaught Legends Cups, in Onslaught Legends Series Season 1, have looked all but unbeatable. This is the worst point in time to fall apart. And yes, I mean, Cashback have lost the match against Mafia at the end of the regular season Phase 2, but that one kind of didn't matter for anyone, so let's not really count that one. And I think all of our predictions also are down the drain at this point.
Yeah, they're already down the drain. They've already gone. At best, we can still get the team right. Maybe I should have kept believing in W.
Well, but it seems like the players in the training room have reassembled their forces. Any kind of issues, all of them seem to be resolved. So hopefully kind of soon we are going to go into the next game. And that one is going to be a very important one, because if W takes it, the scoreline is 5-1. And that means match point. And for Cashback to then come back would be a bigger Cinderella story, I think, than W make it through the lower bracket. Like, that would be absolute. Because whenever you have a scoreline like this, right? Whenever one team is on match point and the other one doesn't really have a lot of points, them coming back into the match is unlikely, because there's a reason that team number 1 is on the match point in the first place. They were most likely the better team so far in the match.
That is indeed a possibility, Key Hand. Okay, prediction time, Key. Does Cashback pick up this round and start the remontada, or are they going to go down the pits of despair?
I think W is overcooking with that quadruple T57. Especially against the tanks that Cashback is bringing. W100 and Mouse. Those T57s, yes, they are powerful, but I don't think they have enough firepower to blast through triple super heavy.
We'll see. I mean, you know, they will need to deal with this W100 and Mouse. Will be very, very hard. You might be right. It depends on the engagement they get, right? If they're not getting an engagement right with the T57s, they will just explode. I'm willing to agree with that, and it's likely.
Well, let's see. The CS63, first of all, of Twilight is going to get sent in towards the courtyard, in towards the Zeppelin. He's going to be picking up a strike. He also gets some information on towards the Inspire medium. And this means that for now, I think Cashback are winning in the neutral objectives, obviously, in this game. But there is also a tank that is split off right now. Barbarian in that Forschb is kind of on a journey, as the double T57 is actually driving in towards the cap. And this means a lot of pressure now on Cashback. They still have that strike, of course, on Twilight, and him being a CS, if he puts the strike and does connect with it, then he has a baby strike to reset after. So currently, I think Cashback are able to deal with this cap pressure here at some point in time. Jackifer even boosting it with a 1-2-1B, but that's only going to be more damage that the CS63 will do while resetting, because the cap on Himmelsdorf is very, very small. And indeed, reset comes through. All three tanks get found, 1200. But once again, W with a trap.
And it's going to work as well. I said just casually driving down the lane, finds the double T57 and the Forschb, and I know what he's saying, but I cannot say it on stream, as he just absolutely gets deleted. And now Little in his E100 trying to make his way across in the open as well, trying to escape. Twilight in the open, also taking damage. Little still finds Frugo in a position though, so for Cashback, it's not as bad as it may seem. You might be like, oh no, they lost already an E100, and that means that the game is over. No such thing is the case. Little will fall as well, but even that is not the entire nail in the coffin just yet, because you can see Frugo falling and Itox pushing back in. giving an opportunity even to the side of Cashback. There's the track shot immediately from Liberty, and the shot from Aka as well, and Liberty isn't able to finish him all, but Aka might be. Eos is now on reload, and the HP evening out altogether. Itox missing the shot as well, bluffing it. Twilight making it away as well from around that corner. Very important to live in that CS63. Aka did not find the kill, however, on Itox.
Indeed, a very messy game unfolding here. Currently, W up in the gun department, and they could pick up Twilight. That is another very low one-shot as Squeezy tries to make it away. But Jakufa and Ios giving chase. The T-57 of Liberty trying to crossfire, but at this point in time, his singular gun not enough as Tarxic does find the engagement against Barbarian, does find death itself too, but he was able to deal his full clip of damage, and now Clerf coming in with more than enough shots for Liberty does indeed end up turning on towards Barbarian, so for now he's going to let Liberty alive, but Barbarian has spent his clip and Liberty is one shot.
It's over. It's 100% over. Brainbreaker, Ios, and Jakifa will not let this one slide. I mean, Liberty can clip out all he wants. He just doesn't have the damage required. Barbarian pops his ability, will start the heal, but Brainbreaker picks up Liberty, and it's a 3-on-1. W is going to put themselves on match point. Unbelievable. Unreal stuff.
Indeed, and it all started off with that first engagement with the trap. Not the first one, and possibly not the last one that W is going to do. Currently, they seem to be living rent-free inside of the Cashback Callers, and indeed the entirety of the team. Barbarian now, he does hear the cap siren. He knows that 2 tanks of the opposing teams are in there, and well, the strike is probably gonna hit home. Never mind, it barely misses him, so Jakifa doesn't hit him with that one. But even if Jakifa falls here now, it wouldn't make a difference because W have such an advantage now in the game. It would be impossible to throw it away.
Yeah, of course. And, you know, Barbarian can sit there and clip out against Jakifa, but Jakifa is probably going to kill him at the end of the day as well, and will bring it home for W. And just like that, my mans, it is going to be W picking up the round. In-game fist bump as well between Ios and Brainbreaker. 5-1. 4 match points for W, who stand one step away from doing something that seemed unimaginable at the beginning of the season and unimaginable in 7v7 World of Tanks as well. We did check. There has not been a non-polished team in the finals for like the entirety of WOT 7 and OLC. And with that, there's also not been a winner that wasn't a Ukrainian or a Polish team, Kihan, for a very, very, very long time. I have to go back to Fame winning against Invil after they came back from a 4-1 deficit.
Yeah, and
that is 4 years maybe.
I mean, for stuff like this, you're really tapping into the ancient vaults of history. Like you're going down like several flights of stairs, and then you're opening a few doors that probably creak, and then you have to find the book in the last corner of the cellar and undust that one to really find the records of, you know, not Polish or non-Ukrainian teams winning. But currently, as it stands, W are on the cusp, on the very brink of greatness. They need one more round against Cashback, but as it is ever so often, the last one might be the one that got away.
Airfield, a slow map coming in, but W has at least a few rounds to play with, Gihan. They could do something crazy. Now would be the time.
Is Airfield the map, though? Like, now would be the time, but is Airfield the place? I don't think so. Like, there's a reason why Airfield has developed this slow and controlled meta, and that is because usually when you try to do something funky, when you try to do something crazy, most of the time it fails. You know what W should do, in my opinion? Just make another T-57 trap somewhere. Those have worked.
Another T-57 having trap somewhere. Uh-huh.
And then, you know, just stick it. Just stay there and just wait for one tank of of Cashback to drive in, and then you're coming around the corner, and, you know, the Cashback guy is probably saying something starting with a B on TeamSpeak, and after that he's removed from the game.
Yeah. Something, I was like, something with a B? Yeah, but no, that's Shuki Hand. That is indeed a possibility to come out here. And I gotta say, though, it's unbelievable what W has done so far. And W is doing it again, man. One mouse, quad T57 heavy, a bad, and an RHM Panzerwagen.
And for Cashback, they're trying to stay alive. They're trying to make their own dreams come true of getting the back-to-back OLS victories. But so far, W have proven to be a formidable opponent. Cashback against this match point. They do bring an RHM of their own, a Centurion, a Batchat, double T57, a Mouse, and a Yo.
Planes in the beginning. 6 tanks spotted for the side of Cashback. And 6 for W. Baby's back in the lineup as well, Keyhand.
Baby is back in the lineup. Is he going to be the salvation that Cashback needs at this point in time? As it stands, first of all, the initial engagement going in favor of W as they get the shot of damage in towards the light tank. I think that is more important damage than the shot that Brainbreaker took in his Batchat. But now Barbarian and Squeezy get found by Brainbreaker in the Batchat. Little is able to retaliate a little bit. But now with this double T57 heavy tank, its whereabouts known on Cashback's team, W could fancy making a move around the north.
Oh, and Klurv gets there last second to reset that as well. Liberty will be not able to shoot it either, so Klurv gets a free reset there on the strike. Little opts not to go for that again. It's going to be a very slow battle.
It's going to be a very slow battle, but Itox now going for the engagement here. He is going to go on towards the strike, and Baby could get one reset here as he does in towards the side of the Mouse, but now Itox is on top of the strike, and he's not going to get reset by anyone just because also the strike that Little was trying to take did end up getting reset, but now we see Cashback once again with a double T57 in towards the cap. They do both get spotted. And that means that W knows what is transpiring here. Cashback, they want to draw W close, but unlike, for example, Hit and Run in the upper bracket finals, W have an assortment of T57s of their own. So if Barbarian and Squeezy come out of hiding, then they are in for a firestorm.
A little now realizing as well where the Batchat is from W. Will be backing off, takes one more from the RHM, but he will make it out. And 8 seconds left. There will have to be a reset either way. The strike will be the very first one to get used. Dodging even from Barbarian. He knows he would have gotten reset anyway, so they minimize the damage. I like it even as well. And Itox taking some more damage there from Baby in the bat, who has done a very good job at shooting. IO's now crossing towards the middle. Liberty getting pushed back as well. And W is making a reaction, and the reaction is re-pressuring the middle. Liberty will now be running away. He knows Brainbreaker is coming, and Liberty will not get caught here either. So he's proven that he is a formidable light tank player. Once more, adjusts immediately. Will spot out Klurv, peeking him as well, but Klurv will get a drop on him. Will get a shot as well. Baby now crossing towards the middle. Base capture gets blocked. And these are the T57 and Mouse and the double T57 of Frugo and Tarks. And they don't know that this strike is going to do a tremendous amount of damage. And now they spotted and W's chasing. But what are they chasing into? I said, realizing that this is happening, just chasing them down himself. But now Barbarian and Squeezy just on the run, on the move, trying to get into safety. But can they make it? Can they find something? They almost blow up EOS on the move. It's going to be Squeezy that actually finds the kill. And they do make it around that corner. And Itox left behind to his own devices to pick up the pieces, will not be able to do much, and Barbarian and Squeezy still running. Legend has it, Squeezy ain't about to stop running either. He will make it back around the corner, and this surprise, or this attempt at a surprise from W through the cap, will not find anything whatsoever. Cashback ready and waiting.
Cashback indeed ready and waiting. Cashback still alive in the match. They're going to extend it by at least one more round, because the third or fourth or fifth, I don't know how many T57 traps by W we have seen, but this one is not going to work out. Instead, Cashback are going to take down this first round of Airfield. They do make the first step on towards getting back and getting towards a tiebreaker, but Daki, that is still going to be an absolute mountain to climb for them. The Mount Everest, the Mount Olympus. But Cashback, they have made the first step. There is still something, there is still a lot to play for.
No, it's a very long road for Cashback still. They've done one step, they need to take 3 more. And they could stumble at any given moment. There is no room for mistakes anymore.
Yeah, no. No room, no margin at all for error left for Cashback. And they are now going to confirm this victory by capping the base. But still, I don't think they will be happy about how the other rounds of the match have been going. But for W, I mean, you know, you've been on a win streak for 5 rounds, then you start losing 1. Not too bad, but they cannot allow for a lot of rounds to accumulate here because momentum, this elusive concept of who's got the ball rolling right now, that can swing ever so quickly.
Sure. They've, like we said, they've taken 1 step. 3 more steps will get them on even footings, and even then they could stumble and fall key hands. So they have a lot of steps still to take before they are able to run. But it was a good round from them. Very aware of what could happen.
Yes. And I think they kind of, after seeing the tanks spotted at the start, they were like, all right, it's T-57s again. Guys, don't suicide. Which is kind of what they didn't do. And I think the evacuation of the capture circle at that point was also a very good call. Like, yes, they ended up bleeding when they were driving around the corner, but it ended up working. And once again, we see a team with an RHM as top damage dealer. And that does obviously mean something went horribly wrong.
Sure. And Little actually doing a very good job as well. Baby coming back in and performing. Like to see it. So 11, 11, 11. Good stuff there as well. But it's such a long road for Cashbacky.
It is such a long road. But, you know, W, they won 5 in a row. That means it is definitely possible. And for Cashback, you know, they now won 1. And if they win 5 in a row, then it would be them winning. But obviously, W, they still have a lot of rightfully earned opportunities to close the bag here. I think what W shouldn't do now is try and start second-guessing themselves. Because yes, this T-57 trap didn't work, but it has been working multiple times in the past. And on the other hand...
They can't make a T-57 trap on every map, Gihand.
I mean, they tried. They did on Ensk, they did on Himmelsdorf. They now tried on Airfield.
I thought this wasn't as much of a trap, though, no?
I think they would have loved for Cashback actually to push into the T-57s, and then it would have been one again. But yeah, Cashback obviously getting that beautiful strike as well on towards 4 tanks, 2 of which weren't even spotted. And I think that is kind of on W as well to recognize, like, hey, if we push here right now, yeah, that strike was money in the bag for Cashback, really.
I mean, they didn't know that it was money in the bag, but yeah. It was a beautiful strike. Although, there's 1 more round of Airfield to go, and then like 2 more rounds of... What is the last map?
I mean, there should be more maps than that, right?
Well, I mean, 1 more round of Airfield would give us...
1 more round of Airfield, then Cliff, and then, if we get to it, obviously, only Ghost Town.
I mean, we are a while away from this still, yes.
First of all, W will have attempt number 2 at the title, at the crown of Onslaught Legends Series. They have it all in their hands at this point in time, and my, what a story it would be. And we've talked already about the fact, like, how many finals there were with, like, Polish or Ukrainian winners. They could upset things here, absolutely. And I think also a comeback all the way from the lower bracket. Like, they didn't start in the upper bracket. I'm not sure if we had one of those ever. But yeah, Cashback once again staring death in the face. They want to deny it, and they are bringing an MVY, a mouse, triple T57, a Batchat, and an RHM.
W in return, Gorilla, Mino, RHM, Bat, double T57 and Mouse. They're opting for the slower game.
Indeed, and now the Gorilla coming out from W. That is kind of signature playstyle from them on the east of Airfield. So nothing entirely unexpected, and I mean perfect plane from Liberty to start things off. He sees 7 tanks Clerf, only seeing 5, so they're missing Baby in the Batchat, and they're missing, I think, one of the T57s or the mouse, not sure. But yeah, Clerf and Liberty trying to counter the cross towards the northern part of the map, towards the only information tower on Airfield. And once again, Cashback are putting a lot of firepower in towards that middle with the double T57 of Barbarian and Squeezy being very close towards Itox that is unaware of what is happening here right now. So Itox needs to be supremely careful.
Yeah, but it's going to be a slow game. Baby crossing over fully though. Tarks, will he find a shot? No, and Baby crosses over. Brave and aggressive as well.
Well, sometimes there is not much of a difference between being brave and being uncareful. We'll see what exactly it will be for Baby this round. He has taken a lot of map control with this, and obviously a lot of crossfire positions as well with that Batchat. But there is a T57, there is Toxic rotating to sort of greet and meet him. That's not going to be a meet and greet that the Batchat will like, though, as Frugo opens up on towards I-Set. He has to drive towards the cap, but we know that there is double T57 waiting for him as Toxic starts driving towards Baby. He does have Aka in support, and immediately the shots start pouring in. Toxic down 1200, but now Brainbreaker from the backlines coming in, and he is trying to take Baby out of the fight as well. Baby trying to stay safe behind Toxic, but I think that's going to be all she wrote for Baby. He gets put down, but the cap is ongoing. Finally, last second reset coming out.
Last second reset, but the damage was also very significant on the W lineup. Yeah, they killed Baby, but Tarks is on 3 HP. Will not be an impact anymore on this battle. Barbarian going off of reload, bailing off of the cap as well. And you got to imagine, Kihan, this is the worst situation to be in as a Gorilla player. You don't have any shots right now, any meaningful shots by the looks of things. They're all too far away from you. I mean, sure, you can shoot at the mouse from time to time, but that doesn't really get you too much. Liberty wants to make the peak as well. He's waiting for Little and the Mivy to arrive, and now the double T57 arriving on Barbarian and Squeezy looking for something as well to hand, and the Gorilla, I think, non-connecting there on I-Set as well, and Brainbreaker about to feel the whole hurt of Cashback pushing over as Itox is already bailed from the situation. The rest of his team will not be able to escape the incoming doom. Asgard will fall in this scenario as Brainbreaker realizes now that they're all here, every single one of them arriving in the middle. Only I-Set on the cap, and it's going to be Cashback to take another step towards a potential tiebreaker. 2 more rounds, halfway there.
Indeed, Airfield is going to be Cashback's territory, so they yield Ensk, but they pick up Airfield in return. And this must feel very, very good for the team of Cashback, that for the longest time in this matchup didn't really have a lot to say. It felt like a lot of things were going wrong as well. Just they kept being surprised by whatever W had cooked up. But here on Airfield, there were no surprises to be had. Instead, it is Cashback all the way. Frugo is going to get removed here from the battle, and now it's only Ios remaining in that T57 that W likes playing so much. But on Airfield, it seems like the T57, the triple or quadruple T57, is not going to become meta for W, although Cashback did also have 3 of those this round.
Well, momentum, Kian, is a thing. Now Cashback is starting to feel riled up a little bit, you know, winning 2 rounds in a row. They have, I forgot already again, what is our final map before regular time?
The final one is Cliff. And here, I mean...
Hey, look, man, if there's any map where I could see Cashback win 2 rounds in a row, it could be Cliff Key.
We'll see. I mean, Cliff is... yeah... I think Cliff is unpredictable. I think we can agree on that one. First of all, let's take a look at the damage numbers, though. And I mean, Aka really having a blast of a game. 6k for him. And he was really the one that was profiting off of Baby's play that was being sent in there with the bat chat. He died, but, you know, from there on out, it was just cashback all the way. They kept having the better engagements, the better positions, and then they recognized, like, hey, we can just overpush here in the south of Airfield. And from there on out, I mean, what is W going to do? The Gorilla is not going to do 5 shots in 3 seconds.
Cliff, honestly, Korean, Cliff is the map where I could see them actually bring it back. Do you believe that?
I think W is going to take it on Cliff. Just because Cliff is such an unpredictable thing. Also, Cashback have shown some tactics against hit and run already. I mean, then again, W, very interesting stuff that they have shown on Cliff too. So I think it is just entirely unpredictable what both teams will do. But because Cliff is such a volatile map, I think odds are W might put one on the board here. I have that feeling somehow.
You really, I mean, I don't know. Cashback and Cliff, it just sounds like happy noises to me, you know?
Yeah. I mean, in the end, we are just the bystanders here, and the players do shape their own fate on the battlefield, and that one is Cliff. Cliff is such an iconic map, and the thing is, even after all those years, and especially since Onslaught was introduced, the teams do find just ever more ways how to experiment and how to play some different positions, play some different tanks. I mean, already today we saw Mouse 13-105 combo winning, and obviously strats like that, you know, you can't bring them like every single battle and expect to win, but it's very, very cool when you see it do. And this means that the meta is still under active development, and this, I think, at this point in time, right now, works a little bit against Cashback, because there is nothing standard that they could predict and then try to outplay for W to do, right?
Sure. But you really think that if W does it in this round or the next one?
I don't know. It's really anyone's guess at this point in time. But I'm happy that we do see a competitive final in between both of those teams going on, because I think when you have such a long season, and obviously it was a cool one to watch, when you have such a long season and then the final is a blowout, you're left like kind of disappointed. But the fact that now we're talking about a potential W victory, but right now we have the Cashback momentum going on as well, it is just everything we could have hoped for. We do currently have a small little bit of a delay. Apparently, the teams want to prepare just that little bit more. It's not like they had weeks to prepare for this, but I think especially for W, they were probably not expecting to make it this far, or maybe they were expecting it and they didn't properly prepare for it regardless. But yeah, either way, I think within the next minute or so, we once again go in towards a match point for W still that got the jump on towards Cashback, but they have been retaliating now.
I'm just really curious what we're gonna get on Cliff. I don't know why, but my gut feeling is telling me Cashback and Cliff is just a good combination. It really is. I feel like W might try to surprise one way or another.
We will see. I mean, the thing is that you obviously always have the mind games going on. Like, one side tries to outmind the other, but maybe they think one step too far, and that way they end up, you know, just kind of screwing themselves over. I think that is always the balance that you need to find. But yeah, I think the next round is just about to be underway. And yes, Ensk might have gone completely W's way, and also Himmelsdorf. But Airfield definitely demonstrated that Cashback are still alive and kicking. And now we are going to kick it off indeed on Cliff. Match point for W, but Cashback with the momentum. And they bring 3 BZ75s, triple Batcher 25T, and a Foch B. So no light tank, but it seems that W have been to the kitchen.
They are doing something. They're bringing 5 E50Ms, a Bant, and a BZ75.
Yeah, and those E50Ms, they do very, very well against the Batchats if they can get close, if they can get off the rams, but both teams entirely skipping the light tank. It's going to be blindfolded, the plays that are coming out here. This is them saying, screw it, we're doing it live.
They are very much doing it live, Kihan, but can they do it live? That's a whole different story altogether. And they see the 50Ms now, and they're pushing back towards the middle. Are they going to just take the opportunity to push the middle, or just going to sit there and they're going to cross over? This is extremely brave. They know that Itox and Brainbreaker are currently out of the fight. This is so brave. Let's see if this happens to work out for Cashback. They need to delete numerous E50Ms here for this to work. They're coming around the corner, swinging on towards Frugua's very first one. He is going to fall without doing too much. And now the funny buttons get activated. Barbarian and his bat shot will be the focus for the W tanks coming from behind as well. And Squeezy getting bloody blocked by Twilight a little bit. Twilight potentially staying to get the kill, and he does. Squeezy now evacuating, takes a little bit of ramming damage. Eos falling back to a crossfire position. Those E50Ms, they're starting to hurt. They're starting to bring the pain as well. And Cashback with just 4 tanks left standing in the finals here of the Onslaught Legends Series. Jakefa explodes though, but not before Iset will share his fate. 3 tanks from Cashback versus the 4 from W. Aka trying to push off. Itox is unable to do so. Itox is able to pull around the corner, and W with the cooking so far seems to be able to do it as well. They have everything going for them. They even have a BZ wide in the open, unless Aka is able to crash Itox here, which he kind of is able to, but not quite enough, as Itox finds Aka, and it's Twilight and Liberty left wondering, because it's not going to be the Ukrainian team of Cashback to be your Onslaught Legends Series Season 2 winners. It's going to be W from the pits of hell coming through the lower bracket and cleaning up Cashback.
Indeed, W, the team that has struggled to make it even into the playoffs. They do complete the Cinderella stories. They crown themselves the OLS Season 2 champions, the only real international team. And my God, they must be so happy right now. They complete the upset. Well, they don't really wipe the floor with Cashback, but they still, throughout the entirety of the match, have been the better team. What a day, Ducky. What a day. Absolutely incredible. Congratulations to W for, you know, providing a storyline that we are probably gonna talk about for quite some time. And also, I guess good for them. They upset my own prediction here and also my own bundle purchase, because I did buy a Cashback bundle. I did not buy a W one.
There's going to be a lot of disappointed Cashback supporters that are not getting to upgrade their bundle. The whole season I've been recommending Cashback, so...
Well, Clerf is going to dot the I and cross the T for himself. He is going to, in the final round of the OLS, going to do 6.7k damage and 3 kills to his name. But really, I think for the team of W, it has been a journey worth to remember. I think they were really down in the gutter after that Season 1, and we have to hammer down on the story here. After that Season 1, where W as a team almost fell apart, they had a bare skeleton of players left, and now in Season 2, they grow, and they just about surpass everyone else in 2 days. They manage to beat Mafia, the Winter Invitational champions. They managed to beat HIT, the WCI champions, and now they beat Cashback, the OLS Season 1 champions. W making the miracle run, starting in the lower bracket and winning in the grand finals.
Yeah, congratulations to W winning it out. Yeah, they're going to be winning the lion's share of this prize pool of 83,500, half of that going towards them. So they're going to be very, very, very happy.
Yeah, and also in this context, I want to remind everyone that I think until tomorrow, 9 a.m., you will be able to buy bundles, maybe to top it off a little bit for the team of W here. And also for all the other teams, because the share is percentage-based. But yeah, really, congratulations, W, for an absolutely crazy playoffs performance. And we have one more table with standings that we want to show you guys. Well, no one of us was making any points in this last matchup, but here we have it, the accumulated score about the caster prediction game, and Ducky, that's
cares?
why I am king of the casters.
Listen, dude, you can call yourself king of the casters, man. All I'm going to say is I smacked all of you in the playoffs.
That is true, and the same is true for W. I mean, obviously, they had the best possible outcome for them happen here. 2 tiebreakers in the lower bracket, both times really, really close, could have been out at any point in time. And here against Cashback in the finals, they don't even need the tiebreaker. 6-3, Cashback only really showing up on Airfield. Absolutely crazy. And yeah, we announced it yesterday already, but the reminder already for all of you out there as well. The action is not only going to continue with the OLS Season 3, but we'll also have a clan showdown on 5th and 6th of April is going to be when the playoffs are going to be happening. And there, it's also going to be interesting to see who is going to take it, because there are 2 people that are currently sitting on 9 gold fists. Those are called Monster and Piotr. And if those get the next victory on the board, they will be the first people in the world with the 3 marked golden fists.
Yeah, that's something to look forward to when that comes around. It's been a long season full of ups and downs, and the dominant team of Cashback was not able to bring it all the way to the very, very end. What you can bring to the end of today, though, is the drops that you can collect with those potential mystery as well, and the tokens, of course.
Exactly. So if you haven't been able to yet, you will be able to keep claiming those drops until midnight UTC. That's 1 a.m. Central European Time. And you're going to be able to do this on this beautiful man's channel, because as always, we're going to be raiding Darky after and before we end the stream for today. It is obviously time to thank everyone that has been making this possible. First and foremost, obviously, you, the viewers, because without you, it wouldn't make sense for us to do these events. Then also, obviously, the people that have been casting with me, Ducky, External, Moth, Phil, all of those people. Thank you very, very much. The people behind the camera as well, because most of the time we are here and we're smiling into the camera and talking about what's happening, but there is a lot behind the camera. There is so much work going into this, from broadcast operation towards administration of the games, towards spectating of the games, gameplay directors, all of this stuff. And well, we don't really see those people on the stream, but yeah, thank you so much for making this happen. And yeah, to everyone who bought the bundles as well. By the way, you're going to have a bit more time also to spend the OLS tokens that you'll be able to claim still later. And with this one, yeah, my thanks as well to the players that have made this an unforgettable experience. W this time claiming the crown, absolutely incredible. And with this one, enough yapping from me. The last words go to you, Ducky.
We've had an international winner. Season 3 promises to bring challenges for everybody. The viewers, the players, the teams. W is now a champion, but to be a champion more than once is a thing that nobody has achieved yet. Will they be able to do it? Well, let's start with 15v15, and then later on, will they be able to do it in Season 3? We will have to find out in the near future. It was my pleasure to cast for you. I think I can say the same for Kihan. It was a very enjoyable experience, and I will see you guys all very soon. Thank you for watching. Have a wonderful night, and catch you for the very next one.